Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Mario poured the lava into the crucible built into his hunter's work table, watching the molten rock bubble and spit. He laid out the materials he'd gathered and got to work. First came a crossbow, then a battle axe made specifically for vampire hunters. After that, he cranked out a pile of bolts. Thankfully, crossbow bolts didn't need feathers. If they did, he'd still be standing there empty-handed. He picked up the new axe and gave it a few swings. It felt solid even if the base damage was nothing special. The real value came from the bonus, 10% extra damage to vampires and a built-in II, not bad for crowd control. All right, step 1, build a nether portal. If I can get it working, diamonds and obsidian won't be a problem anymore. Nether fortresses always had loot from the overworld and, more importantly, blaze rods. With those, he could finally make a brewing stand and start crafting potions. He grabbed a water bucket and a few buckets of lava, then went to the far corner of his underground base. He sealed off the section with cobblestone until only a narrow passage remained. Water went at the top, lava at the bottom, and with a bit of patience, and the old trick where lava turns to obsidian underwater, he pieced together a full 2-3 portal frame. When he finally stood back, the obsidian looked pitch black and uninviting. Notch, if you're listening, please let this thing actually work. He flicked his flint and steel. A sharp spark jumped, and the frame filled with a swirling sheet of purple light. Strange whispers floated out of it, along with drifting violet particles that looked like digital ash. Something about the sound made his skin crawl. Mario stared for a beat, then grinned like a man who just hit the lottery. Time to get rich, diamonds, ender pearls, here I come. He stepped inside the portal, everything tinted purple, the whispers getting clearer and more unsettling. Reality twisted, folded, and snapped into place. When his vision settled, he was standing in a forest of deep blue and cyan. A warped forest, great. He immediately looked down, lurked here, and these things weren't a joke. Their health, their strength, their teleportation, one wrong glance and they'd be breathing down his neck. With iron armor, he might as well be wearing cardboard. He dumped a stack of cobblestone into his hand and built a quick 3-3 shelter overhead. Only once he was covered did he let out a breath and take in the area. Warped coated the ground. Warped wart blocks and twisting vines hung everywhere. Strange fungi and sprouts glowed through the haze, and between the trees, tall black figures glided like shadows with legs. His gaze accidentally locked onto a pair of glowing purple eyes. The stiffened and released a rising, ear-splitting screech that echoed through the forest. Oh, come on, how am I supposed to avoid looking at something that moves like a horror movie extra? A second shriek followed. He winced, another one provoked. He grabbed his iron axe and braced himself. The blinked out of sight. He spun around and found it right behind him. He swung immediately, the axe sinking into its torso and knocking it back. It lunged again, but it couldn't reach him under the 2-block-tall space. Mario grinned. Yeah, enjoy the cheese tactics, stretch. Had huge health pools, but trapped like this, they weren't unbeatable. He hacked at its legs until it finally collapsed. A soft chime rang out. An ender pearl. The blue-black sphere rolled toward him and slid into his inventory. He picked it up to inspect it. Inside the pearl was a tiny black silhouette with glowing eyes, always watching him. Creepy, pretty cool, though. It felt smoother than most blocky items. He pocketed it. Let's farm a few more. Teleportation is always good to have. But while he was imagining all the tricks he could pull off, something slammed into his back. 7 hearts vanished at once. He stumbled and turned to find another holding a block of cobblestone. Seriously. He patched the gap in his shelter and went back to fighting. The problem was obvious. Without a crosshair, his eyes kept wandering, which angered more. His kill count went up, but so did the number of screeching monsters surrounding him. Still, more pearls never hurt. By the time he escaped the warped forest, he'd wiped out a small army. His inventory was stuffed with pearls. "This place is a death trap," he muttered, digging downward until he finally broke through into open space. The new cavern made him stop in awe. A stone ceiling stretched far overhead, hundreds of meters up, and below it an ocean of lava glowed bright orange, bubbling and stretching endlessly into the distance. Okay, that's incredible. Playing the game never felt like this. A chorus of pig-like grunts pulled his attention to a group of zombified wandering aimlessly on a ledge. Neutral mobs as long as you left them alone. Next to them, a small family poked through the terrain. A good, no regular near me. Then his eyes caught something, a patch of gold flecked. Another gold ore. He ran toward it only to feel a wave of despair hit him out of nowhere. He brushed it off. No point worrying about luck now. He walled himself off for safety and swung his iron pickaxe. The block cracked and burst, dropping a few golden nuggets and some glowing experience orbs. 5 blocks total, 3 nuggets each, not amazing but solid. When I get back, I'll ask or Blade if they know anyone who buys gold. Problem solved. He collected 15 nuggets in total, still not enough for 2 ingots. But as he climbed out of his hiding spot, he spotted more exposed gold in the distance. This time, though, a regular noticed him. A whoosh. A crossbow bolt zipped past his head. Mario dove behind a zombified, the fired again, hitting the undead creature by mistake. Oink oink. The herd immediately turned feral and rushed ripping it apart in seconds. Mario wheezed a laugh. Yeah, definitely not a family reunion. He stepped over the corpse, mined the ore, and smelted everything into 4 ingots. With those, he crafted a pair of golden boots and slipped them on. Perfect, now they won't bother me. Wearing gold meant saw him as neutral. With that sorted, he roamed the nether, mining gold and scanning the horizon for one thing, a fortress. An hour later, he saw it. A massive dark red structure rising straight out of the lava sea like a skyscraper made of brick and shadow. Mama. He placed blocks and started building a bridge toward it. Heat blasted up from the lava below as he worked. He didn't get far before a shrill, echoing cry rose behind him. He froze. You've got to be kidding me. Sure enough, floated into view, a giant white cube with dangling tendrils and a face straight out of a nightmare. A glowing fireball shot toward him. He tightened his grip on his sword, swung hard, and sent the fireball right back. It struck the dead-on. The creature exploded with a final wail. A one-hit, easy, don't mess with me. The blaze of light faded, the bridge still stretched ahead, and the fortress towered over the lava ocean, waiting. Mario took a breath and started walking. After blasting the out of the sky, Mario could only watch as all the drops, experience orbs, tears fell straight into the lava ocean below. They sizzled away like coins tossed into a furnace. This was exactly why he hated fighting these oversized crybabies. In the nether wastes, they always floated over lava seas, and whatever they dropped went straight into the molten abyss. Only in soul sand valleys could you reliably loot them, and those places came with their own menu of nightmares. Still clinging to the nether brick like his life depended on it, he hopped his way onto the fortress platform. One glance down at the glowing ocean below made his stomach flip. Mama, this is bungee jumping without the rope. Good thing the nether doesn't have wind, or I'd already be dead. Well, deader. He peeked over the edge of the long bridge ahead. Zombified wandered aimlessly, but they weren't the problem. The real danger came from the fortress mobs, ones that only spawned here. A blaze across the bridge spotted him instantly. Its core lit up with a whoosh, flames coiling around its floating body. It fired, the fireball screamed toward him way faster than us. Mario flattened himself just in time. Are you kidding me? When did blaze fireballs become heat-seeking missiles? A quick scan showed 3 or 4 wither skeletons patrolling the bridge. Charging forward was suicide. Staying put was a slow death by fireballs. He crouched behind a chunk to make himself as small a target as possible. Then an idea hit him. He remembered the ambush tricks he used against vampires in Manhattan and grinned. He pulled out his iron pickaxe and started digging down into the nether brick. The scraping and cracking echoed above him as he calculated where those skeletons were walking. Right about here. He dug upward, the block above shattered with a bang. He jerked back, waiting for something to drop on him. Rattling bones above confirmed he'd chosen the right spot. When nothing fell, he hopped up to peek through the holes. A wither skeleton stared right back and swung its stone sword. Oh shit. He dropped instantly. The skeleton jumped after him without hesitation, only to get stuck. At 2.5 meters tall, it couldn't move inside his 2-meter-high tunnel, its neck bent at an awful angle. And time for foot surgery. 3 more wither skeletons jumped down after it, all of them getting stuck the same way. Mario chopped them apart one by one. The skull already. He scooped up bones and coal, then froze when he saw the black wither skull grinning from the floor. One drop this early was absurdly lucky. He'd need 3 to summon the wither, but actually getting all 3 without enchantments was usually pure pain and suffering. He peeked out again, spotted 2 blazes drifting in the distance, and nodded to himself. All right, time to get up there and clean house. He vaulted out of the tunnel, pulling himself up without placing any blocks. A few meters was nothing when you had an actual human body instead of blocky Steve physics. A blaze greeted him with a triple burst of fireballs. He raised his shield, the impacts rattling his arm. Bang, bang, bang. Using the pause in the blaze's firing rhythm, he sprinted forward while pulling out his crossbow. A reticle appeared in his vision. The bolt flew and sank into the blaze for a measly 4 damage. Great, hunter weapons barely scratch normal mobs. I really need proper combat gear. The blaze tracked him with frightening accuracy. In the game, blaze fireballs were spray and pray. Here they were precision shots. He kept firing his crossbow between shield blocks until he closed the distance. Then he switched to his axe, leapt, and brought it down hard. Critical hit, the blaze collapsed instantly. He grabbed the blaze rod, then took a fireball to the side. 4 hearts of damage gone in a flash, plus a burning effect that shaved off more every second. Half his health gone from 1 hit. He fired another bolt, then threw up a cobblestone shelter as fast as he could. Finally, breathing room. He sat inside his little stone dome and ate bread until his health bar recovered. No reason to rush, blazes always drifted back down eventually. He checked his phone, no signal, only the digital clock worked. Already past 1, I need to be back before nightfall, no time to waste. Once his health returned, he grabbed the dropped rods and headed deeper into the fortress. From a distance, he saw 2 wither skeletons guarding the lava well chamber, one of the most important rooms in any fortress. He built a quick 2-block-high roof, crouched under it, and fired a bolt into one of the skeletons. It immediately charged. Mario waited. When it got close enough, he stepped forward and chopped it apart. No skull this time. He kicked its stone sword off the bridge and headed inside. The lava well chamber had a single pool of bubbling lava at the center. He blocked it with just to avoid any clumsy accidents. The room dimmed. He placed torches and moved deeper. A plenty of monster noises echoed through the corridors. At a crossroads, he sealed one path to avoid flanks and approached with his shield ready. A bang! A fireball slammed into him. Oh, damn. He walked right into a blaze hiding around the corner. He killed it fast, then checked the area. Other than wandering zombified, the hallway was clear. A staircase led down, he took it. A jackpot. A chest waited in the corner of the lower hallway. He jogged over and opened it. Obsidian, diamond horse armor, gold ingots, nether wart. No diamonds, but easily worth the effort. Even the chest itself was valuable, so he chopped it and pocketed the wood. Another chest wasn't far away. This one held 2 diamonds. A Christmas came early. Now he had enough combined materials to craft an enchanting table once he got home. Marvel Universe. In the underground archives beneath the vampire bar, Blade stared at Pearl, who was slumped on the ground like a human-sized beanbag, and rubbed his temples. Hey man, how did you get this big? Pearl paused mid-slurp, blood still dripping down his chin. I used to be a sumo wrestler, then they locked me down here. I just kept getting bigger. Blade sighed. Mario had dumped a real problem on him. Sure, he could carry the guy, but getting him out was the issue. Pearl couldn't fit through the door or the elevator. The only real option was blasting a hole in the walls. Unfortunately, the other side of that wall was a subway tunnel. Blade pulled out his phone and dialed Mario. Immediate error tone, no signal. Where the hell did he go? Pearl suddenly spoke again, sounding nervous. After you killed Frost, a new clan moved into New York. You should be careful. Blade froze for a second. Pearl wasn't the talkative type. Good, let them come. They'll regret it. He walked over to the wall and tapped it with the pommel of his sword. Time to figure out exactly how much explosive he needed. Back in Central Park, Mario dumped the nether loot on his table. All told, he'd scored 5 diamonds. Not bad for a single fortress run. He tossed cobblestone into a furnace to cook into smooth stone for the brewing stand. While it smelted, he flopped onto his couch. Finally making progress. Later I'll pick up a book or 2, maybe start growing sugar cane. Gonna need it for enchanting. He pulled out his phone. It immediately lit up with notifications. A dozen missed calls, messages stacking one after another. Blade, what the hell happened while I was gone? A small box truck was crawling along the New York highway. Blade gripped the steering wheel. He'd driven everything from motorcycles to armored vehicles, but hauling cargo in rush hour traffic was testing even his patience. The highway stretched ahead of them. Cars bumper to bumper as far as the eye could see, engines idling, tempers flaring. The whole mess looked like someone had taken every vehicle in Manhattan and arranged them in the traffic jam. Honk, honk, H-O-O-N-K. He rolled down his window, and immediately car horns assaulted his ears. Drivers were leaning on their horns like it would magically clear the road. Oh fuck. He slammed his fist against the steering wheel hard enough to make the whole truck shake. Lucky the thing was built tough. With his enhanced strength, he could probably punch straight through the dashboard if he wasn't careful. Ring, ring. His phone started buzzing. When he saw the caller ID, his scowl immediately transformed into a smile. He hit the speaker button. What's going on? I went on an expedition today, no cell service where I was. Mario's voice came through, and Blade couldn't hide the irritation in his response. It's about fucking time you called back. You have no idea what I went through dragging Pearl out of that archive room. I had to blow up an entire goddamn walls. There was silence on the other end of the line. Then Mario's confused voice came through. Pearl. The tone sent alarm bells ringing in Blade's head. Don't tell me you forgot about him. Huh, how could I forget? Pearl's that super fat vampire, right? I've just been busy these past few days. How could I possibly forget? But Mario's words carried zero conviction. The past week had been crazy, first dealing with an SHIELD, then his unexpected trip to the Nether. By the time he'd gotten home, the whole Pearl situation had completely slipped his mind. Actually, now that Blade mentioned it, he remembered something else he'd forgotten. Those 3 gang members were still waiting for his call. Blade was sharp. From Mario's reaction, he could tell immediately that his partner had completely blanked on the fat vampire. So is Pearl still useful to you or not? Because if he's dead weight, I'll just put him out of his misery right now. In the cramped cargo area behind them, Pearl couldn't help but shiver. His massive body trembled as an inexplicable chill ran down his spine. Why do I suddenly feel like someone's walking on my grave? He looked around the tiny, stuffy space. The truck kept stopping and starting in traffic, and if it weren't for his vampire constitution, he probably would puked his guts out by now. Hearing Blade's threat, Mario quickly said, No, that's my bad. Pearl's actually pretty useful. Keep him around for now. Where are you guys? I'll come find you. Stuck in traffic on the bridge to Manhattan. Then I'll wait for you in Central Park. Mario hung up with a sigh. For him, transporting a car would be easy enough, but hauling Pearl back was going to be a major headache. Better to just let Blade sit in traffic for now. By this time, the stone blocks had finished smelting in his furnace. He went over to collect them, leaving the rest still burning. No point starting from scratch later if he needed more. First, let's craft a brewing stand. He pulled out the materials for a brewing stand, 3 cobblestone and 1 blaze rod, and crafted it. Might as well make one now. After all, I've got nothing but time. I'd like to buy the world a home. Shit, almost started singing that commercial jingle. The brainwashing power of advertising jingles was no joke. One slip of the tongue and the melody was already playing in his head on repeat. He placed the brewing stand on top of his furnace setup. Since he didn't have any potion ingredients on hand, he grabbed some borrowed cash from his storage chest and headed out. First, I'll need carrots, books, sugar, glass bottles, watermelon. Now that he was actually thinking about it, the shopping list was massive. Back in his old world, before his arriving here, buying this stuff would take in maybe an hour. The corner store had 70% of it, and the rest he could order online for next-day delivery. But this was 2008 America. Online shopping was still in its infancy, and he was basically starting from scratch. He thought for a moment, then pulled out his phone and dialed number. The call connected quickly, and his voice came through. Mario, you're back. Yeah, I'm back. Where are you right now? Can you talk? Hesitated for a moment before answering. I'm in the recovery room. We found the captain and we're thawing him out. You know, when we dug him out of the ice, he looked exactly like a frozen fish in a supermarket freezer. Mario couldn't help but burst out laughing. Are you sure Captain America is really your idol? Because you sound more like a hater to me. He didn't push the subject further. After some casual banter, he cleared his throat and got to the point. I actually need your help with something. No problem, just tell me. His response was confident. With his years of agent experience, he'd already pegged Mario as a straightforward guy who believed in equivalent exchange. If Mario asked for help, he'd definitely return the favor. I need some supplies, glass bottles, pufferfish, gunpowder, sand. Maybe I should just give you a list. Oh, and I've got a little bit of gold on hand. Could you help me move it? Don't worry, I'll give you 5% as a handling fee. Chuckled on the other end. No problem. Are you over by Central Park right now? The captain won't be waking up anytime soon, and I'm not far from you. Let's meet in person. Perfect, same spot as last time. After hanging up, Mario thought about the Captain America storyline. After the captain woke up and escaped from the SHIELD facility, he'd run straight into Times Square, which was only a few blocks from Central Park. Sure enough, as he was walking from his base to the park entrance, a black Mercedes parked at the roadside honked its horn, stepped out with a smile on his face. Thanks for the tip, said sincerely as he walked up to Mario and extended his hand. No need to thank me, this was teamwork. Sure, I knew where he was, but if it were just me, finding him would been basically impossible. Without you, he'd still be frozen in that ice block. Mario shook his hand with a cheerful grin, then he nodded toward a park bench inside Central Park. Let's wait over there for a bit. Blade's supposed to bring me something." On the park bench, they sat side by side while tourists passed by, shooting curious glances at the odd pair. Mario pulled a cigarette from his pocket and handed one to, lighting one for himself as well. "Next time you come to find me, can you wear some normal clothes? That black suit screams federal agent from a mile away. People probably think you're filming Men in Black or something." A cigarette in hand, looked down at his standard issue suit, then glanced around at the tourists in their casual wear. "Right, next time I'll change clothes in advance. By the way, what did you say you needed?" "Mainly some sand, glass bottles work too. I'll give you a list for the other stuff later. Nothing rare, I just find it annoying to gather everything myself." Nodded, he didn't ask what Mario wanted the items for, but he quietly filed the information away. "I've got some gold here, can you help me deal with it? In America, not having money is basically hell." "You need money, I can just give you 200,000 right now." Didn't agree to Mario's request directly. Instead, he offered to give him cash, not lend it, but outright gift it. Mario shook his head. "I'm not exactly short on money, it's just that I don't have any channels here to sell gold." As he spoke, he pulled a gold nugget from his inventory and tossed it between his hands. The gleaming metal immediately caught attention. The nugget was about the size of a baby's fist, but what really caught him off guard was Mario's completely attitude toward it. This is gold." Mario nodded, tossing the nugget over to, "I don't have that much of this stuff right now, just a few hundred pieces or so. I'll go get more when I have time." He expected to look amazed, but to his disappointment didn't show much surprise at all. Instead, he looked at Mario seriously and asked, "You can create gold?" His mind immediately filled with thoughts of alchemy, transmutation, and economic warfare. Gold, if mass-produced, would be a weapon of mass destruction, capable of collapsing entire financial systems. "Not exactly, I mined all this myself with a lot of hard work." Remembered the surveillance footage of Mario breaking through concrete walls and nodded slightly, feeling somewhat reassured. Of course, he had no idea what kind of world Mario had been mining gold in. If he did, he certainly wouldn't be so calm. Suddenly, remembered something Mario had mentioned back in Hawaii and lowered his voice. "Last time you said that SHIELD wasn't safe, what did you mean by that?" Since Mario had been right about Captain America, he naturally took his other warnings very seriously. At's question, Mario raised an eyebrow and smiled. He very much wanted to reveal what he knew. It was like giving spoilers, oddly satisfying and dangerously addictive. But thinking about SHIELD's current situation, he shook his head. The problem wasn't that there were too many Hydra infiltrators, it was that there were too few genuine SHIELD agents left. He only knew of a handful of clean agents, Nick Fury, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Maria Hill, and a few others. "It's not the right time yet. When I feel like giving spoilers, I mean when I feel like telling you, I'll tell you. Otherwise, I'm afraid you might suddenly sacrifice yourself for the organization." Mario shrugged, looking relaxed, but's heart sank. His expression didn't change much, but the smile that had been on his face disappeared. "There are traitors among us." The thought hit him, immediately taking root and spreading through his mind. He couldn't stop recalling the faces of his colleagues, yet he couldn't pin down a single clue about who might be compromised. Mario's words were like a dagger driven into his heart, leaving him speechless. A sharp cry escaped him. Instinctively, he'd started to curse, but years of professionalism forced him to swallow it back. Lost in thought, he'd let his cigarette burn down to his fingers. You Americans are so limited, you don't even know how to say properly." Ignoring his burned fingers, gave a wry smile and asked, Can't you just tell me? Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep tonight. No, I'm afraid if I tell you, you'll sleep even less. Mario laughed and shook his head. Just then his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he said, "Hold on, it's Blade." He picked up. Blade's voice came through the speaker. "I'm here, where are you?" Mario turned his head and immediately spotted a truck parked at the park entrance. Given Pearl's size, there was no way he could be transported in anything smaller. "Oh, wait a second, I'll be right there." He hung up, stood, and walked toward the truck, followed. The truck door opened and Blade jumped out, immediately complaining, "Those damn protesters blocked the whole highway again today. Vegetarian rights or some bullshit. I really don't get it. If you want to eat vegetables, fine, but why do you have to stop everyone else from getting where they're going?" Mario couldn't help but shake his head. That was America for you. People would protest over anything, waving the banner of freedom. Sure, being vegetarian was your right, but so was eating meat. Why should one interfere with the other? Then a random thought popped into his head, speaking of which, for vampires, do coma patients count as vegetarians? He shook off the silly idea. After giving Blade a quick hug, he said with a smile, "Thanks for the hard work, Pearl's in the back." Blade nodded, but when he mentioned Pearl, his expression darkened even further. He turned and looked at with some surprise. What are you doing here?" Smiled, "Mario needed me for something, been a while." The two exchanged greetings. Though they'd known each other for years, they rarely met in person. Meanwhile, Mario's attention shifted to the truck's cargo hold. With the sun still up, he didn't want to risk opening it. If Pearl got burned by sunlight, all of Blade's effort would been wasted. "Let's go shopping first. We'll come back tonight when it's dark." Sure." Blade nodded in agreement. The three of them climbed into the truck and headed toward the nearest shopping center, leaving Pearl to sweat it out in the back for a few more hours. By the time they walked out of the mall, the sun had completely set and streetlights were flickering on all across the city. Mario and hauled bags of supplies back to the truck, though most of the stuff that could be converted into crafting materials was already safely stored in Mario's inventory. The rest was just for show. Blade hadn't come shopping with them. Instead, he'd stayed with the truck, keeping an eye on Pearl and making sure their captive vampire didn't cook himself to death in the back. "All right, let's head back," Mario said, shoving the remaining decoy purchases into his inventory. Of room. The truck roared to life and sped towards Central Park. But when they arrived at the entrance, they hit another snag. The park was even more crowded than it had been during the day. Families were having evening picnics, couples were walking hand in hand, and street performers were working the late crowd. "Fuck it, we'll wait until after midnight," Mario said, parking in a nearby lot. He jumped down from the cab and, after checking to make sure no pedestrians were around, went to the back of the truck. When he opened the cargo doors, Pearl was crammed inside like luggage. He could swear the fat vampire looked a little thinner, though that might have just been wishful thinking. The moment Pearl saw Mario, he immediately perked up. "Oh, Mario, you finally came back." His excitement was so intense that the entire truck started rocking. The guy was built like a human earthquake. "I thought you'd forgotten about me. I nearly starved to death in that archive room." Mario looked at Pearl's wobbling layers of fat and chuckled. "How could I forget? I'm still counting on you to help me with things. But right now, there are too many people outside. You'll have to wait here a bit longer. Once it's after midnight and the crowds thin out, I'll take you back to my place. Although seriously, you need to lose some weight." As he spoke, Mario pulled 2 dark red human hearts from his inventory and tossed them to Pearl. The vampire sniffed them once, then immediately shoved both into his mouth. "This stuff is incredible, my god." Mario just smiled. As a vampire hunter, those things were completely useless to him. He didn't eat that shit anyway. But Pearl seemed to love them, and keeping the fat bastard happy was important for his plans. Off to the side was staring wide-eyed. This was his first time seeing Pearl, and the impression was definitely unforgettable. He whispered to Blade, "Are vampire meals this fancy these days?" Blade shook his head slightly. "This is the first time I've seen anything like this too." Mario glanced at the vampire fang in his inventory, and a bold idea started forming in his head. If I could turn Pearl into a Minecraft vampire, that would be incredibly convenient. His eyes lit up at the thought, and Pearl shivered under his gaze. "What are you planning?" he asked nervously. "Just to be clear, I can help you with anything, but I won't sell my body." Mario stared at the vampire for a moment. "Mama, with all that fat, I could go swimming in you." "I just wanted to ask, do you want to become stronger?" A spark of hope flashed in Pearl's eyes. Who wouldn't want to become stronger? He certainly didn't want to stay immobile forever, relying on others to feed him. If people forgot about him, he'd just starve to death helplessly. "Of course I do." Blade and exchanged glances but said nothing, just watching to see what Mario would do next. Mario jumped into the truck bed, holding a vampire fang. In the game, using this item would poison the user for 3 seconds and grant them the status. After one in-game day, about 20 minutes in reality, the affliction would transform the player into a vampire. Normally, vampires couldn't use this item. The system would display, "You are already a vampire." Mario aimed the vampire fang at Pearl and mentally activated it. The fang instantly disappeared from his hand, and Pearl's massive body turned a sickly green color. Wisps of green particles began rising from his skin like toxic smoke. "I feel terrible." Pearl felt his body weakening, pain radiating from deep within his organs. The 3 seconds of poisoning passed quickly, and before he could think too much about it, his body started recovering. "I felt so awful, that feeling's gone now." If not for the residual damage that hadn't fully healed yet, he would have thought the whole experience was just his imagination. Mario walked over to check Pearl's condition, and to his surprise, he discovered that he could actually see Pearl's status information floating above his head. This was a new development. The interface showed infinite duration, though in reality it would only last 20 minutes. Pearl examined his body and asked doubtfully, "So, have I gotten stronger? Why don't I feel any different?" Mario rolled his eyes. "You're overthinking it. It's not that simple. Just stay here and wait for me." With that, he jumped out of the truck and pulled some materials from his inventory to start crafting an altar of inspiration. Unfortunately, without glass, he couldn't proceed. He looked around but didn't see any construction sites nearby where he might scavenge materials. Blade and watched as he took out some kind of special crafting block and placed it on the ground. Seeing him get stuck and stand there looking frustrated, they immediately realized he'd hit a roadblock. "What you said earlier, was it true? Can you really make Pearl stronger?" Snapped out of his thoughts, Mario turned to see Blade, and beside him, he sat down on his crafting table. "It should be possible to make him stronger, but right now I'm still experimenting. Problem is I'm short on sand. Without sand, I can't continue the next step." At that immediately said, "I can help with that. How much do you need?" He was already pulling out his phone. "It's a lot, a whole lot, but for now just enough for an emergency will work." For Mario, glass was a complete consumable. He'd need enormous quantities eventually. Hundreds of cubic meters wouldn't be too much. But for the moment, he just needed enough to craft 3 pieces of glass to complete the altar. Nodded and quickly dialed SHIELD's logistics department. "I need a large quantity of sand delivered to the parking lot west of Central Park." "Understood." The person on the other end didn't even ask why. With clearance level, requisitioning supplies like this was trivial. After hanging up, he smiled at Mario. "Looks like we'll have to wait a bit." Mario nodded. He wished he could just make a phone call and get whatever he wanted delivered to. With nothing else to do for now, he pulled the watermelon he'd bought from his inventory. Instead of converting it directly into a Minecraft watermelon, he cut it into slices first. That way, when he transformed them, he'd get many more watermelon slices in return. And Blade watched like tourists seeing their first magic show, staring wide-eyed as Mario worked. The way he combined gold and watermelon on his crafting table to create a glowing golden watermelon slice was completely beyond their understanding. "What's this thing for?" asked, pointing at the shimmering golden slice in Mario's hand. It looked anything but scientific, though come to think of it, Mario's abilities were already way beyond modern science anyway. "You mean this glistering melon slice? It's just an alchemy ingredient. You can use it to brew potions." "Like this." As he spoke, he pulled out more materials and crafted a brewing stand, placing it on the crafting table. And Blade leaned in eagerly, watching his every move. He dug a small hole in the ground and poured water into it with a bucket, creating a water source block. Then he pulled out glass bottles he'd bought, which had all been converted into Minecraft glass bottles, and filled 3 bottles from the water source. Next, he tossed some blaze powder into the brewing stand as fuel, then placed the 3 water bottles inside. After that, he added nether wart and that he'd collected during his trips to the nether. After about 30 seconds, 3 bottles of healing potion were ready. Even though and Blade had watched the entire process with their own eyes, they still doubted what they'd seen. Something that had taken barely 10 minutes would probably take them a lifetime to fully process. Seeing their dumbfounded expressions, Mario chuckled and shook one of the healing potions. "Want to give it a try?" Immediately nodded. Getting injured was no big deal for him. The important thing was testing the effects of whatever Mario was holding. "Sure, what do you need me to do?" Looking at his earnest expression, Mario just smiled and shook his head. "No rush, you'll have a chance to test it soon enough." He hadn't brewed the healing potion randomly. It was to test whether Pearl, after his transformation, could gain the special vampiric abilities from the Minecraft mod. After all, in the game, vampires could drain blood from a distance without even touching their victims. "We'll wait until Pearl transforms before we test anything." Just then, a construction truck came barreling toward the parking lot, and his phone rang at the same time. Glancing at the caller ID, said, "Looks like our sand delivery is here." He answered the call as the truck drove straight into the parking lot and came to a stop right in front of the 3 of them. He quickly walked over to the driver. "Leave the truck here and wait for my calls." "Oh, got it." The driver, clearly a trained professional, didn't hesitate. He jumped down from the cab and left the parking lot without a second glance. The truck bed was piled high with sand. Once the driver was gone, Mario climbed up the side ladder, pulled out a shovel from his inventory, and started transferring the entire load into his storage space. Finally, sand. Jumping down from the truck, he immediately set up a furnace and started smelting glass. Blade had seen Mario smelt things before, so he wasn't too surprised by the process. But when he watched an entire truckload of sand disappear into Mario's storage space, and remembered the barren wasteland Mario had cleared outside his vampire base, a question suddenly popped into his head. "Just how much can your storage space hold?" At that, immediately perked up as well, clearly interested in the answer. Mario was stumped by the sudden question. In his head, he tried to calculate the storage capacity of a Minecraft inventory. Images flashed through his mind of all the storage mods he used to play with. Sophisticated backpacks, bigger stacks, better storage applied too. He looked down, falling silent for a moment. Seeing Mario stay quiet, Blade thought he might have touched on something sensitive. "I was just curious. You don't have to answer if it's inconvenient." Mario snapped out of his thoughts and said with a wry smile, "It's fine, it's no secret." He shrugged and grinned at both of them. "Honestly, I don't even know how much I can carry. There's no way to calculate it." An awkward silence fell over them, broken only by a cool breeze. Then Pearl's voice came from inside the truck. Mario, are you still there? I feel like something's happening to my body. Mario immediately walked over and jumped onto the truck bed. Looking at Pearls, who no longer had the status, he asked, "Can you see hearts floating above my head?" Hearts. Pearl's face scrunched up in confusion. He stared at Mario's head and shook it slowly. No, how could there be hearts? Mario could clearly see the 110 health points displayed above Pearl's head. Looks like he hasn't been fully converted to game mechanics. Then try saying inventory. Though confused, Pearl followed Mario's instruction, inventory. Mario watched his expression carefully but saw no changes, which gave him a headache. Does this count as a successful transformation or not? Seeing Mario's troubled expression, Pearl started to panic as well. Don't tell me I've lost all my value. With Frost dead and no other vampire willing to care for him, if Mario abandoned him, his massive body would just end up starving to death in some forgotten corner. His body trembled as his small eyes locked onto Mario, waiting for judgment. Do you feel like you've gained any special abilities? Mario asked. Try using them on me. Pearl immediately recalled the strange power that had surfaced in his mind earlier. Almost instinctively, he nodded eagerly. Yes, I think so. He hesitated for a moment, then stretched out his hand nervously. It seems like a blood-draining ability. Maybe we should find another vampire to test it on. Right now, I feel like I can drain blood from other vampires. Mario was a vampire hunter. He wasn't stupid enough to let Pearl loose on innocent humans in the streets. He raised an eyebrow and smiled. Not a bad idea. When we get the chance, I'll let you hunt vampires yourself. For now, just try it on me. Pearl didn't argue further. He extended his hand toward Mario and blood began flowing from his palm. At the same time, Mario's body was surrounded by swirling red particle effects as his health quickly dropped. Catch this. Mario tossed Pearl an empty glass bottle. As soon as Pearl caught it, scarlet liquid appeared inside the bottle out of thin air in a small parking lot on the west side of Central Park. All right, Pearl, hold up a second. Mario watched the blood vial in Pearl's hand fill up completely, then waved for him to stop. He jumped down from the truck and grabbed some bread from his inventory, munching on it to restore his lost health while walking over to the furnace. The glass was done smelting, so he pulled it out and headed to his crafting table. 3 pieces of glass, 1 gold ingot, and 3 iron ingots later, he had an altar of inspiration, the vampire equivalent of the hunter training stations. Holding the freshly crafted altar, he walked back to Pearl and tried placing it inside the truck bed. To his surprise, it worked exactly like placing it on the ground. If this works, then beacons and conduits could be mounted on vehicles too. His thoughts immediately jumped to SHIELDs. The thing was clunky as hell, but it could fly and it wasn't exactly slow. With all the chaos going on inside SHIELD right now, borrowing one wouldn't be the worst idea. Though I'd need to recruit some crew first. Can't exactly pilot a carrier by myself. Mario shook his head and focused on the task at hand. Give me those blood vials, he said to Pearl, then pulled a few more empty bottles from his inventory and tossed them over. Fill these up too, I'll tell you when to stop. Pearl obediently caught the bottles. Even with just this blood-draining ability, he already felt like he'd gained incredible power. No longer doomed to just sit there waiting to die, he could now freely drain blood from any creature within 3 meters. Scarlet light flared around his hands as Mario's freshly restored health began dropping rapidly. Less than 10 seconds later, he was waving. Stop, that's enough. Pearl immediately cut off his ability. Mario collected the filled vials and poured all the blood into the altar of inspiration. Upgrading vampires from levels 1 to 4 was pretty straightforward. Just fill the altar with fresh blood and mentally activate it. He jumped out of the truck and pulled Blade and away from the altar, then shouted toward the vehicles. Pearl, focus on the altar and think about using it. The moment Mario finished speaking, the blood inside the glass container began visibly draining away. A boom. A bolt of lightning split the clear night sky, ignoring the truck entirely and striking directly at the altar. Pearl, caught in the blast radius, was instantly charred and smoking like a piece of overcooked barbecue. The fat vampire didn't make a sound, though he might have just been stunned unconscious by the electricity. Mario calmly pulled out more bread and started eating. With his hunger bar full, health recovery was rapid, just a little slower than chugging a healing potion. Ignoring the shocked stares from Blade, he kept munching as he walked back toward the truck. Before climbing in, he glanced up at the roof above the altar. Lightning that thick and it didn't even crack the roof. Minecraft physics are something else. He touched the truck to make sure there was no residual charge, then hopped inside. Pearl was unconscious, his eyes rolled back and showing only whites. Mario scratched his head awkwardly. Can't blame me, buddy, you're way too big to dodge anyway. Luckily, Pearl was out cold, or he'd probably be cursing Mario in his head right about now. At that moment, Blade climbed curiously into the truck bed. They mainly wanted to know why lightning had suddenly struck on a clear night, and more importantly, why Mario had seemed to expect it. Blade sniffed the air and grinned. Smells like medium-rare pork in here. Cut straight to the point. Why did lightning strike? You knew it was going to happen, didn't you? Mario nodded, putting on his most serious expression as he prepared to bullshit his way through an explanation. You don't understand. Back in Italy, my nana used to tell stories about the witches who made pacts with dark forces. She said that creatures touched by evil magic, like our Pearl here, they're marked. Every time they try to grow stronger, nature notices. He gestured at the sky. That lightning, that's what happens when something unnatural tries to gain more power. The world doesn't like it, so it throws a tantrum. But if they survive the hit, they get to keep what they earned. My grandmother always said, "Fa ma'ai, the devil makes the pots, but not the lids." Even evil has limits, and sometimes those limits bite back. Looked completely baffled but half convinced. After all, he'd just witnessed it with his own eyes. In this busy city, the stars weren't easy to see, but the bright moon overhead clearly showed that tonight's sky was cloudless. Yet lightning had struck without warning, hitting exactly where the vampire sat. Blade, however, wore an expression of pure disbelief. As a half-vampire himself, he'd never heard of vampires getting struck by lightning when leveling up. Mario, vampires are just humans infected by a virus. They're not supernatural monsters that can turn into bats. Mario just looked at Pearl meaningfully without saying anything, then pulled a human heart from his inventory and shoved it into the unconscious vampire's mouth. Instinct took over, Pearl devoured it hungrily, and his injuries healed at an incredible rate. At the same time, he noticed a plus symbol appear next to Pearl's health bar. Curious, he mentally clicked on it. Well, I'll be damned, this is Pearl's skill panel. Just as Mario was marveling at the interface, Pearl slowly regained consciousness. He opened his eyes and looked around in confusion before focusing on Mario. I think I just got struck by lightning. Mario patted the rolls of fat on Pearl's body with a grin. You did get struck by lightning, and there's more coming. Pearl's face went pale more. A few minutes later, the blood in the altar of inspiration had reached the level needed for another upgrade. Mario hopped out of the truck, with Blade scrambling after him. A boom. Another massive bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky, turning Pearl into a smoking piece of meat once again. This time he was closer to well done. Neither nor Blade could stay calm anymore. Once might be coincidence, but twice, this was clearly something supernatural. What you said earlier, was it actually true? Blade asked seriously, a strange itch in his heart. If getting struck by lightning really makes you stronger, maybe it's worth a try. Mario couldn't help laughing. Of course it was bullshit. Come on, you're both grown men. Did you really believe that crap? If you'd been paying attention, you would have noticed the lightning was striking the altar, not Pearl himself. He just happened to be standing next to it. Wake up, wake up. Slab, slab. He reached out and smacked Pearl across the face several times. After receiving his treatment of love, Pearl slowly regained consciousness, looking around in confusion. Where am I? Mario sighed. You got struck by lightning again. A few seconds later, Pearl finally came to his senses. He took another heart from Mario and stuffed it into his mouth with difficulty, healing his burns. Watching Pearl eat, Mario thought, could getting struck by lightning actually make someone lose weight? He looks a little thinner. But when he looked again at Pearl's body, still layered with rolls of fat, he immediately dismissed the thought. How do you feel? Any changes? Pearl concentrated on his body before answering honestly. I feel a little stronger, but aside from that, nothing else. Try mentally activating your skills. A few seconds later, Pearl shook his head. No, I don't feel anything at all. Mario glanced at the little plus sign next to Pearl's health bar. So only I can allocate his skill points. If that's the case, that's perfect. I'll never have to worry about this guy getting rebellious thoughts. I'll raise him to level 3 first and see how he behaves. Thinking this, he couldn't help but smile. With a thought, he opened Pearl's skill panel. There might be some changes in a moment, don't be surprised. Seeing Pearl nod, he looked at the available skill points. Just like his own character, leveling up gave 2 points. The first skill available for vampires was night vision, a very practical ability since vampires were active at night. Without hesitation, he allocated a point. Pearl's expression froze for a moment, then his mouth opened wide. Everything around him was as bright as day. Remembering Mario's warning, he didn't say anything, but his gaze toward Mario changed. Next was regeneration, an active skill that granted 19 seconds of regeneration, but also inflicted 19 seconds of thirst, Thirst was like a hunger effect that accelerated fullness depletion, but like normal hunger, staying still barely consumed anything. Then came the skill Mario most, Toggle. Using it allowed the vampire to turn into a bat, though it would automatically cancel in sunlight or water. Finally, there was summon bats. While in bat mode, this released a swarm of bats around the user to harass enemies. After spending all 4 points, he clapped his hands together. I've given you special abilities, try them out properly. He explained each skill's effect to Pearl. The more Pearl listened, the more excited he became. His eyes were glowing as he nodded eagerly. Thank you, boss. Mario waved dismissively. Being called boss felt weird. He'd grown up as a working-class Italian, not some mafia don. Just call me Mario from now on. What matters is that you respect me. Now try turning into a bat so I can see. Pearl nodded enthusiastically. Following Mario's instructions, he focused on the thought of transforming. White smoke appeared and his massive figure vanished, replaced by a gray bat. Mario stared. Pearl, you absolutely have to lose weight. Pearl had successfully transformed, but the bat's proportions were wrong. The body was perfectly round like a ball, with a tiny head stuck on top and half-meter-long wings flapping frantically to keep the obese bat airborne. He had no doubt if this weren't Minecraft's vampire transformation system, Pearl's bloated bat form would never be able to fly. I can fly, I can actually fly. Pearl's excited voice came from the ridiculous-looking bat. He'd forgotten how long it had been since he could move around freely. Can I go outside? Mario nodded. Just fly in the air and follow me. I'll take you to where we'll be living from now on. He dug the altar out of the truck bed and tossed it into his inventory. Blade and were stunned by the sight of the fat bat floating in front of them. Especially Blade, as a half-vampire, he watched the bat with hungry eyes. Can you give me that bat transformation ability too? Even if it means getting struck by lightning, I'm willing. Flight was everyone's dream, even someone with Blade's superhuman abilities. Meanwhile, thought, I need to get Mario back to SHIELD and keep him safe. Can't let him make contact with other vampires. Just imagining a world where every vampire could transform into bats made his skin crawl. Vampires already had physical abilities far superior to ordinary humans. If they also gained the mobility and stealth of bat form, then not just civilians, even highly trained agents could be easily ambushed. And can you grant this ability to all vampires? Mario glanced at, noticed his concern, and shook his head with a reassuring smile. Relax, what you're worried about won't happen. Besides, I have a new idea. I'm planning to create a hunter association, an organization dedicated to hunting down vampires hiding in cities. If I rely only on myself, wiping out all the vampires in the world would take way too long. Hearing this, Blade's eyes lit up and he immediately declared, if you really create an association like that, I'll definitely join. No one was more passionate about killing vampires than him. Even if you didn't want to join, I'd find a way to make you, Mario grinned. He was already planning to find a place to establish the Hunter Association, dedicated to cleaning up the blood-sucking trash. Felt conflicted, he'd caught the underlying meaning that Mario could indeed easily grant others such powers, but he stood firmly on the opposite side of vampires, which was reassuring. Seeing remain silent, Mario extended an invitation directly. Come on, let's go to my place. I know you two must be curious about where I live. That snapped out of his thoughts. He perked up and nodded eagerly. Really? If I'd known, I would bought some gifts to bring along. Mario chuckled, don't worry about it. He led the two men into the depths of Central Park's forest, with Pearl's bat form fluttering overhead like a furry beach ball with wings. Here we are. And Blade looked around at the seemingly empty woods, then remembered Mario's abilities and focused on the ground. Sure enough, they spotted a patch of grass that looked different from the rest. Mario pulled out his shovel, dug up the grass block, and revealed an underground entrance. He gestured toward the opening. Welcome to my casa, Mario's underground base. 3 guys and 1 fat bat sat on the couch. Mario pulled out 2 bottles of Coke and set them on the coffee table in front of Blade and don't have anything fancier, so we're keeping it simple. Neither man was in the mood for drinks. They were too busy staring around the spacious underground chamber, taking in all the weird decorations. The whole setup was blowing their minds. Looked amazed as he spoke. Your abilities are incredible. According to my intel, you've only been in New York for 4 or 5 days, and you've already carved out this entire space under Central Park. Mario glanced around at his underground base without saying anything, which was basically admitting was right. He grabbed his drink, twisted off the cap, and chugged half the bottle in one go. A burp. Keep an eye out for those things I mentioned. Here's your down payment. Thunk. He tossed a gold ingot onto the table. His eye twitched as he stared at the chunk of solid gold. This job is going to give me gray hair. Blade looked at the gold ingot with envy. The guy was broke than Spider-Man. He survived by hopping vampires would drop watches or jewelry when he killed them, but most of the time their belongings just burned to ash along with their bodies. Nodded but said aloud, I can help you gather intel, but I don't need money. How about paying me with information instead? His instincts told him that Mario knew a lot of important shit that SHIELD didn't. Mario set his Coke bottle back on the table with a sharp clink. He leaned back into the couch and reached for his cigarettes, only to find his pack was empty. Frowning, he tossed the crumpled package into a trash can. Seeing this, smiled and pulled an unopened pack of cigarettes from his jacket. He cracked it open and offered it to Mario along with a nice lighter. I've been carrying these around for 2 days, waiting for the right moment. Mario's eyes lit up as he accepted the smokes and the fancy Zippo. He was a simple guy at heart, and he loved little status symbols that made him look cool. After lighting up and taking a drag, he said, "I know what you want to know, buddy, but you're not ready to hear it yet." Smiled, knowing early is better than knowing late, right? Mario nodded. He had to admit that was true, but he needed to wait at least until Captain America was back in action. When the information came out, it would carry more weight. Cap still had serious respect in America. "No rush, take it easy. I definitely know some stuff, but your offer isn't high enough. Course, if you consider me a friend, I'd advise you to quit SHIELD and join my Hunter Association." He gave him a look that clearly said you'd be getting in on the ground floor, and continued, "If the Hunter Association takes off, you'd be a founding member. That's gotta be worth something." Felt like someone with a stable government job being told to quit and start picking up trash for a living. Sure, he suspected Mario's organization might not turn out bad, but compared to SHIELD, a global powerhouse, the gap was enormous. Right now, the important thing is figuring out how to deal with the vampires. Mario glanced at the fat bat sitting on the couch next to him. "We don't need too many people at first, 10 or so would be enough. First, we wipe out all the vampires in New York. If bloodsuckers from other cities try to move in on our territory, we cut their fucking heads off." Blade nodded in agreement with Mario's plan. The vampires in New York were basically headless chickens now, lots of them around, but no real leadership or organization. The two men spent the next hour hammering out details while sat quietly on the sidelines, watching the show. When their intense planning session finally ended, judging by how much Blade had been nodding, Mario had clearly won him over and changed some of his thinking. Mario rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Blade, can you find us a suitable base of operations? Doesn't matter if it's obvious or not." "I'll leave it to me." Blade flashed his teeth in what might have been a smile or a threat. Through his discussion with Mario, he'd finally seen hope for completely wiping out the vampire threat. He'd also gotten a good look at Mario's ridiculous wealth. The guy looked ready to literally bury vampires in money if that's what it took. "Being rich must be nice." That was his most honest thought of the night. When saw their discussion wrapping up, he stood and expressed his desire to leave. "I should head back. Unlike you two, I'm not running on pure adrenaline. According to our timeline, Rogers should wake up tomorrow, and I want to be there when it happens." They all left Mario's underground mansion. After seeing off, Mario and Blade began their nightly hunting operations. Driving the truck straight toward Frost's old building, a man dressed like a homeless drifter by the roadside caught Mario's attention. Even standing in the shadows, he couldn't hide the golden outlines surrounding him. "Stop the truck, there's a vampire by the road." Agreed. The truck came to a sudden halt. Pearl, in bat form, had nothing to grab onto. With a smack, his entire body splattered against the windshield like a pancake. Mario grabbed Pearl and chucked him out the window. Go get him." Still dizzy from the impact, Pearl hadn't even figured out which way was up before Mario hurled him straight at the roadside vampire. A boom. He slammed into the bloodsucker, leaving both of them stunned and seeing stars. Pearl was the first to snap out of it. Having never been in a fight before, panic gripped him. He flapped his wings, desperate to get away from the vampire. That's when the vampire finally reacted, snatching one of Pearl's wings in a grip. "A little bad." Then his gaze shifted to the truck, locking eyes with Mario's half-amused expression. "A Pearl, cancel the transformation." Following Mario's command like a faithful, Pearl finally came to his senses and dropped out of bat form. A muffled, agonized scream echoed from beneath his massive bulk. Even with a vampire's enhanced physique, being crushed under several 100 pounds of fat left the bloodsucker completely immobilized. "Drain him." Blood-red light flared from Pearl's hands. The vampire's screams grew weaker and weaker. Unlike when Pearl had practiced on Mario, this time it was for real. Blood was being ripped directly from the vampire's body, flowing into his palms. Mario climbed down from the truck and handed Pearl several glass bottles. "Store the blood in these." When the vampire's blood was completely drained, his body didn't burn away like usual. Instead, he crumbled like old stone, breaking apart into dust and powder. "Not bad for your first time." Praised for his debut performance, Pearl vibrated with excitement. His eyes gleamed with bloodthirsty hunger. He was already itching to find another vampire to test himself on. Shifting back into bat form, he suddenly spotted items on the ground, vampire fang and vampire blood, floating there like video game loot drops. Flapping his wings eagerly, he swooped down to collect them. "There's weird stuff on the ground under me." Mario stretched out his hand and accepted the items Pearl brought over. I didn't expect Pearl to actually see the drops. Normally, only he could see the loot that monsters dropped. Unless he picked it up and pulled it from his inventory, others couldn't see it at all. This was a game-changing development. Oh, thud. The earth seemed to tremble slightly under the impact. Oh. Pearl's crazed laughter echoed through the lobby of Frost's old building. Mario and Blade exchanged glances. "I think this guy's lost his damn mind." "Yeah, I'm getting the same vibe." Mario nodded, agreeing with Blade's assessment. Ever since Pearl had killed his first vampire, he'd been trapped in a disturbingly euphoric state of bloodlust. Blood-red light glowed from Pearl's hands as he drained another vampire dry. The process didn't take long. Within seconds, the bloodsucker beneath him stopped moving entirely. "That's what you get for calling me fat." He transformed back into a bat, flapping his wings as he took to the air. A group of vampires wielding various weapons rushed out of the elevator. Mario pulled out his shield and crossbow while Blade drew the silver sword from his back. Seeing his opportunity, Pearl flew directly above the vampires and dropped his transformation. Several 100 pounds of fat came crashing down from the ceiling, giving the vampires zero time to react. 3 of them were flattened instantly, while the rest were left dazed and disoriented from the impact. Pearl. Damn it, Pearl, you fat piece of shit, what the hell are you doing? Apparently, the vampire community in New York was small enough that many of them recognized Pearl. His massive body was pretty hard to forget. At the words, "fat piece of shit," Pearl's face immediately darkened. Hatred burned in his eyes as he glared at the vampire who'd insulted him. What am I doing? I'm going to slaughter you." He activated his blood drain ability. Crimson liquid burst out of his body and flowed into Pearl's own. Terrified, let out a panicked scream. "Oh, fuck this, kill him." Was the first to raise his gun, pulling the trigger. With Pearl's massive target, aiming wasn't even necessary, you'd have to try to miss. Bang, bang, bang. A string of bullets hit Pearl's body, but he didn't even flinch. That was the beauty of playing a tank build, especially a life-draining tank. The moment gunfire erupted, a crossbow bolt whistled through the air, striking one vampire. Along with it came Mario's voice, "He wants to slaughter you, why can't you just behave and let him?" The other vampires looked at him like he was insane. "Easy for you to say, you're not the one getting slaughtered." Another bolt flew out, dropping another vampire. Their return fire was completely blocked by Mario's wooden shield. Then a shadow streaked in from the side. A silver blade carved through the group of bloodsuckers. After just a few flashes, 4 or 5 vampires had already fallen to Blade's sword. The remaining vampires caught sight of the legendary hunter and reacted like they'd seen the Grim Reaper himself. "Oh, it's Blade. Run for your fucking lives." Ever since Blade had killed Frost, his reputation among New York's vampire population had reached mythical status. His photo could probably be sold to regular people as a good luck charm. Blade, you're kill stealing again. If I'd known, I wouldn't have bothered coming with you. Mario sighed and put away his weapons, bending down to collect the vampire fangs that had dropped from the corpses. Glancing at the fleeing vampires, he sprinted ahead of the one called and started smacking him, using Minecraft's mechanics to repeatedly slap the vampire back toward Pearl, completely ignoring the psychological trauma such treatment might cause. A silver streak of light shot toward the other fleeing bloodsuckers. Defying all laws of physics, the weapon cut down every vampire it touched before somehow flying back to Blade's hand like a boomerang. Of the dozen-plus vampires, only 4 remained now. Mario felt frustrated. Blade was the bane of vampire existence. He basically one-shotted everything, leaving Mario no chance to get finishing blows unless they coordinated beforehand. Pearl, how you holding up? Seeing brought back within reach, Pearl's face lit up. I'm great, never felt better. Good, these last few are all yours. Mario kicked to the ground in front of Pearl. Without hesitation, Pearl unleashed his blood drain ability once again. Under the power of his vampiric skill, the bullets lodged in his body were slowly forced out, clattering to the floor. Mario ignored Pearl's feeding frenzy and walked over to Blade. We cooperated pretty well last time, didn't we? Blade smoothly sheathed his sword, glanced at Pearl, and said, I was worried the guy I finally brought you would just die on his first mission. After a pause, he added, looks like I was wrong to worry. I didn't know you cared about him so much. Mario chuckled and walked toward the elevator, planning to clear out any vampires hiding on the upper floors. Blade's voice drifted from behind him. I just didn't want to waste half my night for nothing. Inside the elevator, Mario used his enhanced senses to detect the surviving vampires throughout the building. He silently pressed the button for the 3rd floor and called back to Pearl at the entrance. Stay down here and hold the lobby. Try not to get yourself killed. The elevator doors slowly closed. He raised his shield in preparation. Through the metal doors, he could already sense several vampires lined up and waiting to give him a proper welcome. SHIELD Special Recovery Center. Even though it was well past midnight, the halls of the facility were anything but quiet. In a specialized medical chamber, various technicians moved around monitoring equipment. Stood before a massive reinforced glass wall, staring at a man lying within a specialized containment pod. Phil, how's he looking? At the sound of the familiar voice, he turned. It was Nick Fury himself, SHIELD's current director. His distinctive bald head gleamed under the lights, and the black eye patch covering his left eye gave him the look of a modern pirate. He walked up to the observation window and gazed at the figure inside. Captain America, the living legend. Director Fury. Steve Rogers' recovery is progressing well. Based on his current vitals and brain activity, he should wake up within the next 2 days. Fury nodded, then turned to Fix with his penetrating stare. You went out tonight to make contact with that enhanced individual again, didn't you? What's your assessment? Nodded slightly, speaking with absolute seriousness. Extremely mysterious. He possesses remarkable abilities, and I get the sense that he knows far more than we do about what's really going on. His true power level is impossible to accurately measure. Fury absorbed this information. After a long moment, he said, Write me a report. I want every detail. Then his gaze returned to Captain America, and in his mind, the idea of assembling a special response team grew stronger and more urgent. The next day. Bright sunlight warmed Mario's skin as he lounged by the lake in Central Park. Even after a full night of vampire hunting, he didn't feel tired at all. The gentle heat made him drowsy in the best possible way. He sat on a beat-up couch he dragged to the lakeside, holding the most pathetic fishing rod imaginable. The thing was barely 3 feet long with a single line tied to it. You couldn't catch fish with this piece of crap, hell, even a goldfish in a bathtub would laugh at it. But he didn't give a shit. He looked completely relaxed as he watched fish swimming in the clear water. A fist-sized bobber floated on the surface, and underneath it, an equally massive hook had no bait whatsoever. Any fish with an IQ above room temperature would swim right past the obvious trap. Lapis lazuli costs $20 a gram. Christ knows how much I'd need to craft a single block. He was browsing online shopping sites on his phone, wincing at the prices. Not that he couldn't afford it, he had plenty of gold stashed away by now. Worst case scenario, I'll just live off fishing. Fishing could drop enchanted books too. Sure, it took time, but eventually he'd reel in the ones he wanted. As if on cue, ripples spread across the calm lake surface. Something underwater was racing toward his bobber. His eyes lit up. Here we go. The bobber sank. He yanked hard on the line. Instead of a fish, another fishing rod identical to his flew out of the water and disappeared into his inventory. Another rod. He quickly opened his inventory to check. His jaw dropped. Holy shit. Lure I, luck of the sea I, mending. This fishing rod is an artifact. He couldn't help but stand up, staring at the rod. He'd gotten these countless times in the game, but this was real life. The only thing missing was unbreaking I to make it the strongest possible fishing rod from the base game. Without a second thought, he tossed his old rod aside and settled back down with his new 3 enchantment treasure. The new rod was insanely powerful. Within seconds, more ripples appeared on the surface. He pulled hard, and a pair of leather boots flew out of the water. Thump. A dull impact knocked his body uncontrollably into the lake. Oh shit. Mario immediately dove deeper, swimming straight for the bottom. From his inventory, he pulled out a wooden door and placed it on the lake bed. The game's rules forced all surrounding water out from within the door's boundary, creating an air pocket. Who the hell was that? He glanced at his health bar and couldn't help clicking his tongue. Even wearing full iron armor, he'd lost half his health in one hit. Had to be a heavy sniper rifle. Who wants me dead this badly? The vampires. If it really were vampires, then only their so-called believers could operate during daylight hours. But he didn't think it was them. If vampires truly wanted to use human followers, the simplest approach would be sending police to his door. No need for this kind of ambush. This sniper shot was clearly meant to kill him outright. On the muddy lake bed, not caring about the dark silt, while chewing on bread to restore his health, he tried to figure out who he could have pissed off recently. Underwater, everything was perfectly quiet except for the faint sound of flowing water. From where he sat, he could barely make out 3 or 4 vague figures on the shore through the water. He narrowed his eyes. Today I'm going to find out exactly who these assholes are. If it's vampires, fine, we're already mortal enemies anyway, but if it's someone else. He'd already made up his mind, whoever it was, they'd pay the price. Looking at his health, which had recovered to full, he pulled his phone from his inventory and switched it to camera mode. When in his hands, the phone became part of the game system, so water damage wasn't a concern. Using his axe, he broke down the wooden door, then swam toward the surface. Before he even surfaced, the people on shore had spotted him. No questions and no attempts at communication. Every single one of them turned their guns and aimed at his position. Bang, bang, bang. A hail of bullets rained down into the water. Mario could clearly see the bullet trails as they pierced the surface. Within moments, he'd taken 7 or 8 hits. His health bar was dropping fast. Looks like their orders are to kill me on sight. Instead of panicking, he calmed down. He pulled out a shield while simultaneously drinking a healing potion, watching his health climb back up. The moment his head broke the surface, before he could get a proper look, another storm of bullets poured down. His shield lasted barely 2 seconds under the concentrated fire before shattering completely. But those 2 seconds were enough. He'd already recorded their faces on his phone. Then darkness swallowed his vision. Mario had experienced this before he died again. A few seconds later, his figure reappeared on the bed in his underground base. Oh shit. He let out a long breath. Without hesitation, he stood up and grabbed his pickaxe, then started digging straight down. Standard combat uniforms, identical automatic rifles. America might be the land of the free, but it wasn't so free that private military teams could operate openly in public parks with heavy sniper rifles during broad daylight. His mind was already forming conclusions. Only government forces could pull off something like this. But first, he needed to dig another safe house 100 meters underground, a place only he would know about. As the sound of digging echoed through his base, the temperature around him rose steadily. He glanced at the depth reading on his interface. Oh, this is deep enough. He began expanding horizontally, carving out a 50-square-meter chamber which he reinforced with stone bricks on all sides. I'll need to hit the nether to find diamonds. At minimum, I need a diamond pickaxe so I can mine obsidian for better defenses. He placed a bed on the floor and set his respawn point, then laid out a chest with basic supplies, enough to ensure he could always restart if something went wrong. Mario quickly built a nether portal. Stepping through, he arrived in the familiar hellscape of red stone and lava. Seeing the landscape, a faint smile appeared on his face. Then he stepped back into the portal. After the familiar disorienting transition, he found himself in his original underground base. He immediately jumped down the tunnel he'd dug earlier, using water to break his fall safely in the secret chamber below. From his inventory, he pulled out all the stone blocks he'd mined and filled the tunnel completely. This way, even if a nuclear strike hit above, he wouldn't have to worry about his safe house being compromised. Those bastards should still be up there waiting. Mario sprinted through the passage leading to the lake, pulling out his phone and dialing Blade's number. Ring. After 2 rings, the call connected. The weight in Mario's chest lifted slightly, confirming what he'd suspected. Mario, don't you ever sleep? I just dozed off. You're right, I really don't need sleep. Hell, I don't even get phantom spawns at night. I was attacked. The moment those words left his mouth, Blade, who'd still sounded groggy, immediately snapped alert. He jumped out of bed, grabbed his weapons, and prepared to leave. Where are you? I'm coming right now. Karen, who'd been analyzing vampire blood samples, saw Blade's sudden movement and couldn't help asking, "Where are you going?" Mario was attacked. I'm heading over. With that, Blade jumped into his repaired black car and sped out of the abandoned warehouse. Karen opened his mouth to respond, but the car had already vanished from the warehouse entrance. Meanwhile, Mario was still racing through the tunnel. He had only one thought: get up there and kill at least one of these fuckers. Hearing Blade's concerned voice, he smiled slightly. You don't need to come. I called to ask if you were attacked too. Seems like these people are only targeting me. Don't worry, I'm not in any real danger. If vampires had really sent these attackers, Blade would have been targeted as well. After all, his reputation among the bloodsuckers was far greater than Mario's. Where are you? Blade ignored Mario's explanation and pressed for his location. Mario didn't want Blade taking unnecessary risks. The enemy had heavy sniper rifles. Even with Blade's enhanced physique, a direct hit would turn him into paste, enhanced healing or not. I'm on my way to Washington. You won't make it in time. If I need backup, I'll call you myself. Mario lied smoothly. He knew that if he admitted he was still at home, Blade would definitely rush over. Without waiting for a response, he hung up. He shoved the phone into his inventory and pulled out the gun he'd taken from vampires. As for what loot these enemies might drop, he only wanted one thing right now: to kill them. Soon he reached the end of the tunnel. In front of him was the wooden door he'd placed earlier, holding back the lake water through Minecraft's impossible physics. With a splash, he jumped into the water. He didn't swim directly to shore. His current position was some distance from where he'd been fishing. Peeking above the surface, he spotted the figures in combat gear. They hadn't left yet, clearly thinking he was hiding underwater somewhere. But they quickly noticed his new position and turned their attention toward him. There are definitely spotters in the trees, more than one. Mario scrambled for shore. If he got pinned down in open water, he'd be nothing but a target practice dummy. Hiding behind a large oak tree, he finally caught his breath. The enemy observers in the forest had lost their advantage here. If he got the chance, he was determined to take down at least one or two, even if it cost him another life. He pulled out his newly crafted shield and listened to the approaching footsteps. His hunter profession had greatly enhanced his hearing. What Mario didn't know was that the Special Forces operatives were equipped with thermal imaging gear. They marched straight toward his hiding spot without hesitation. Suddenly, the metallic clatter of something hitting the ground made him look down. His pupils contracted as he saw a small, green object that had rolled up beside him. A grenade. He barely had time to raise his shield before a massive explosion tore through the air. Before he could recover, concentrated gunfire erupted from behind the tree. Realizing his position was blown, he braced his shield and returned fire with his SMG, spraying bullets wildly without really aiming. Maybe luck was on his side that day. By pure chance, after emptying one magazine, he managed to hit two unlucky bastards. His counterattack forced them to take cover behind trees, but they worked together, taking turns to provide covering fire while others advanced. Tougher than vampires, better finish off those two on the ground first. The two wounded men lying in the dirt had no idea they'd just signed their own death warrants. Mario reloaded and aimed at the motionless bodies, pulling the trigger. Under concentrated fire, their body armor offered little protection. The impact sent them straight to hell. Seeing their health bars empty completely, he charged forward with his shield as gunfire intensified around him. Some of the sneaky fuckers even threw more grenades, but from the front, those explosions couldn't penetrate his shield's protection. He reached the two corpses, grabbed their gear, and shoved everything into his inventory. Got them, bodies definitely fit in here. He'd tried before to store Blade and other living people, but the game system wouldn't allow it. Corpses, however, were no problem at all. A bang! A familiar, muffled rifle shot rang out behind him. Mario was flung forward again by the high-caliber impact. A sniper again. He twisted around and spotted a prone figure in the distance. Too far to make out details, but definitely the same shooter who'd hit him by the lake. He had achieved his objective. He raised his hand toward the distant sniper and extended his middle finger. Oh, fuck you. He mouthed the words clearly, knowing the scope would pick it up. The corner of his mouth lifted in a smirk. A bang. Another muzzle flash, another bullet. He quickly raised his shield just as the high-caliber round flew toward him. The bullet struck the shield. The impact launched him backward like he'd been hit by a truck. He flew through the air and slammed into the ground hard, rolling several times before coming to a stop. His shield had completely shattered on impact. But he was alive. He scrambled to his feet. The sniper would be lining up another shot any second. He dove behind the nearest tree just as another bullet whizzed past his ear, splintering bark. Time to get the hell out of here. Staying low, he sprinted from tree to tree, keeping the sniper from getting a clear shot. Gunfire erupted from multiple positions as the remaining operatives tried to pin him down, but he had the advantage now. He knew exactly where he was going. He reached the lakeshore and dove without hesitation, swimming for the underwater entrance to his tunnel. The wooden door was exactly where he'd left it, still holding back the lake water. He slipped through the door and sealed it behind him, finally safe in his hidden passage. 100 meters below ground in his secret bunker. Mario pulled the enemy corpses from his inventory, tossing them onto the stone floor. Seeing the metal eagle insignia on their uniforms, his expression showed no surprise. I knew it. He photographed the bodies, then stored them back in his inventory for later use. He ran upstairs and called Blade again, telling him the situation was handled, didn't want his friend worrying unnecessarily. Then he turned and stepped into the nether portal. He planned to gather mushrooms and craft a fermented spider eye. Now that he knew who his enemies were, there was no point going up there and throwing his life away. Hydra, perfect. I haven't had an excuse to borrow a few things from you assholes yet. Mario suddenly felt his urge to redistribute wealth bubble up again. Time to rob from the rich and give to himself, click. Mario flicked his lighter open and lit the cigarette hanging from his lips. Looking at the lighter reminded him of, and thinking about brought back memories of those bastards from earlier today. With plenty of loot stuffed in his inventory, he had returned from the Nether to the Marvel world. 10 hours had passed since the attack, but even so, he had zero desire to go back topside and check if those assholes were still lurking around. Getting riddled with bullets wasn't exactly a fun experience. 3 nether fortresses and they only coughed up 7 diamonds. After crafting a diamond pickaxe, he organized his inventory, dumped most of his items into storage chests, then grabbed the materials needed for brewing invisibility potions. Time to head back to the park and settle some scores. After all this time, he still couldn't figure out why Hydra had gone straight for the kill shot. Was it because of Captain America, or had they cut some kind of deal with the vampires? Logic says they should tried bribes or honey traps first. It's not like my willpower is unshakable. The tunnel was dead quiet except for the crackle of torches and his own footsteps echoing off the stone walls. He pulled his phone from his inventory, stared its number for a moment, then hit dial. The phone buzzed a few times before connecting. Before could speak, he jumped right in. I was attacked. On the other end frowned, looking troubled. SHIELD has agreements with the vampires. A full-scale conflict would be problematic, but I can get you some new equipment, special weapons designed for dealing with those creatures. Mario smirked, realizing had jumped to the wrong conclusion. Time to set the record straight. I was fishing in Central Park when I got jumped by SHIELD operatives. A fully trained strike team, complete with sniper support and spotters. Got anything to say about that? Went silent. His mind flashed back to Mario's earlier warnings about being compromised. A chill ran down his spine. If Mario was telling the truth, then SHIELD's internal situation was even more fucked than he'd imagined. How are you right now? I'm fine for the moment. But if I'm fine, then someone else is about to have a very bad day. I need your help. Meet me at Times Square. All right. Agreed, and Mario ended the calls. After hanging up, his expression was grim. He'd been the one responsible for handling contact with Mario. Just this morning, he'd finished compiling Mario's file and uploaded it to the central database. I really hope this is just a misunderstanding. He didn't want to think too deeply about it. If SHIELD really had internal problems, the situation would be catastrophic. There goes my day off. He grabbed his suit jacket, climbed into LOLA, and headed for Times Square. Mario, meanwhile, wasn't in any hurry. He wandered through the dim sewers, hunting for spiders. The tunnels were surprisingly clean. Aside from the nasty stream of running down the center, the environment was much better than he'd expected. After walking for quite a while, he finally found a patch of spider web. He reached out and grabbed the spider crawling along it. With just a squeeze, he crushed it in his hand and mentally triggered the transformation. The spider, which had been no bigger than his fingertip, instantly grew to the size of a baby's fist. Its eyes glowed red as it shifted from normal appearance into something straight out of a Lovecraftian nightmare. Thankfully, the spider eye wasn't slimy. otherwise he definitely would thrown it away in disgust. As he walked and searched for more spiders, the number of spider eyes in his inventory steadily increased. Still, his face carried a hint of annoyance. One spider has 8 eyes, but after transformation, it only gives me 1 spider eye. He conveniently ignored the fact that a single transformed spider eye was worth nearly 100 normal spiders. Suddenly, his phone rang, the sound echoing through the empty sewer and making him jump. He glanced at the caller ID and slapped his forehead. Shit, completely forgot about. He answered the call. Where are you? I'm at Times Square already. I'm still in the sewers, not sure exactly where, but give me a sec. Mario looked toward the nearest exit, climbed up the ladder, and after making sure there was no traffic noise above, carefully pushed at the manhole cover. Last thing he wanted was to pop up in the middle of a busy street. Climbing out from the roadside, he ignored the shocked or amused looks from pedestrians. After brushing himself off, he got his bearings. Hey, this is actually a familiar spot. Into the phone, he said, I'm by the roadside near that mall we went to last time. Got it, I'll be right there. Through the phone, he could clearly hear his engine roaring. The guy was really in a hurry this time, otherwise he'd never treat LOLA like that. A few minutes later, his car screeched to a stop beside Mario. He opened the door and slid into the passenger seat. Find us somewhere safe. Gave Mario a quick once-over. Even though he knew about Mario's healing abilities, seeing that there were no visible injuries still made him breathe easier. Oh, right. Every agent had at least one safe house, and he was no exception. On the road, gripping the wheel with both hands and eyes fixed ahead, he asked, How are you so sure the ones who attacked you were SHIELD agents? Well, I brought their bodies with me. Want me to pull them out and show you? Oh, It wasn't the first time he'd been reminded just how convenient Mario's abilities could be. No need, we'll be at my safe house soon. Mario nodded, tossing his phone into his inventory. That way, there was no risk of Hydra tracking him through it. I really need to track down Sky. Otherwise, I'm way too disadvantaged in the tech department. With Sky's help, hunting down Hydra would be much easier. Glancing at the milk in his inventory, he thought about those brainwashed Hydra members and let out a cold laugh. Soon, the towering skyscrapers around them became fewer and fewer, brought Mario to a residential area of New York. Although they'd left the bustling center of the city, the environment here felt much better than living in the concrete jungle. He drove into a 3-story villa. Before the car even reached the garage, the white garage door automatically rose. It was a typical American-style garage with various tools neatly arranged inside. Mario really liked the style of this place. He glanced at with a teasing smile. Ever bring women here for some fun? Gave a bitter smile and shook his head. If it weren't for his good temperament, he would thrown Mario out of the car. He didn't even have a girlfriend. Where was he supposed to find women to bring here? This isn't the time for jokes. Right now, the most important thing is figuring out exactly who attacked you. Fine's fine. Mario got out of the car and looked around the cramped garage. We talking here? Follow me. He followed toward the staircase leading to the second floor, but instead of going up, they stopped at the small room under the stairs. Just like Harry Potter's cupboard, they opened the small door, pulled out a remote control, and pressed a button. The floor of the compartment opened up, revealing a passage to the underground. He chuckled from behind. Nobody can escape the fate of living underground. Remembering Mario's own underground base, nodded in agreement. The underground space wasn't large compared to Mario's place. It wasn't even in the same leg. About the size of a living room. Mario walked to the center of the open area, pulled 2 corpses from his inventory, and tossed them on the ground. Immediately crouched down to examine them. As he inspected the bodies, his expression grew darker and darker. Finally, he reached out and removed the masks from the two men. They're members of SHIELD's Special Ops team. I recognize them. There were many personnel in SHIELD, split into countless divisions. For him to remember nameless grunts he'd only met once spoke to his incredible memory. Looking up at Mario, who was busy brewing potions nearby, he said, "I had no knowledge of their mission." Mario stuffed a freshly made invisibility potion into his inventory, replaced it with new materials on the brewing stand, and continued working. "I know this has nothing to do with you," Mario said flatly, "but I want to know where SHIELD's headquarters is." "What do you need SHIELD's headquarters address for?" Mario answered calmly, "Revenge." Was stunned. He felt like he couldn't keep up with Mario's thinking at all. It had never even crossed his mind that someone would, on impulse, actually march straight to SHIELD headquarters seeking revenge. Wasn't a normal person supposed to hide and make sure not to be found by? "Don't rush, I'll go back and investigate first. This place is safe, you can stay here for now. Once I find out the truth, I'll contact you." He was trying to calm Mario down, to dispel that dangerous idea. As a SHIELD agent, he naturally knew that for an outsider to infiltrate SHIELD would be nearly impossible. "I'm not joking." Mario finished synthesizing fermented spider eyes and converted night vision potions into invisibility potions. He waved over. "Come here, let me tell you a secret." I'd love to see his face when he finds out SHIELD is actually Hydra. Too bad his phone was definitely being tracked, or he'd have recorded what was about to happen. Seeing Mario's expression, walked over. "Hail Hydra." Mario leaned close to his ear and whispered. His reaction was lightning fast. He whipped a gun from his waist and aimed it right at Mario's forehead. "You're with Hydra." As a SHIELD agent, he naturally knew of Hydra's existence and understood how dangerous that organization was. He looked at Mario. Honestly, he'd never thought Mario belonged to another organization. From their interactions, he seemed like nothing more than an ordinary person who'd suddenly gained special abilities, well, an ordinary person with a petty streak. Seeing his face change colors like a traffic light, Mario burst out laughing. "Relax, it's just a joke, but the next story is related to Hydra. If you want to hear it, sit down." Didn't know whether to believe Mario or not. The only thing he knew for sure was that one-on-one, he was definitely no match for him. After brief hesitation, he lowered his gun. This story goes way back, starts with World War II. Mario put on the posture of someone about to launch into a long tale, but what he said next caught completely off guard. "But I hate dragging things out, so I'll keep it short." After Germany's defeat in WWII, Red Skull's Hydra forces were scattered. But at that time, SHIELD's predecessor, the Strategic Scientific Reserve, was just starting out. Because they lacked talent, they recruited Hydra's leftover scientists wholesale. But Hydra's motto is, "Cut off one head, two more shall take its place." Though I can confirm personally, Hydra agents still die when shot. No extra heads grew back. Those faithful to Hydra's cause used this opportunity to infiltrate SHIELD, growing stronger under its protection right up until today. Mario walked over to the two corpses, nudged them with his foot, and said, "These were Hydra operatives." Inside was shaken to the core. His mouth hung slightly open. He knew Mario might have access to classified information, but he never imagined it would be such a bombshell. His throat went dry. With some effort, he asked, "Who's in Hydra?" Mario smiled faintly. "Well, let's see, Black Widow." At that name, immediately shook his head. "No, that's..." "Let me finish before you object." Mario said seriously, "Also Maria Hill, May, Hawkeye, Nick Fury." He rattled off more than a dozen names in a row. At that moment, felt completely numb. but Mario's next words nearly made him collapse. Actually, aside from those I mentioned, about 80% of the SHIELD agents you know are Hydra. For example, John and his Grant Ward, strike team leader Brock Jasper, and the former director of SHIELD, Alexander Pierce. As he spoke, Mario maintained a sincere smile, completely ignoring how earth-shattering his words were for, not kidding. Of course not. Mario watched shell-shocked expression and felt his mood improve dramatically. Nothing like dropping a truth bomb to cheer yourself up after getting shot at by government assassins. He turned back to the brewing stand, shoving more materials into the slots. The bubbling sounds snapped back to reality. Even for a trained agent like him, this kind of revelation was impossible to process. For a moment, he had no idea what the hell to do with himself. If Mario wasn't bullshitting, and even SHIELD's former director Pierce had been Hydra all along, then how the fuck was anyone supposed to play this game anymore? The safe house fell into silence. Mario wasn't in any hurry. News like this naturally needed time to digest. He kept brewing potions like a man possessed, cranking out not just invisibility potions, but speed, strength, and healing potions too. If he'd had more glass bottles, he would have been tempted to brew enough potions to last a lifetime. More than 10 minutes passed. Do you have any proof of what you're saying? His voice was strained. Deep down, he didn't want to believe Mario's claims, but the corpses on the ground weren't fake. They really were SHIELD strike team members. The key problem was that Mario had killed them, yet the agent assigned to handle contact with him hadn't received a single report about their mission. That clearly meant someone inside SHIELD hadn't wanted him to know, and that someone had very high clearance. I don't have proof, Mario said flatly, not looking up from his brewing. But you're missing the point here. I'm just an ordinary citizen who got attacked by SHIELD operatives. The only thing I can do now is hit back. Evidence means nothing to me. SHIELD is beyond saving. Might as well call it Snake HIELD at this point. I'm only telling you this because I consider you a friend. That's all there is to it. Now what I want to know is the location of the hub. Of course, I won't put you in a tough spot. If you don't want to tell me, I can find it myself the hard way. The hub was one of SHIELD's 3 main facilities. He cared about it mainly because it was located in New York, close and convenient for his plans. He still looked completely unconcerned. He knew would want to get to the bottom of this situation and wouldn't just stand by doing nothing. Can I report this to Director Fury? You know I can't make this kind of decision on my own. Up to you. Mario didn't elaborate. If Fury learned about the plot ahead of schedule, what difference would it make to the future? What did any of that have to do with him? At worst, if things went sideways, he could just hide out in the Nether, pop back to the surface occasionally to cause trouble. He had no family in this world, so it didn't matter where he lived. And if he ever got lonely, he could always drag some people into the Nether with him for company. Just as finished speaking and was about to contact Fury, his phone rang first. The caller was none other than Fury himself. He glanced at Mario before answering. A director. Tony Stark has been located. Drop whatever you're doing and prepare to make contact with him. Hadn't tried to hide the call from Mario, so Mario heard Fury's voice clearly. He looked up in surprise. They found him already. He didn't even bother lowering his voice, so Fury heard him on the other end too. Mister. Fury immediately called out his name. Sharp as ever, definitely worthy of being SHIELD's director. Mario stepped closer to the phone. Director Fury, hello there. How's doing? Fury's first thought was that had been taken hostage by Mario. He's fine, totally fine. Why don't you say a few words? Started making small talk with Fury as if nothing was wrong, which would sounded bizarre to anyone listening. But Mario understood that the two were exchanging information using some kind of coded system. SHIELD was no longer secure. and couldn't afford to be careless. A few minutes later, ended the call and looked at Mario. Director Fury is sending people over. He wants to talk with you. No problem. Mario agreed cheerfully, then added, "Can you get me some firearms? Heavy weapons would be best. Grenades, explosives, I want them all." After getting thoroughly worked over by that heavy sniper rifle, he had developed an appreciation for high-caliber weapons. Walked over to a cabinet and pulled it open. Mario's eyes lit up as he leaned in for a look. It wasn't clothes inside, it was a massive cache of weapons and ammunition. "Oh, you never cease to amaze me." Well, he was an agent. How could his safe house not have weapons? That would be ridiculous. Hauled out a jet black sniper rifle and handed it to Mario. "I thought you might like this." Mario took it and felt no strain at all. These days, things fell into two categories for him, things he could pick up and things he couldn't. Strain no longer existed in his vocabulary. Seeing the satisfied look on Mario's face, smiled and explained, "AS-50 Antimateriel Long-Range Sniper Rifle, designed by Accuracy International specifically for U.S. Special Forces, more precisely for the U.S. Navy SEALs. It fires .50 BMG rounds, 12.7 by 99. Serious stopping power, it's part of my personal collection, should meet your needs perfectly." Mario nodded eagerly, grinning with satisfaction. If this rifle didn't do the trick, nothing would. He worked the bolt once, took the spare parts and magazines from and stuffed everything into his inventory. He leaned in to examine more of the weapons stash but stopped him. "Sorry, there's nothing else worthwhile in there, but you can ask Director Fury. I doubt he'll be stingy." Mario shot a look, then turned back to his brewing stand. He packed up his materials, stored the brewing equipment, and collected the bodies from the floor. The two of them climbed out of the underground safe room. Soon Fury sent new instructions. Under his guidance, they drove out to an empty lot on the outskirts of the city. A transport aircraft that Mario recognized descended slowly from the sky. The rear ramp lowered with a mechanical whir. Sitting in his car, Mario watched the SHIELD operatives in tactical gear and smiled to himself. The transport flew quickly and smoothly to SHIELD's New York facility. The entire flight, Mario wasn't worried at all that Hydra would make a move to eliminate him, and the three in sight hadn't even been built yet. There was no way Hydra would expose themselves now. Under escort, he finally arrived at Fury's office, where he got his first look at that famous SHIELD director in person. Hello, Director Fury." He didn't give a damn about Fury's intimidating stare. With a cheerful smile, he extended his hand for a shake. "I'm Mario." Fury's expression was serious, like someone owed him money. Then again, he was the kind who hardly ever cracked a smile. He looked Mario up and down with sharp eyes, but still extended his hand. "Mario, then, your first documented appearance was in Hell's Kitchen, but that's not how we found you. We've been getting daily complaints from a concerned citizen about a murder in Central Park. Took us a while to realize he was talking about a tree named." Mario's eyebrows shot up. Someone named a tree. In New York, every tree in public spaces has an identification number and is tracked by the Parks Department. When our investigation showed multiple trees missing from your area of the park, Fury gestured slightly. Well, it wasn't hard to connect the dots. Trees have ID numbers. Mario looked genuinely surprised. It's a multi-million-dollar urban forestry program. Each tree is monitored for health and has a replacement value. When several started disappearing without any authorized removal permits, it raised flags. Mario scratched the back of his head. "Mama, I had no idea they were keeping track of individual trees. That's actually kind of impressive. Based on the intelligence I've received about your subsequent activities." Seeing that Fury was about to launch into a formal briefing, Mario immediately cut him off. All right, enough with the file reading, that stuff's useless anyway. You don't want to suddenly get taken out yourself, do you? At Mario's blunt words, Fury paused, then said, "You're not the only person in this world who has." Of course I know. Right now there's Dr. Banner, the Inhumans, aliens, and your ultimate ace in the hole, Carol Danvers. Oh, by the way, you'd better test that pager she left you. If it craps out on you at a critical moment, you'll regret it when it's too late. This time, Fury finally lost his composure. The rest wasn't such a big deal, but only he and Danvers knew about the pager. If Mario knew about that, then the rest of his intel on Hydra couldn't be fake. Last time I trusted someone, I lost an eye. Director, how can you even say that line with a straight face? Are you sure what you trusted was a person and not a cat? I stood to the side in bewilderment. Am I even allowed to be hearing this stuff? Fury's eye was scratched out by a cat. Damn, I'm about to get silenced, aren't I? Hearing this, Fury immediately forced a smile, terrified that Mario might reveal something even more damaging. He shot a threatening look out of the corner of his eye. What exactly do you want? Humans were always wary of the unknown, and Mario had already shattered his psychological defenses by revealing so many secrets. At this moment, he no longer saw Mario as someone he could manipulate like a pushover. Mario raised an eyebrow. You're asking me. Right now, I feel like opening that door, walking out, and taking down every SHIELD agent I see. I doubt any of your people can withstand a .50 caliber round, can they? Suddenly, the AS-50 anti-materiel sniper rifle appeared in his hands. Fury's smile froze on his face. Simple, brutal, and completely lawless. That was his most honest assessment. He suddenly understood why Hydra wouldn't try recruiting Mario. Recruit a guy like this, and who would really be in charge? Besides, Mario had no family, nothing to leverage against him. He acted with recklessness. Let's negotiate, Fury said quickly, eyeing the sniper rifle. At his words, Mario immediately made the weapon disappear, acting as though nothing had happened. Can you tell me the source of your intelligence? Mario gave Fury a surprised look. What's this, Director Fury? Last I checked, this isn't a police station. Shouldn't you be more concerned about verifying whether your own people are trustworthy? If I'm not mistaken, don't you have ways of making people tell the truth? Some kind of interrogation serum. SHIELD is already beyond saving. What you should do now is make sure it goes out with a bang, burn bright before it falls into the abyss, and drag Hydra down with it. I've already told who you can still trust. The rest, you'll have to root out yourself, but I can tell you that about 80% of your people are Hydra operatives. Fury leaned back in his chair. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that if what Mario said was true, he really was powerless to turn things around, unless every loyal agent he had possessed superhuman abilities. The thought of the Avengers initiative surfaced in his mind stronger than ever before. While Fury was deep in thought, Mario glanced over at. That guy was staring intently out the window, as though the view outside was utterly fascinating, like there were supermodels doing yoga out there. The office fell into silence. After a while, Fury adjusted his mindset, looked directly at Mario, and asked, "What do you want?" He didn't believe Mario was acting purely out of revenge. He had to have his own agenda. Fury just hoped those goals wouldn't conflict with his own. Cooperation might still be possible. As for recruiting Mario into the Avengers, that thought appeared briefly in his mind before he quickly crushed it. I want or help me find Sky. Mario had expected Fury to reject him outright, but to his surprise, Fury actually seemed to consider it. After a moment, he asked, "Who is Sky?" "Shouldn't you be asking why I want the?" Mario's reasoning was simple. He wanted to see if they could send him home. After all, in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, it was the Space Stone. If even that couldn't get him back, then he'd have no choice but to settle down and make a life in this world. Sky's full name is Daisy Johnson, about 20 years old female, a hacker, that's all I know about her. Fury frowned. The name sounded familiar. Since Mario had mentioned her in the same breath as she clearly wasn't ordinary, he made a mental note to look into her later. What exactly can the do? If SHIELD is truly as compromised as you claim, I'll consider handing it over to you. Mario shot Fury a look but said nothing. Realizing Mario wouldn't budge without concrete action, Fury immediately turned to go to the sandbox and retrieve item 84, I'll provide authorization. At this point, Fury hadn't yet witnessed this power and hadn't attempted to weaponize it, so the artifact was still stored at SHIELD's sandbox facility. Hearing the order felt a huge weight lift off his shoulders. He quickly turned and left. If he stayed any longer and heard more state secrets, he was afraid he'd end up getting silenced, walked out of the office, gently closed the door behind him, and let out a relieved expression like a man who just survived a root canal. The moment he turned around, he found himself face to face with. Remembering the name from Mario's hit list, his heart skipped a beat, but his training kicked in and he managed a friendly smile. Hey there, Jasper, long time no see. Before the whole Hydra revelation, and had actually gotten along pretty well. Hell, back when they were junior agents, they'd even been partners for a while. Good times, apparently built on lies. Returned the smile and nodded. Good to see you too, Phil. I've got some business with Director Fury. I'll catch up with you later when we both have time. Sounds good. I've got a mission to handle anyway, so I'll head out first. Turned and walked away, trying to look casual. Behind him, didn't immediately knock on Fury's door. Instead, he watched his retreating figure while speaking quietly into his earpiece. Leaving the building, find out what he's up to. Then, calm as you please, he straightened his tie, raised his hand, and knocked on the office door. Oh, come in. Entered, shooting a quick glance at Mario before walking straight to Fury's desk. He placed a file folder on the surface. Sir, here are the documents you requested. Fury looked at and nodded. Leave them here, you can get back to work. Turned and left without any unnecessary small talk. Fury's office was one of the few places in the building that Hydra couldn't monitor directly. He'd only come in for a quick look-see. As the door clicked shut, Mario dragged his chair up to Fury's desk and leaned back with a smirk. Would make an excellent breakthrough point, you know. Instead of responding to that comment, Fury changed the subject. Now can you tell me what the actually does? Mario sighed and slouched back in his chair like a teenager being lectured by his parents. The is a container, but it's also the key to starting a cosmic war. Activate that thing and it opens a portal. At the same time, every spacefaring race in the universe that can detect its energy signature will suddenly take a very keen interest in Earth. A container, Fury immediately latched onto the key detail. The cosmic war part didn't worry him too much. He had his own trump cards for that scenario. Oh, what's inside? A glowing blue gem. Let's wait until we've got our hands on it before we talk details. By the way, think you could spare me some serious firepower? You know how it is, guys like me don't feel safe without something heavy to hold on to. Knock, knock, knock. Returned carrying a silver briefcase. He placed it on Fury's desk and said, Sir, we've retrieved it. Fury nodded and opened the case without ceremony. Inside lay a translucent cube, and faintly visible at its center, something was glowing with soft blue light. Mario couldn't help but lean in for a closer look. After all, this was the Space Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones. Collect them all, and you could snap your fingers and reshape reality itself. More importantly, the cube-shaped was aesthetically pleasing to him. Thanks to his connection to Minecraft, he felt that squares were the ultimate form of perfection. Staring at the with desire, he grinned and said, This thing and I are meant to be together. When he reached out to pick up the cube, Fury immediately warned, Careful this. But before he could finish, Mario had already grabbed the with his bare hand. Fury fell silent again. Ordinary people couldn't touch the directly, the energy it released would burn them. But seeing how relaxed Mario looked, he swallowed his warning. Mario had no time to care about Fury's reaction. The instant he picked up the space stone, a notification sound that had been silent for weeks suddenly chimed in his mind. To travel map loading. Loading complete. A map appeared in his consciousness, showing a flat layout of the area within 100 meters around him. Scattered across it were countless dots in different colors. White dots, green dots, and a large number of red dots. After studying it carefully, he quickly figured out the meanings. Green represented friendly, white represented fury, neutral, and red needed no explanation, hostile contacts. But after searching thoroughly, he couldn't find the teleportation function he'd hoped for. So it's just a fancy radar system. It can't be too greedy, I guess. Being able to tell friend from foe is already pretty useful. With the map active, he felt his next moves would be much easier to plan. He shifted his attention back to the itself. Aside from a cool, icy sensation, it gave him no other feedback. Feeling frustrated, he thought of home and muttered, "Portal." That didn't react at all. Are you sure this is the real deal? You're not trying to pass off some fancy paperweight, are you? Fury said nothing, but his expression made it clear this was definitely the genuine article. Now it was Mario's turn to feel stumped. The thing was completely useless to him for travel purposes. When he stored it in his inventory, a description immediately appeared. OTSSERACT. Unknown items module not installed. He sighed deeply, pulled the back out, and tried every activation method he could think of. Voice commands, mental focus, even giving it a good shake, but the cube remained as responsive as a brick. Maybe this thing only works with the Infinity Gauntlet. That doesn't make sense. Didn't the Ancient One's time stone work fine on its own? Finally, Mario looked helplessly at Fury. This thing is completely useless to me for what I need. Let's talk about Hydra instead. Activate the Avengers Initiative. Form a team of enhanced individuals to counter Hydra. That's your only real chance of regaining control of SHIELD. This plan sounds awfully familiar. Hearing Mario lay out the exact strategy he'd been considering, Fury was at a loss for words. By now, he was convinced Mario possessed some kind of precognitive ability. Who do you think should be on this team? Mario tossed the back into his inventory and drummed his fingers on the desk. Just go with whoever you had in mind originally. Oh, mind giving me a ride home? I'm planning to do some fishing, see if I can reel in something interesting this time. Looking at the red dots scattered across a bright smile spread across Mario's face. The weather was perfect, clear skies with a gentle breeze. By the lakeside in Central Park, a lone figure sat on a couch, holding a fishing rod made of connected blocks, peacefully angling for whatever might bite. A ripple swam toward his bobber, and the moment it made contact, the float sank sharply. Mario quickly raised the rod, and an enchanted book glowing with purple light flew out of the water, landing directly in his hands. Finally, an enchanted book. Excited, he opened his inventory to examine the glowing tome. Without lapis lazuli for enchanting tables, fishing was his only hope for getting useful enchantments. Flame eyes not bad. His gaze shifted to the sniper rifle beside him. A bold idea formed in his mind. Without hesitation, he pulled out the anvil he'd crafted earlier and placed it on the ground. He stored the gun in his inventory, opened the anvil interface, and placed both the sniper rifle and the flame enchantment book inside. The required 7 levels of experience made his heart race. And it actually works. I need to ask and Fury about the most powerful weapons they know of. What if I fish up an infinity enchantment? That would be sweet as hell. Without hesitation, he spent the 7 levels to enchant the sniper rifle with flame enchantment. When he retrieved the weapon from the anvil, its originally dark metal was now wrapped in purple energy, matching the glow of the enchanted book. He gently worked the bolt action, and his smile lasted exactly 2 seconds before turning into a frustrated grimace. With no targets to test his enhanced weapon on, he felt let down. He'd expected that returning to Central Park would provoke Hydra into making another move, but in reality, they'd done absolutely nothing. His showed 0 red dots within 100 meters. He didn't believe Hydra would just give up on him. There were only 2 possibilities. Either their surveillance range extended beyond this coverage, or their operatives somehow didn't register as hostile. The second possibility seemed extremely unlikely. Back to fishing it is. Mario cast his line into the water again and settled in to wait. A few seconds later, ripples appeared on the lake's surface. With lure III, his fishing speed had increased dramatically, but most catches were just fish or random junk. Enchanted books remained frustratingly rare. With a light pull, another fish flew out of the water. Time slipped by unnoticed. The sky turned fiery red with sunset, and Mario had sat by the lake all day, quietly fishing without even registering the passing hours. All right, that's enough. He put away his fishing rod and stood up, stretching muscles. Glancing at the sky, he muttered, "Inventory's full again. Too much random junk, time to head home." He brushed off his pants. Thank God for his new physiology. A normal person sitting motionless all day would have gone completely numb. He checked the one final time. Still no red dots. Pursing his lips into satisfaction, he dove straight into the clear lake, swimming toward his underwater base entrance. Back home, Mario organized the day's fishing haul into storage chests. Way too few enchanted books, not even a full chest after an entire day, a bit disappointing. He pulled out 2 Power IV books, combined them into Power V using the anvil, then added Infinity, applying both enchantments to his sniper rifle. With a satisfied grin, he stroked the weapon's enhanced surface like he was caressing a lover. "Mario, you're finally back." Pearl flapped his great wings and swooped over. Mario hadn't told him about the earlier attack. "It's nighttime now, shouldn't we go hunting?" Pearl's wings started flapping noticeably faster. "Yeah, let me organize some gear first, then we'll head out." Mario planned to enchant his diamond sword next. As for his iron armor, he dismissed that idea. The stuff wasn't worth the investment. After some work, he ended up with a Sharpness V, Unbreaking III, Looting III Diamond Sword, and a Fortune III, Efficiency IV, Mending Diamond Pickaxe. Really need to find more mending books somehow. Once again, his combat effectiveness had increased dramatically. Ready to leave with Pearl, he glanced at and was startled to see several red dots positioned above his head. Well. The red dots were spread out in a search pattern. He narrowed his eyes, quickly realizing these hostile contacts were clearly trying to locate his position. "There's a tracker on me somewhere." The thought hit him immediately. He quickly searched his body and soon found a small, inconspicuous sticker-like device on his lower back. Just as he was about to store it in his inventory, he changed his mind and called Pearl over. "Come here for a sec." He stuck the tracker onto the vampire and said, "Fly through the tunnel toward the lakeside." Pearl glanced at the device now attached to his body, immediately understood the plan, and without another word shot into the tunnel. Mario kept his eyes fixed on Sure enough, all the red dots stopped moving, then most began following Pearl toward the lake. However, 2 remained behind. They'd noticed Mario had lingered at this spot for quite some time. "I was just thinking about testing this rifle, and you guys show up right on schedule." Through his tunnel system, he reached the surface. He pulled an invisibility potion from his inventory and drank it, carefully digging through the grass block above while tracking the two remaining enemies. The potion's effect was even stronger than in the game. Not only did he turn invisible, but his weapon vanished along with him. Two men in casual clothes were leaning against a tree, pretending to be relaxed while periodically scanning their surroundings. Without the red dots, anyone would have mistaken them for ordinary people enjoying an evening stroll. Mario found optimal positioning, went prone, and set up his enhanced sniper rifle. A breathe in, a breathe out. He controlled his breathing, locked onto one target through the scope. The man was completely unaware that death was about to come calling. A bang! The suppressed rifle discharged. The target's entire head simply ceased to exist, exploding as if a bomb had detonated inside his skull. Blood and brain matter scattered everywhere, but the spray immediately ignited thanks to the flame enchantment. The corpse burned to ash while the surrounding grass and trees remained completely untouched. The second operative, startled by the gunfire, immediately grabbed an assault rifle from a black duffel bag. While scanning toward shot's general direction, he quickly took cover behind a tree trunk. Mario was shaken by the weapon's sheer destructive power. The scene was far more gruesome than he'd expected. This was his first time witnessing what an anti-materiel rifle did to human anatomy. That power, forget headshots, even a leg hit would be a death sentence. The other Hydra operative was crouched behind a massive oak tree, his face pale as death. This guy wasn't one of their Suicide Squad fanatics, just a regular grunt who'd drawn the short straw on what was supposed to be a simple extraction mission. Watching his teammate's head explode like a dropped watermelon had shattered whatever courage he'd started with. Oh, where the fuck is he? His hands shook as he gripped his assault rifle. According to his training, the sniper couldn't be too far away, otherwise the shot would have been blocked by all the trees and undergrowth. But that didn't help him when he couldn't see shit through the forest. A bead of cold sweat rolled down his forehead and dripped onto the grass. His gut suddenly screamed danger, like a spooked animal sensing a predator. He scrambled behind another tree just as Mario materialized out of thin air 3 feet away. Not bad reflexes, he muttered under his breath. He decided to grant the poor bastard a quick death. Moving silently behind the trembling agent, he raised his hand and brought it down hard on the back of the man's neck, a classic knockout move he'd seen in countless action movies. A thunk. The agent stumbled forward and face planted into the dirt, but didn't go unconscious. He just lay there groaning and trying to figure out what the hell had hit him. A goddamn lying movies, Mario cursed. The agent's training kicked in fast. He rolled over with his rifle and started spraying bullets in Mario's general direction. Muzzle flashes lighted up the forest, but Mario was already moving, pulling his vampire baseball bat from his inventory. With a savage swing, he connected with the side of the guy's skull. Oh, crack. That did the trick. The agent's eyes rolled back and he collapsed like a sack of meat, his rifle clattering away into the underbrush. Mario hefted the bat and nodded approvingly. Now that's what I call reliables. He grabbed the unconscious agent by the ankle and started dragging him toward his base entrance, pausing only to strip the guy's radio headset. But before he could put it on and listen for chatter, he heard familiar voices nearby. Are you sure this is the right way? I ain't trying to get lost in no fucking forest. Carrie, Mario said Central Park, we find Central Park. Both you pendejos need to chill, came a third voice. Gore's got the GPS working now. Mario's eyebrows shot up. Carrie, Gore's. What were his 3 favorite gang members doing wandering around his combat zone? He checked his interface and sure enough, 3 green dots were moving through the trees about 50 meters away. They must have gotten his text, but what the hell were they doing stumbling around during an active firefight? The sound of footsteps grew closer, accompanied by Spanish cursing that would made their mothers wash their mouths out with soap. Hold up, his voice came through the trees. You hear all that shooting earlier? Sounded like World War III broke out. Maybe we should head back to the car, Carrie replied nervously. This don't feel right, mans. Fuck that noise, Gore said with more confidence than he probably felt. Mario, you out here? We came as soon as we got your text. Mario rubbed his temples. These idiots were going to get themselves killed wandering around yelling. Then again, he could use some backup for what was coming next. The remaining Hydra agents were probably scattered and confused, having extra muscle couldn't hurt. Over here, he called back, then added louder, and keep your heads down, hostile contacts in the area. The three gang members came crashing through the underbrush like they were chasing an ice cream truck, all subtlety abandoned. Was in the lead, followed by Carrie clutching a crowbar like it was a security blanket, and Gore carrying what looked like a modified Louisville slugger. Matter whistled low, taking in the unconscious agent and the blood spatters decorating nearby trees. Looks like you've been throwing yourself a party without us. What are you guys doing here? Mario asked, though he was secretly pleased to see them. Got your text, Carrie explained, wiping sweat from his face. When we got to the park entrance, we heard gunshots and explosions and shit. Figured you might need some backup. Plus, Gore added with a grin, hefting his weapon, sounded like more fun than sitting around the garage all day. Before Mario could respond, his interface lit up. Red dots were converging on their position from 3 different directions, at least 4 hostiles moving through the forest. We've got company incoming, he said, pulling out his sniper rifle and checking the magazine. Fair warning, guys, these aren't vampires. They're trained military operatives with automatic weapons and a serious attitude problem. So, like, worse than vampires? Carrie asked, gripping his crowbar. Different kind of dangerous. Vampires want to drain your blood and turn you into one of them. These assholes want to capture you for interrogation, experimentation, or worse. And cracked his knuckles. Well, we can't be having that shit, right? What's the plan? Stay mobile, use the trees for cover, and try not to get shot, Mario replied. And whatever you do, don't let them take you alive. Trust me on that one. The gang members spread out instinctively, taking cover behind massive oak trunks and granite boulders. Whatever else could be said about their criminal careers, they knew how to handle themselves when violence was on the menu. The streets had taught them that much. The first Hydra agent came into view 30 seconds later, moving through the forest in a crouch with his weapon raised and ready. Mario lined up his shot through the scope, but was already in motion. The gang leader bursted from cover with his crowbar raised like a medieval battle axe. The agent spun toward the sound, training his rifle on, but Carrie was already flanking from the opposite side. Over here, pendejo, he called out, drawing the agent's attention and fire. Muzzle flashes lit up the forest as the agent opened up on full auto, bark exploding from trees as bullets went wide. That chaos was all the opening Gore needed. The man emerged from behind a massive oak and tackled the agent low, sending both men crashing to the ground. What followed was less of a tactical engagement and more of a brutal street brawl. The Hydra agent was trained and dangerous, but he was also outnumbered 3-1 by guys who'd been fighting for their lives since they could walk. Get his fucking gun, shouted, wrestling for control of the assault rifle while trying to avoid a knee to the ribs. I'm trying, Carrie grunted back, attempting to pin the agent's weapon arm while the guy threw elbow strikes. This stronger than he looks. Gore, meanwhile, was trying to apply some kind of wrestling hold he'd probably seen on late-night UFC reruns. Got him? No, wait, shit, he's slipping out. The agent broke free for a moment, landing a solid right cross to Carrie's jaw that sent the kid sprawling backward into a tree. Blood sprayed from his split lip and his eyes went wide. Nobody hits my, snarled, swinging his crowbar. The steel bar connected with the agent's shoulder. The man screamed and dropped his rifle, clutching what was definitely a broken collarbone. But the Hydra operative wasn't finished. He pulled a combat knife from his boot with his good arm and slashed at Gore's face, opening a long cut across the man's cheek that immediately started gushing blood. Fuck, Gore stumbled backward, blood pouring into his eyes and temporarily blinding him. I need backups. As he wiped blood from his face, the agent lunged forward for a killing blow, knife aimed at his ribs. Gore swung wildly with his bat, but his vision made it impossible to aim properly. The agent ducked under the swing and was about to drive the blade home when Carrie's crowbar came down on his skull from behind. Oh, crack. The sound echoed through the forest like a gunshot. The agent's eyes rolled back and he went limp, the knife slipping into the dirt. And that's how you play ball in the big leagues, Carrie announced, grinning despite his bleeding lip. But their celebration was cut short by the distinctive sound of automatic weapons fired deeper in the forest. Contacts multiple directions, Mario called out, shouldering his rifle. Carrie, you two handle the close quarters stuff. Gore, you're with me on Overwatch. The gang members took their positions without question. They'd learned to trust Mario's instincts during their vampire hunting operations, and this felt like just another night's work with different monsters. The next wave of Hydra agents came in coordinated and ready for a fight. But they weren't ready for Gore laying down suppressing fire with a captured assault rifle while screaming Spanish profanity at the top of his lungs. Come get some of this. And Carrie flanked left and right. Left side, called out, spotting an agent trying to flank Carrie's position. Carrie spun and dove behind cover just as bullets chewed up the bark where his head had been. Gracias. The firefight was intense but brief. When the smoke cleared, 2 more Hydra agents were down. Gore had a graze on his arm that was bleeding freely, and Carrie's split lip had reopened from all the shouting, but they were still breathing. Anyone else, or we done here? Asked, reloading his captured rifle. Mario checked his and cursed under his breath. The red dots weren't converging on his position like he'd expected. They were hauling ass toward the edge of the forest, almost out of his detection range. Like hell, I'm letting them escape. He chugged a swiftness potion from his inventory, feeling the rush as the enhancement kicked in. 40% speed boost, enough to turn him into a sprinting machine. Then he took off after the fleeing hostiles. Where's he going? Carrie asked, watching Mario disappear into the forest. Probably chasing the runners, replied, applying pressure to Gore's wounded arm. That's what I'd do. The chase through Central Park was brief. Mario's enhanced speed let him close the distance rapidly, and within minutes he'd caught up to the retreating squad. They'd just broken free of the tree line and were making for what looked like an extraction point when Mario went prone and set up his anti-materiel rifle. 4 targets spread out in tactical formation, moving fast across open ground. Standard sniper work, except for the invisibility and the enchantment. He settled into a shooting position, controlled his breathing, and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The .50 caliber round caught the lead agent's center mass, the impact literally cutting him in half at the waist. The flame enchantment immediately ignited both halves of the corpse, reducing them to ash in seconds. A contact rear, one of the surviving agents screamed. The remaining 3 spun around with weapons raised, but all they saw was empty parkland. Their faces went white as they realized the truth. They were being hunted by something they couldn't see or fight. Bang! Another shot, another puff of fire and ash. Mario was getting into a rhythm now, nothing like actual combat experience to sharpen your technique. Bang! The enemy can turn invisible. The agent's warning was cut short as Mario's 3rd shot vaporized his head. Rat-a-tat-tat-tats. The last surviving agent opened up with full auto, spraying bullets wildly in all directions, hoping to hit anything. Mario dropped flat and let the rounds whine overhead, then popped back up for his final shot. Bang! Of the original 8-man Hydra squad, only 1 remained. The rest had been reduced to ash and scattered by the breeze, leaving no evidence of their existence. The violent firefight had drawn attention from nearby joggers and dog walkers, but they'd had enough sense to run the other way instead of gawking at an active crime scene. New Yorkers were smart like that. The last surviving agent stared at the spots where his teammates had been vaporized. Even with professional military training, watching 7 men get disintegrated by an invisible sniper was enough to break anyone's sanity. Mario had deliberately spared this one for a simple reason. While the others had shown up as red dots on his, this guy was displaying as white. Even if he's not Hydra, there's no way he should be neutral after what just happened. He waited until the agent emptied his magazine, then walked up behind him and tapped him on the shoulder. When the man spun around, Mario gently introduced him to his bat. Bonk. The sound was dull, but it did the job. The agent's eyes rolled back and he crumpled to the grass. Mario hoisted the unconscious man over his shoulder and began collecting the scattered weapons and gear from the battlefield. Nothing special, but equipment was equipment. He could always sell the hardware later if nothing else. When Mario returned to the forest clearing, he found Carrie and Gore sitting around like they were at a picnic. Gore was using his shirt to apply pressure to his facial wound, while Carrie was experimenting with different ways to make his split lip look tougher. "You guys look like shit," Mario said, setting down his prisoner. "Hold on." He opened his inventory and pulled out several items. "Eat these," he said, tossing each of them a steak, "and drink these." I caught his steak and immediately bit into it. Carrie held up the glowing bottle suspiciously. "What the hell is this stuff?" "A healing potion." "Healing potion?" Gore raised an eyebrow but was already uncapping his bottle. "You mean like video game shit?" "Something like that, just drink it." All 3 gang members chugged their potions simultaneously. The effects were immediate and dramatic. Carrie's split lip sealed itself, his bruised ribs stopped aching, and the gash on Gore's face began closing up like a zipper. "That's some serious shit," flexed his torso experimentally, testing his now healed ribs. "Good thing, too, because those pendejos don't mess around." "Tell me about it," Carrie agreed, gingerly touching his swollen jaw. Felt like getting punched by a brick wall. Gore kicked at one of the ash piles where an agent used to be. "Damn, Mario, what kind of ammo you using? That's some serious firepower." "Special rifle," Mario replied absently. "Flame enchantment, kills the target and destroys the evidence all in one shot." Efficient nodded approvingly. "So who were these guys anyway? Government black ops?" "Worse," Mario said grimly. "These agents work for an organization called Hydra." "Hydra?" Carrie frowned, trying to remember if he'd heard the name before. "Like the mythological thing with all the heads." "Like the Nazi organization that survived World War II and infiltrated every major government agency in the world," Mario corrected. "They've been running shadow operations for decades." Stopped walking and stared at Mario. "Wait, you're telling me we just fought actual Nazis?" Technically Nazis." "Shit," said his expression brightening considerably. "Well, that makes me feel a lot better about all the violence." They reached Mario's hidden base entrance, where the unconscious Hydra agent was still zip-tied to a tree. Mario gestured toward both prisoners. "Help me get these 2 underground. I want to have a little chat with them." Hefted one unconscious agent with a grunt. "Damn, this heavier than he looks. What you planning to do with them?" "Information extraction," Mario replied, pulling away the concealing dirt block that hid his base entrance. "Welcome to my operations center." The 3 gang members descended into Mario's underground complex. They'd known Mario was resourceful, but this was something else. "Damn, Mario," Gore said admiringly, "you built all this yourself." "Yeah," Mario confirmed, dropping his prisoner onto a wooden chair. "Have a seat, guys, this might take a while." He began stripping both agents of all gear, weapons, and equipment. Everything went into either his inventory system or a conveniently placed lava pit. The unconscious agent, the one showing as white on Mario's, started to stir about 10 minutes later. The first thing he did was instinctively reach for his sidearm, but Mario had already confiscated everything down to his bootlaces. "Morning sunshine," Mario said pleasantly, while holding his anti-materiel rifle with its massive barrel pointed directly at the man's forehead. "I want to test something. Who's faster, you or this gun?" The agent swallowed hard, feeling like he was staring into the eyes of death itself. Cold sweat soaked through his vest in seconds. "Here's how this works. I ask questions, you answer them truthfully. If you understand, nod your head." The agent nodded frantically. Watching his entire squad get disintegrated by an invisible enemy had already shattered his mental defenses. Real life wasn't like the movies. People broke a lot easier than Hollywood suggested. "A good name. A W, Woody." Woody burst out laughing from his position near the entrance. "Such a manly name, but seriously, that's like naming your kid Dick Johnson." "Actually," Carrie interjected thoughtfully, "didn't they legalize like 100 different genders in America? Each one's got special legal protections now." Gore looked confused. 100, how's that even work in practice? "I dunno, it's complicated. There's like regular male and female, then gay male and lesbian female, then there's people who are both, people who are neither, people who change back and forth depending on the day." And then Gore's eyes were wide. "That sounds exhausting to keep track of." "Can we focus?" Mario interrupted, though he was trying not to smile. "Gender, Woody." Males," Woody replied weakly. Before Mario could continue his interrogation, a soft flutter of wings echoed through the tunnel entrance. Pearl came gliding back into the base. His massive bat form barely fitted through the underground tunnels. All three gang members immediately raised their weapons. "What the fuck is that?" Carrie screamed. "Relax," Mario called out calmly. "Pearl, meet Carrie, and Gore, guys, meet Pearls." The vampire bat landed beside Mario, and Woody's eyes went wide. A meter-long bat was the stuff of nightmares, but most people had never seen anything like Pearl outside of nature documentaries about prehistoric monsters. "That's a big fucking bat," said, lowering his rifle slowly. "He's on our side," Mario agreed. "He's also surprisingly well-educated, aren't you, Pearl?" "Mario, what's our situation with these two prisoners?" Pearl asked, gesturing toward Woody and the still unconscious Hydra agent. Carrie nearly dropped his weapon. "It talks." "Of course I talk," Pearl replied, sounding mildly offended. "I'm not some mindless creature." Stared at the giant bat for a long moment, then shrugged. "You know what? After fighting Nazis, a talking bat is actually pretty reasonable." "Thank you," Pearl said graciously. "At least someone here has perspective." Mario pointed at the unconscious Hydra agent who was still zip-tied to his chair. "That one's definitely a deep-cover operative. He's all yours, turn him, but check his mouth for poison capsules first." He said this partly for Woody's benefit. From their brief conversation, he had already pegged Woody as a regular soldier rather than a fanatic. If the guy was really Hydra, he'd be screaming, "Hail Hydra," and trying to bite down on a cyanide tooth right about now. "You want me to convert him?" Pearl asked, licking his lips unconsciously. "It's been quite some time since I've had a proper meal." "Wait," Carrie interrupted nervously. "Convert him into what?" "A vampire," Mario explained patiently. "They make excellent sources of information, and they're completely loyal once turned." Gore looked thoughtful. "So when you said we were vampire hunters?" "Pearl here is one of the good ones," Mario clarified, "mostly." "I'm standing right here," Pearl pointed out dryly. "Hail Hydra." The second agent, who'd been lying motionless and apparently unconscious, suddenly snapped his eyes open and shouted the battle cry with fanatical fervor. Nobody had noticed him regaining consciousness during the conversation. His face immediately started turning blue as cyanide from a hidden tooth capsule flooded his system. Shit! Mario quickly pulled out a bucket of milk from his inventory and forced it down the agent's throat. The effect was immediate. The blue tint faded from the man's skin, though the antidote couldn't heal the damage the poison had already caused. The Hydra agent looked even worse than before, but at least he wasn't dying anymore. Well, commented, that answers the Nazi question pretty definitively. Hail Hydra, the agent repeated weakly, glaring at his captors with the kind of fanatical hatred that couldn't be reasoned with. Yeah, we heard you the first time, pendejo, Gore said dismissively. You got anything else to contribute, or you just gonna keep shouting slogans? Mario turned to Pearl with a gesture toward the Hydra agent. He's all yours. With a soft poof, Pearl transformed back into his massive humanoid form. An eager smile spread across his pale features as he rubbed his hands together. Mario noticed that Pearl had slimmed down a bit since their last meeting. Before, his stubby arms couldn't even reach each other when he tried to clap. Now he looked almost normal. Could you toss him over to me? Pearl asked sheepishly. Mario sighed and grabbed the fanatic by his tactical vest, literally throwing him to Pearl like a sack of laundry. Pearl didn't hesitate. He immediately sank his fangs into the man's neck. A weak, pitiful scream escaped the agent's lips as Pearl fed, but it was cut short as venom began flooding his system. He was neat about his feeding, no blood splatter. In less than a minute, he released the drained agent and stepped back. The three gang members watched this display in silence. They'd seen Mario decapitate vampires with axes and watched people burn to ash, but there was something disturbing about watching someone get converted into a monster. He's converting now, Pearl reported, wiping a trace of blood from his chin. Whether he survives the transformation depends on him. What about this one? He pointed at Woody with hunger. Does he require converting as well? Woody shivered as the vampire's attention focused on him. Mario walked over to the unconscious Hydra agent and poured a healing potion down his throat. If that didn't keep him alive through the conversion process, nothing would. He turned his attention back to Woody, walking toward him. Woody, let's continue our little chat. A couple days ago, did you come to Central Park? Woody felt like his brain had turned to mush. Too much had happened today for him to process rationally. Oh yes, I came here. Mario nodded slightly. Are you with Hydra? Woody shook his head quickly. I don't even know what Hydra is. This morning I was told we were extracting a high-value asset. Nobody mentioned Nazis or vampires or whatever the hell this is. The answer didn't surprise Mario. If Woody had been a true believer, he would have been shouting slogans and trying to activate his own suicide device by now. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Woody, by rights I should kill you for participating in an operation to murder me, but I think you're just a pawn being used by people who don't give a shit about your life. Nodded approvingly from his position by the entrance. That's fair, guy seems like regular military. Final question, Mario continued, settling into a chair across from Woody. Do you want to work for me? And before you answer, let me explain what that means. Mario spent the next 15 minutes explaining Hydra's history, goals, and methods. He didn't sugarcoat anything, but he didn't exaggerate either, just the facts from a neutral perspective. Secret Nazi organization, infiltration of government agencies, plans for world domination, the whole 9 yards. Woody listened as the pieces fell into place. When Mario mentioned that Hydra had already taken over SHIELD from within, a chill ran down his spine. He glanced at his teammate convulsing on the ground, then thought about the 7 men who'd been vaporized by an invisible sniper. He felt like he'd stumbled into some massive conspiracy that was way above his clearance level. I'll work for you. Mario's cold expression melted into a smile. Smart choice, Woody. Welcome to the team. As he spoke, he discreetly slipped his sword back into his inventory. He'd had the blade pressed against Woody's neck during the entire conversation, ready to end him if the agent had chosen poorly. Carrie Gore, he continued, turning to address his first associates in this world. I want you three to join my organization as well. Official positions, steady pay, full benefits package. The gang members looked at each other in surprise, then back at Mario. You serious? Asked. Like real employment with a W-2 and everything. As real as it gets, Mario confirmed. I need people I can trust, and you guys have proven yourselves time and again, plus I owe you an apology. Apologize for what? Carrie asked suspiciously. Mario looked embarrassed. When I first met you three, I thought you were trying to assault that woman. Burst out laughing, slapping his knee. Assault? We were trying to find a club that served decent chicken wings. That was the reason, but your approach was intimidating. We've been working on that, Gore said defensively. Candy's been giving us tips. Wait, Woody interrupted, looking confused. You thought they were rapists but hired them anyway. I hired them after I realized they couldn't be rapists. Once I saw them in action, I couldn't imagine them hurting anyone who didn't deserve it. Carrie grinned widely. That's probably the nicest thing anyone's ever said about us, Mario. The recruitment process was more formal than any of them had expected. Mario produced an actual clipboard with official-looking paperwork while Pearl took notes. Previous military experience, Mario asked Woody, consulting his forms. Army Rangers, 3 tour in Afghanistan, Woody replied, specialized in reconnaissance and urban warfare. Excellent. Any moral objections to killing Nazis and vampires? Not even a little bit. Raised his hand like he was in school. Can we get interviewed too? This looks official as hell. You three are already hired, Mario said, but if you want the full employment experience. Hell yes, Carrie said immediately. I never had a real job interview before. This is exciting. Mario sighed and produced more clipboards. Fine, previous work experience. Freelance acquisition specialist. He means thief, Gore translated helpfully. Freelance acquisition specialist sounds better, protested. Fair enough, Carrie. A security consultant. He beat people up for money, Gore explained. A security consultant, Carrie insisted. And Gore's, what about you? A automotive redistribution engineer. And Carrie stared at their friend. What? Gore said defensively. It sounds professional and technically accurate. You stole cars, pointed out. I redistributed automotive resources to communities. Mario made notes on all 3 forms with a straight face. You know what? You're all hired. Congratulations. Woody watched this exchange with growing confusion and amusement. Are you guys actually criminals or? Vampire hunters, said proudly, puffing out his chest. Mario sighed and guided Woody toward a red reclining chair. It looked suspiciously like dental equipment that had been modified for more sinister purposes. I'll handle the paperwork with SHIELD, he assured him. Director Fury and I go way back. I'll give him a call and square everything. You don't need to worry about the politics. What are you going to do? Woody asked nervously, staring at the massive syringe Mario was preparing. The thing was filled with white liquid, and if you looked closely, you could see chunks of garlic floating in the mixture. Mario said cheerfully, just relax, this'll be quick. Endure it for a few seconds and you'll be stronger than you ever imagined. Don't you want to be a superhero like Captain America? Carrie cleared his throat. Can't I just join the organization without this? Smacked him on the back of the head. With great power comes great responsibility, pendejo. We're gonna have real jobs now. We need the abilities to back it up. Gore nodded sagely. Plus, can't be worse than what we went through on the streets, right? Woody fell silent, tempted by the promise of enhanced abilities. After everything he'd witnessed today, the idea of gaining superhuman powers seemed almost reasonable. He glanced once more at Mario and the syringe, then closed his eyes and accepted his fate. Do it, now give it to me. A scream tore from his throat that echoed through the underground complex. His eyes snapped wide open, veins bulging on his forehead as agony flooded his nervous system. The pain was indescribable. 3 seconds of garlic extract burning through his bloodstream felt like dying and being resurrected repeatedly. He had survived IED explosions and firefights, but nothing had prepared him for this level of suffering. I think I saw the face of God, he gasped as he stumbled out of the chair, and he was laughing at me. That's just hallucinations, they fade after a few minutes. Your turn, Mario said cheerfully, refilling the syringe. Reluctantly approached the chair like he was walking to his own execution. Matter, this better be worth it. Carrie, you're up. Carrie swaggered forward. How bad could it be? I've been shot before, stabbed twice, and once got hit by a car. FUCK. Finally, Gore sat down. At least I know what to expect now. MSHIITTT. Mario could smell the familiar scent of vampire hunter emerging from all 4 bodies, and he smiled in satisfaction. Welcome to the Hunter Association. You're all going to do great things, crack. Oh, crack. It still won't talk, huh? Mario brought the leather whip down again on the vampire strung up against the wall. Through Woody, he'd learned the converted agent's name was, which sounded more like a nickname than anything official. Oh, crack. The leather bit deep into his flesh, opening 2 savage wounds that gaped. Blood ran down his skin, but the vampire's enhanced healing was already working to close the damage. Damn, said from where he was lounging on one of the stone benches Mario had crafted. You're really going at it. That pendejo do something personal to you. Every Hydra agent makes it personal, Mario replied, wiping sweat from his forehead. They tried to kill me in my own territory. Carrie looked up from the weapon he was cleaning. Speaking of which, you sure this torture thing is working? Dude's been hanging there for a while and hasn't said shit. That's because he's loyal to the cause, Woody said quietly, studying his former teammate with eyes. He'd rather die than give up secrets. Your turn, Mario said, offering the whip to Woody. Hit harder this time, aim for his mouths. Woody had been adapting well to his enhanced abilities. Mario had sacrificed 6 precious vials of vampire blood to boost him to level 2, unlocking the first 2 hunter skills. The transformation hadn't given him supernatural strength, but his stamina and speed had improved dramatically. With increased attack speed, he could trigger something like bullet time reflexes. All 4 of his new recruits had received the same treatment. Carrie and Gore were also level 2 hunters now, each specializing in different aspects of the job. Woody took the whip but hesitated, staring at the suspended Hydra agent. They weren't close, but they'd been comrades in arms. Shouldn't we be interrogating him for information instead of just this? Interrogate him, Mario waved dismissively. No point. If he wants to talk, he'll talk. If he doesn't, you won't get anything by asking. If you want to question him, go ahead. If not, help me beat his ass. Don't worry about killing him, he's a vampire now. Break his arm and it'll grow back. Hell, drain him dry and just give him some blood to recover. Carrie looked queasy at the suggestion. Man, I know these guys tried to kill us, but this is pretty intense. Back on the streets, we just beat people up and moved on. This whole torture thing is. Different league, Gore interrupted, trying to sound wise. We're dealing with international conspiracies now. Sometimes you gotta adapt your methods to match the threat level. Gore's right, Mario said, walking over to the leather couch in his underground base and dropping into it heavily. These aren't street criminals or even regular vampires. Hydra has been infiltrating governments for decades. They're not going to break from a few punches. A quick glance at his showed no new red dots, but there were plenty of white ones scattered around. The earlier gunfight had definitely attracted police attention. Mario called out, "Come over here a second." The gang leader approached, "What's up?" "You've got family in the neighborhood, right? Mother, little brothers." This expression hardened immediately. His protective instincts when it came to and his mother were legendary among the crew. "Yeah, why?" Because Hydra doesn't just target their primary enemies. They go after families, friends, anyone who might be used as leverage. After today's attack, they know about you and your boys. That makes your people potential targets. Fell silent. He joined Mario's organization partly for the steady pay and benefits, but mostly because it felt like something bigger than just street-level crime. The thought that his association with them might put in danger hadn't occurred to him. What do? We make them understand that threatening civilians, especially our civilians, is a mistake they'll only make once, Mario replied, pulling out his phone. But first, I need to make some calls. Carrie was studying the unconscious Hydra agent. "You know what? Fuck this guy. If these pendejos are gonna threaten kids, I don't feel bad about the torture anymore." Gore nodded, "Still pretty brutal though, makes me glad we're on the good guy's side." Mario started dialing's number, then waved at Woody, who was still holding the whip. "If you can't bring yourself to do it, let take over. I need to make a call." "I got it," said, accepting the whip. The thought of Hydra agents anywhere near his family had erased any remaining reluctance about enhanced interrogation techniques. The phone rang 3 times before connecting. "Mario, hold on a second." As a slightly exasperated voice came through immediately, followed by the sound of footsteps. He was probably looking for somewhere private to talk. Mario said, putting the call on speaker so his team could hear, "We've got a situation." After about 10 seconds, "All right, what's the situation? Let me guess, more bad news." They'd worked together enough times to be comfortable with each other. "Well, if I remember correctly, every time you call it's either to ask me to collect something for you or because someone tried to kill you. So what is it this time?" "You're getting too good at reading me. Hydra sent a surveillance team after me. I took them out. Left one Hydra operative alive and one SHIELD agent. The rest are Ash. You should probably call Fury. He's going to hear about this anyway." Sighed, "How bad is the exposure?" "Contained for now, but here's the thing, my new associates have families in the area. If Hydra knows about them, they're going to go after soft targets for leverage." Carrie looked up sharply. "Wait, do I have family they could threaten? I mean, my mom's in Tucson, but..." "Anyone you care about is potentially at risk. That's how these people operate." "Oh, I need protective details," Mario continued into the phone. "And I need them fast. These guys have proven themselves in combat, but their civilian connections need to be secured. And I'm wondering if you guys want this Hydra agent for anything. If not, I'll finish him off once I'm done venting." There was a pause on send. "I'm in Los Angeles right now trying to make contact with Tony Stark. Because of what happened with you, Fury has developed serious trust issues with internal SHIELD personnel. As the only agent who knows the full story, I'm swamped with work." "Then delegate," Mario said flatly, "or give me the resources to handle it myself." "I'll inform Director Fury about the Hydra situation. He's already preparing to have Agent take over my duties and serve as your liaison. Maybe she can coordinate the protective details." Mario froze when he heard that name. Born in Stalingrad in 1984, trained from childhood by Soviet operatives to become the perfect spy. Her body had been enhanced to slow aging and increase resistance to damage. Years of brutal physical and mental conditioning had turned her into a deadly weapon, the Black Widow. She'd eventually betrayed the Red Room and joined SHIELD. Despite her actual age, she was undeniably beautiful, and that figure honed by decades of training. "Yo, Mario," Carrie said, waving a hand in front of Mario's face. You still with us? Yeah, sorry, just processing the intel. Mario cleared his throat. Maybe we shouldn't contact each other anymore. I'd hate for Agent to get the wrong idea about our working relationship. Snorted with laughter. Did you just get distracted thinking about some chick in the middle of a discussion? She's not just some chick, Mario protested. His voice came through the phone. Don't joke around, Mario. Tell me, do you know anything about Stark's disappearance? Mario sobered immediately. You're asking me? Don't tell me SHIELD can't figure this out on their own. If that's true, you and Fury might as well quit and open a pizza joint. We do have a primary suspect, said, clearly frustrated by Mario's response. Obadiah, a major shareholder at Stark Industries. He's been secretly dealing weapons to terrorists. It looks like he's behind the kidnapping. Not bad, you're not completely useless after all. Mario's overall assessment of SHIELD remained unchanged. As supposedly the most powerful organization on the surface, they couldn't even locate the 10 Rings hideout in Afghanistan. He didn't buy it. If that was really true, it meant Hydra elements inside SHIELD didn't want Tony to come back alive. Looked confused. Wait, who's Tony Stark? Should we know this guy? Billionaire weapons manufacturer, Woody explained. Stark Industries supplies most of the military's advanced tech. If he's been kidnapped by terrorists, it's a big deal. Bigger than you know, Mario muttered. He knew exactly what Tony's kidnapping would lead to, the birth of Iron Man, but he also knew better than to interfere with that particular timeline. I don't want to get involved in the Stark situation. Focus on getting me those protective details. Iron Man was still in his origin story phase, and he didn't want to risk meeting an arrogant version later. He preferred not to derail Tony's character development. He rubbed his chin, suddenly thinking about Ivan, the villain from Iron Man 2. Now there's a genuine talent, way better than those so-called scientists at Hammer Industries. Most importantly, his father probably isn't dead yet. Find him, and it's like getting 2 for the price of 1. The thought excited him. While Iron Man 2's plot was still far off, if Ivan's father Anton died early, it would be a huge loss. He was confident he could cure Anton's illness. A bucket of milk plus a healing potion should do it. If that didn't work, he could always turn him into a vampire. Oh, since you're busy in Los Angeles, I won't keep you. Give me her number. I have some serious business to discuss with her. After Mario hung up, looked at him expectantly. So what's the plan? How do we handle this family protection thing? First, we finish up here, Mario said, gesturing toward the suspended Hydra agent. Then we make some adjustments to our security protocols. Carrie was examining his silver knife again, testing the edge against his thumb. You know, I never thought I'd be worried about assassins coming after my mom. This job has some weird side effects. At least your mom's in another state, said grimly. Mine lives like 6 blocks from here, and school is walking distance from our old territory. We'll handle it, Mario assured him. But from now on, we operate under the assumption that everyone we care about is a potential target. That means operational security, coded communications, and a lot more paranoia. Gore nodded seriously. I can live with paranoia. A Hell's Kitchen. An hour later, they were driving through the chaotic streets in Woody's SUV. Above them, a dark shadow could be seen following the vehicle. Rode shotgun while Carrie and Gore occupied the back seat, all of them armed. Mario had insisted they continue their regular patrol schedule despite the Hydra threat. The car moved at barely more than a jogging pace as they scanned for threats. Gunshots echoed from nearby alleys. Yo said, that chick you were talking about earlier, she's single. Focus on the mission. I'm just saying, if she's as dangerous as you claim, maybe Carrie here could use some tips on talking to women. Dude's been striking out hard. Fuck you, Carrie protested from the back seat. I do fine with women. Getting maced doesn't count as doing fine, Gore pointed out helpfully. That was one time. Gore smirked. Yeah, Candy's literally the only woman you've talked to on the street without getting maced, and she turned out to be a stripper. Exotic dancer, corrected. She gets mad when you call her a stripper. Woody glanced in the mirror, confused. Wait, you guys know a stripper. Exotic dancer, all three gang members corrected in unison. She helped us figure out why women kept running away when we tried to ask them to hang out, Gore explained. Turns out we were accidentally coming off as rapists. Apparently our approach was intimidating. You think, Woody shook his head, 3 guys in baggy clothes surrounding women at night? Yeah, that might send the wrong message. A beat-up motorcycle roared up from behind them, pulling alongside the driver's window with a screech of brakes that left black skid marks on the asphalt. Yo, hand over the money. Don't fucking move. One mugger pointed a pistol at Woody's head while his partner jumped off the bike and ran to the passenger side, aiming his gun at. The second guy was clearly high on something. His body twitched constantly and he couldn't stay still. So this really is Hell's Kitchen, Mario said. Before he could finish the thought, Pearl's massive form dropped from the sky like a guided missile, crushing the motorcycle rider. Jesus, Carrie jumped in his seat. Give us some warning next time. Taking advantage of the second mugger's moment of shock, reached out of his window and grabbed the man's gun hand, twisting hard. Oh, crack. The scream of agony echoed off the surrounding buildings. The mugger's wrist bent at an angle that definitely wasn't natural. Gore caught the falling pistol before tossing it into the cargo area, where it joined at least 20 other weapons they'd collected. Mario opened his door and stepped out, planting his boot firmly on the writhing mugger's chest. Pearl, finish this one too, but make it quick, we've got places to be. Got it, someone toss me more bottles, this blood vial's getting full. Pearl's excited voice rang out from where he was crouched over the first mugger. The vampire had been collecting blood from various criminals throughout the night, building up their supply of crafting materials. I got you covered, Carrie said, climbing out of the SUV with several empty glass bottles. He'd gotten very good at this particular aspect of their operations. Woody also climbed out, searching both muggers for valuables. Couple of burner phones, maybe $40 in cash, and what looks like a small bag of crack. Throw the drugs in the storm drain, Mario instructed. We're hunters, not dealers. His phone vibrated against his leg. He pulled it out and saw an unfamiliar number, though a name immediately popped into his mind. Black Widow. Boys, stay alert, this might be important, he answered the call. Mister. You must be Ms. His eyes went wide, and he made exaggerated kissing motions behind Mario's back until Carrie smacked him in the head. That's right, I'm level 10 SHILD agent. I'll be handling your liaison duties from now on. I'm currently at Times Square in Manhattan. Even through the phone, Mario could tell this woman was dangerous. Give me a few minutes, he said, raising his foot and kicking the mugger under him hard in the skull. The moaning stopped instantly. I'm out handling some business with my team. We'll be right there. Team's voice carried a note of interest. My associates, you'll meet them when we arrive. He hung up and called to Pearl. All right, Dawn's coming soon. Let's head home. Pearl immediately transformed back into bat form, revealing the unconscious mugger beneath him. The man's shallow breathing proved he was still alive. Pearl had been careful not to kill anyone tonight. He drained criminals of blood but always left them barely breathing. Whether some homeless person might find them later and do something weird was not their concern. Damn, Gore said, watching the transformation. I don't think I'll ever get used to that. Pearl clutched his collection of blood-filled bottles and perched obediently on the SUV's roof. We're going to meet someone very important, and I want you all on your best behavior, Mario said. Define best behavior, said with a grin. Don't hit on her, don't make stupid jokes, and for God's sake, don't mention the stripper thing. An exotic dancer, all three chorused. Woody started the engine, shaking his head, and I thought military units had communication problems. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance to Central Park. Getting out of the car, he pulled out his pickaxe and stored the SUV back in his inventory. Woody, who had witnessed Mario pull vehicles from his backpack before, still felt his worldview crack a little at the sight. "I still think that's the coolest shit ever," Carrie muttered. They started walking toward Mario's base. Dawn was approaching, and Pearl's transformation couldn't be sustained in sunlight. Mario had no intention of carrying the vampire home in his arms. Just as he was about to call his number, he spotted a figure standing at the edge of the tree line. She wore a skin-tight black tactical suit that perfectly showed off her curves, definitely eye-catching. But her face was cold and stern, showing not a trace of warmth as her sharp eyes assessed Mario and his entourage. "Damn," whispered. "She's fine as hell, but she looks like she could kill all of us without breaking a sweat." They approached the edge of the woods, and Mario extended his hand with a smile. "Welcome, Ms. I'm Mario, and this is my team." "Hello, mister." His expression remained completely neutral as she shook his hand. "I've received orders from Director Fury. From now on, I'll be responsible for liaison duties and assisting you with any problems you encounter." Her gaze swept over the four men standing behind Mario, taking in their appearance and body language. "These are my associates," Mario said, gesturing to his team. "Woody, former Army Ranger, Carrie and Gore, local specialists." "Ma'am," Woody said formally, giving a slight nod. Flashed his gold teeth in what he probably thought was a charming smile. "Pleasure to meet you." Carrie and Gore both mumbled polite greetings, clearly intimidated by his aura. Mario nodded slightly. Seeing that uncompromising expression on her face, the fire of his earlier lustful thoughts was somewhat dampened. He liked beautiful women and enjoyed the idea of intimate encounters, but he wasn't interested in pursuing someone who looked like she might kill him if he said the wrong thing. "Then let's walk and talk," he said, turning to head toward his base. "I want you to help me find two people, Anton and his son Ivan. Anton is a physicist, but he's currently exiled in Siberia. I need SHIELD to locate him, but don't make contact. I want to bring him back personally." "Any particular reason for this interest?" asked. Glanced at Mario, then at, "Doesn't usually share operational details unless they're relevant to the mission." "Smart policy," agreed. "Operational security is important in this business. I'll contact Director Fury immediately." She pulled out a gray communicator from inside her tactical suit. Gore leaned over to Carrie and whispered, "Did she just pull that thing out of her cleavage?" "Shut up," Carrie hissed back. "She'll hear you." His lips quirked slightly, the first hint of expression Mario had seen from her. Apparently she had good hearing. A few minutes later, she approached Mario with the communicator. "Director Fury wants to speak with you." Mario's expression froze for a moment, then he put on an act of confusion. He took the communicator and raised an eyebrow. "Hello," he paused, frowning. "What? I can't hear you, the signal's terrible." "No sound at all. Ms. Is this thing broken?" He handed the communicator back to her, blatantly ignoring Fury's voice coming from the device. Stared at him for a moment. Helpless, she had no choice but to take the communicator back and deal with an increasingly frustrated Fury. Mario's lips curved into a smile. Fury had been pestering him ever since he'd stored the in his inventory. He desperately wanted it back, but Mario had even blocked his phone number. Did he really think I'd just hand it back after it's already in my possession? Fat chance. At SHIELD headquarters, Fury was staring at his communicator with an expression that could melt steel. If he weren't worried that killing Mario might make the irretrievable from that strange pocket dimension, he would already ordered a strike team. This was supposed to be a simple test of Mario's cooperation. He could only pin his hopes on his best agent. Build a good relationship with him, he told through the communicator. Report everything back to me. Sorry, the place is a bit rough around the edges, Mario said, gesturing around his underground base. Make yourself at home. He called to Woody, who emerged from the shadows carrying bottles of Coca-Cola, something he had specifically bought during supply runs for entertaining guests. We need to move fast on the Ivan situation, Mario continued, settling onto the leather couch and accepting the Coke. He popped the cap and took a swig, grimacing slightly. Room temperature wasn't ideal, but it would have to do. His father's seriously ill, and I'm worried if we wait too long, it might be too late. Nodded, pulling out a tablet and making notes. No problem. Do you have any additional details? The more specific information we have, the easier it'll be to track them down. Gore leaned forward eagerly. What kind of details, like criminal records, known associates, spending patterns? They're still human beings. Even in hiding, they can't live completely off the grid. Internet usage, TV signals, phone calls, shopping, there'll be a digital footprint somewhere. My cousin's friend used to work for a private investigator, and he said they always start with financial transactions because… Gore, Carrie interrupted with a slight smile. Breathe, man. Right, sorry, just trying to help. Mario shrugged its questioning look. That's all I've got. If I knew their exact address, I wouldn't need SHIELD. He paused, thinking. Anton used to be Stark's partner before he got screwed over and exiled from the US. That might be a good starting point for your investigation. Understood, said, typing rapidly. That should be enough to work with. If SHIELD can't find them with those leads, we might as well shut down the whole operation. A scream suddenly echoed from the dark room in the corner of the base. Her head snapped toward the sound. Carrie muttered, that pendejo's still alive in there. Pearl's been having a real good time with him, added with a shrug. Mario smiled sheepishly at, yeah, about that. I've got a lot of enemies, you know. Sometimes I invite one or two back here as house guests. Perfectly normal, right? Fixed him with a stare, then said, I have extensive interrogation experience. Want me to lend a hand? Before arriving, Fury had briefed her about the SHIELD traitor Mario was holding. Getting intel from the prisoner was one of her primary objectives, information Fury desperately needed. Oh shit, she wants to torture the guy too, Carrie whispered to his friends. That's kind of hot. Oh, you got serious issues, replied, shaking his head. What? I'm just saying. Don't say anything, advised, just don't. Mario stood up and grabbed hand, pulling her toward the makeshift prison. That would be fantastic. Come on, let me show you our guest room. How the hell are her hands this soft when she handles guns all day? Mario wondered as he led her down the corridor. SHIELD must have some kind of special skin care regimen. I'll have to ask about that later. The guest room was Mario's masterpiece of prison engineering, constructed entirely from obsidian blocks. The material was incredibly durable. Even his enchanted sniper rifle could only produce tiny cracks that healed within 3 seconds. By his calculations, it would take at least a dozen direct hits to break through, making escape nearly impossible. The iron doors were the weakest point in the design, so he had installed 2 layers for security. Both were currently open, revealing Pearl's massive form hunched in the corner. The vampire was wielding a small whip, lashing the prisoner suspended from the wall. His excitement was visible, but Mario winced at how ridiculous his small arms looked swinging the leather whip around. Pearl, take a break, he said quickly, not wanting to give the wrong impression about his operation's professionalism. Pearl reluctantly transformed into his bat form, shrinking down to avoid taking up half the room's space. Leave him to me, he chirped enthusiastically. I'll get everything out of him. If you want to know what age he started jerking off, I'll make him confess that too. Pearl, Carrie muttered, looking queasy. We don't need to know that shit. Mario rolled his eyes. I'm not a pervert. I don't give a damn when he discovered masturbation. Just step back and watch. Learn something from SHIELD's interrogation techniques. He moved aside, allowing to enter the cell. She first ran her fingers along the obsidian walls, testing their texture and density before turning her attention to the prisoner. Agent hung naked except for his underwear, and his body was covered in purple welts from Pearl's enthusiastic whipping. Under her surprised gaze, the wounds were already healing at an accelerated rate. A sock was stuffed in his mouth, and his eyes stared ahead with lifeless expression. Even when she moved directly in front of him, he barely reacted. "Damn," Gore whispered, "did Pearl break him?" Mario felt the same concern. If was mentally shattered, he'd have to capture another Hydra agent and spend days converting him to vampire status. He stepped forward and lightly slapped cheek. The man's eyes suddenly focused, filled with terror as they locked onto Mario's face. "Spit out the sock, I need to ask you something." Push the disgusting fabric out with his tongue. Mario had no intention of touching someone else's filthy sock with his bare hands. Satisfied that his prisoner was still functional, he nodded and smiled. But too, that smile was the stuff of nightmares. His whole body began trembling uncontrollably, though he didn't produce a sound. "He's all yours," Mario told, pulling a blood vial from his inventory. "I'm going to tend my wheat farm. If he won't talk, just call for me." His eyes immediately locked onto the vial. Mario uncapped it and poured the contents into his mouth. Instantly, every wound on his body disappeared without a trace. He handed another vial to, "You saw the effect. If one isn't enough, have Pearl come find me." Without waiting for her reaction, he turned and left the guest room. As he stepped outside, he could hear Pearl's voice booming from within. "Hey there, gorgeous. Mario wants me to learn interrogation techniques from you, so don't hold back on the good stuff." Mario chuckled and shook his head. "Woody's Carrie, Gore, come with me." He called the team over and led the 4 men toward the underground farm he'd established. "This is our agricultural operation," he said to Woody. "From now on, you're in charge of managing our food production. Make sure we don't run out of food." Woody nodded, examining the neat rows of crops. "I can handle that, though I gotta admit farming wasn't covered in my training." Mario gestured for Carrie and Gore to step aside with him. They walked back through the corridor, leaving Woody alone to examine the crops more closely. "I need you 3 to keep an eye on him when I'm gone," he said quietly once they were out of earshot. "Gone where?" asked. "Siberia. I'm bringing back those scientists I mentioned. It's a long flight, and I don't want to leave the base undefended." Carrie looked confused. "Why not bring us with you? We can handle some Russians." "Because I need people I trust watching things here. Woody's solid, but he's still new to the team. People can get unpredictable when everything in their life shifts at once." Nodded seriously. "You think he might flip on us?" "I don't know, but he's going through a lot of changes. I want you 3 to keep him company, show him the ropes, make sure he doesn't do anything stupid." "We'll keep Soldier Boy out of trouble," grinned. Several days later, a pierce through the cloud cover above Siberia. Mario pressed his face against the window. "You're absolutely sure Ivan is down there?" From his vantage point, the entire landscape was nothing but snow and ice stretching to the horizon. No signs of civilization anywhere. The aircraft began its descent and sat beside him, manipulating data on her tablet. After several days working together, she'd gotten a good read on Mario's personality. He was vindictive, occasionally unhinged, and had an obsessive fixation on hunting vampires. Every night that he had free time, he'd prowl the streets looking for bloodsuckers to kill. She'd also noticed his wandering eyes. As a trained operative, she could read his lustful thoughts like an open book. "According to our investigation, we've confirmed that he is definitely here," she said, tapping the screen. Mario's pulse quickened. Ivan was crucial to his long-term plans. With that brilliant engineer on his team, he'd never have to worry about power for his base or even his refrigerator ever again. "If Ivan knew I'm mainly recruiting him to keep my appliances running, He'd probably try to crack my skull open with a crowbar to see what kind of brain damage I'm working with. As they descended further, Mario finally got a clear view of the settlement below. Dozens of wooden cabins were scattered across the area, their roofs heavy with accumulated snow. From above, they blended almost perfectly with the terrain, easy to miss if you weren't looking carefully. Snowflakes continued falling from the sky, and not a single person was visible on the paths between buildings. Held out her tablet displaying an aerial map of the village. She pointed to one particular structure. Your target is in that house. Based on his recent pharmaceutical purchases, his father's condition is critical. Mario nodded, cross-referencing the location with his mini-map. Of course it is. If his father were healthy, I wouldn't be in such a rush. The touched down with a slight jolt, he stood and headed for the exit. I'm going to pay them a visit, wait here for me. Rose as well, her expression serious. Be careful. According to our profile, he has significant personality issues. Apart from his father, he barely interacts with anyone. Got it, I'll watch myself. The hatch opened and Arctic air rushed into the cabin. The flight crew all shivered involuntarily, but Mario, wearing just a thin shirt, felt no discomfort at all. He trudged through the deep snow toward Ivan's house, pulling out a shovel from his inventory as he walked. The snow was incredibly deep, perfect for his purposes. Might as well stock up while I'm here. I can build a snowman later for unlimited snow production, he thought, scooping snowballs into his inventory. Snow wasn't particularly useful in the game, but in reality, it was perfect for chilling beer and soda. The snow was so deep it had buried half of the family's front door. He had to dig his way to the entrance. Knock, knock, knock. Inside, Ivan immediately frowned at the unexpected noise. Nobody ever visited their home, especially not during a blizzard. He set down the food he'd been preparing for his father and stood up. Father, wait here, I'll see who it is. Anton lay on a decrepit wooden bed, looking on the verge of death. Forcing himself to speak, he said, Ivan, be careful, cough, cough. A violent coughing fit cut him off. Ivan nodded, gently patting his father's chest. Don't worry. Outside, Mario watched the white dot on his mini-map with puzzled expression. He knocked again, more insistently. What's going on? Are they both asleep? Just as the thought formed, he saw the dot begin moving toward the door. A grin spread across his face. The door opened just a crack, and the black barrel of a shotgun emerged, pressing against his forehead. Double-barreled shotgun, Russian hunting classic. A gruff voice followed, Who are you? What do you want here? Mario didn't flinch or show anger. Being confronted by an armed hermit in Siberia was perfectly reasonable. These people had to be tough to survive out here. My name's Mario. I'm here for you, Mr. Ivan. I want to offer you a job, he said calmly. Ivan froze when Mario spoke his name, then spat through gritted teeth. I don't want to work for anyone. Get lost. He started to pull the shotgun back and close the door. I don't think you'll be able to refuse what I'm offering. The closing door stopped. Ivan's voice came from inside. Money? Fuck off. I'd rather starve than take your blood money. Mario raised an eyebrow. Oh, we're playing hard to get. Time to drop the trump card then. I can cure your father's illness. The door flew open immediately. Mario finally got a clear look at Ivan, wearing a tattered winter coat, shoulder-length hair but streaked with premature gray. Though only in his 30s, he looked at least 40. If you're lying to me, I'll fucking kill you, Ivan snarled. Mario hated empty threats. Either shoot him or don't, but don't waste time with meaningless posturing. You know your father's condition better than anyone. Without me, he's got maybe a month left. Since you're about to work for me, let me teach you something. Don't make violent threats before you understand who you're dealing with. Before Ivan could react, Mario pulled his sniper rifle from his inventory and pressed it against Ivan's temple. A bang! The rifle's shot punched straight through the two-story cabin, tearing a fist-sized hole in the wall behind them. The supersonic crack was so loud that Ivan nearly passed out from shock, blood streaming from his ears. While Ivan stood dazed, Mario snatched the shotgun and stored it in his inventory, then pulled out a healing potion and forced it down Ivan's throat. Try this on your father first, see if it works. Inside a fast food restaurant, Ivan sat across from Mario, picking at his burger. The regret was written all over his face like graffiti on a subway wall. I agreed to this way too fast, he thought, watching Mario ogle some woman walking past the window. Guy shows up talking big game, acts like he's got real backing, and what do I find? He's got nothing. Even the damn plane we flew here on was borrowed. Forget about a professional lab, they didn't even have a proper building to work in. He lifted his head and studied Mario. He let out a deep sigh. He felt like he'd been conned. If it weren't for the fact that the gold Mario had shown him was real, he'd tested it himself. He would dragged his father back to Siberia to grow potatoes and pretend this whole thing never happened. What exactly are we going to do next? Mario's attention snapped back from his window shopping. Don't worry about it. I've already got SHIELD helping me buy a workshop in New York. The lab you want is being set up as we speak. Money talks, he thought. He tossed 2 gold bars onto thee and asked to help purchase a suitable factory and equipment in New York. If the money wasn't enough, she could call him for more. What you need to do now is work with your father and start building that miniature arc reactor. Priority 1. Ivan nodded slowly, somewhat by Mario's approach. In the movie, Tony Stark had managed to build a reactor in a cave with nothing but scrap metal. If that spoiled rich boy could do it, Ivan sure as hell could too. That's exactly why he had traveled all the way to frozen-ass Siberia to find Ivan. Talent was the most precious resource in this business. After finishing their meal, he packed up some extra food. Woody had been living on bread and water for too long, and he was starting to look like a scarecrow. Couldn't have him wasting away from malnutrition. The 3 men strolled through the streets at a leisurely pace, heading toward Central Park. Ivan, who had never set foot in the city before, kept scanning their surroundings. Anton was less subtle about his amazement. This place has changed so much. Back in my day, there weren't so many cars on the road, and there wasn't nearly this much chocolate available either. Fortunately, his voice wasn't too loud. Otherwise, the people around them might have rushed over to give him a lesson in modern political correctness. Mario kept one eye on his mini-map as they walked. Suddenly, a red dot appeared at the edge of his vision. He stopped walking and looked in that direction. A car sped past them, and inside sat a man in his 30s who didn't even glance their way. He immediately understood what he was seeing. A Hydra. He didn't pay much attention to it. There were simply too many Hydra operatives in a city like New York. They could be hiding in any industry and any corner of society. Noticing that Mario had stopped, Ivan followed his gaze toward the departing vehicle. What's wrong with that car? Mario shook his head and smiled. Nothing, just remembered something I need to take care of later. He wasn't lying, seeing that Hydra agent had reminded him of something important. If I remember correctly, Hydra owns a company called, maybe I should drop by someday and borrow some equipment. Advanced, high-tech devices weren't available for purchase through normal channels. He would have no choice but to liberate a few things directly from the enemy. 10 minutes later, they entered Central Park and continued walking deeper into the trees. Ivan looked around at the lush greenery with confusion. What exactly are we doing here? Going home, Mario replied cheerfully. For the foreseeable future, this is where we'll be living. Ivan's face immediately darkened. Internally, he couldn't help but complain. Live here, what is this, some kind of camping expedition? But when Mario dug into the ground and revealed a hidden underground entrance, he immediately stopped his wild speculation. Instead, his curiosity about Mario's abilities grew exponentially. Is it some kind of superpower or advanced technology? Can I study it? My ability runs pretty deep. Take my advice, you can't handle it, just focus on building me that reactor. Mario genuinely meant it, even he didn't fully understand the nature of his abilities. If Ivan got obsessed with trying to study them instead of working on the arc reactor, it would be nothing but a waste of everyone's time. He pointed at the tunnel entrance beneath their feet. You two go down first, I'll seal the entrance behind us. He paused and gave Ivan a stern look. And hey, if you really want to study something, wait until you've built me the things I actually need. Ivan didn't press the issue. He climbed down into the tunnel, followed closely by his father. Mario came last, scooping earth back over the hole to seal it completely. Back inside his underground base, Mario suddenly felt like a traveler returning home after a long journey. At heart, he was something of a homebody. If it wasn't absolutely necessary, he'd rather not venture outside at all. Pearl, who had been sleeping in the corner, awoke instantly at the sound of voices. The vampire fluttered over and landed on the sofa beside Mario. "You're back. Are these the new specimens you brought me to study?" Pearl's attitude toward Mario had grown more reverent over the past few weeks. His glowing red eyes were now fixed hungrily on Anton and Ivan, who had followed Mario into the base. "Easy there," came's voice from across the base as he emerged from the workshop area. "No snacking on the scientists." Carrie and Gore appeared behind him, with Woody bringing up the rear. All four men looked like they'd been busy. There was sawdust on their clothes and the smell of fresh-cut wood in the air. "I don't snack," Pearl protested. "I conduct careful extractions of vital essence for research purposes." "Same thing, different words," Carrie pointed out, earning chuckles from the others. They stared at the scene with bewilderment. A talking bat, banter about vampire feeding habits, and a group that seemed completely comfortable with the supernatural. "All right, settle down. Let me introduce you all properly. From now on, you're colleagues, though your job descriptions are a little different." Mario gestured toward Pearl. "This is Pearl. He's a vampire, obviously, but he's on our side." Then he pointed to Woody, "And Woody here is our resident vampire hunter. And these three are Carrie and Gore. Like Woody, they're vampire hunters." "So we got a vampire and a vampire hunter working together?" Ivan asked. Mario didn't bother acknowledging the shock. He simply continued with the introductions. "And these two are Anton and Ivan." The group exchanged handshakes and nods. It was about as normal an introduction as you could have when one party was an undead bloodsucker, several were professional hunters, and the rest were scientists. "So," Carrie said, breaking the slight tension, "anyone else think it's crazy how normal this all feels now?" "Speak for yourself," laughed. "I still jump every time Pearl transforms." Mario lazily pushed himself up and walked toward the far end of the base. "Anton, Ivan, come with me. I need to dig out a workspace for you to set up the equipment you brought from home." "We've already started clearing an area," Woody reported. "Figured you'd want the lab space separated from the living quarters, and his boys have been helping. Turns out Gore's actually pretty handy with construction work." "My cousin used to work construction," Gore explained proudly. "Taught me a few things about proper workspace layout." "That's his cousin's friend's uncle's neighbor," Carrie corrected with a grin. "Different cousin," Gore said. "This was my actual cousin." Mario stopped walking, turned to face Ivan and Anton, and fixed them with a serious look. "But let me be clear about something. There's no electricity down here yet. You'll have to figure that problem out yourselves. Once that reactor is complete, though, I'll tell you about my plans for Unit 01. The father and son looked at each other, each seeing the same trace of helplessness in the other's eyes. They'd made their deal with this devil, and now they had to see it through. The next day, Mario stood in the small alcove where the vampire hunter was stationed. A time to level up. He pulled out several vials of vampire blood from his inventory and fed them into the hunter interface system. Like always, there were no fancy visual effects. He simply gained enough experience to jump to level 5, earning himself 2 new skill points in the process. Double it. After learning this skill, the user can craft and use double crossbows and enhanced crossbows. Enhanced weapons allows the user to strengthen weapons. Perfect, now I can make enhanced dual crossbows. With the right bolts, most vampires won't need a second shot to go down. He smiled, though he wasn't overly excited about the upgrade. Ever since he'd acquired the sniper rifle, he didn't think much of conventional weapon damage output. The rifle could punch through a vampire's torso and keep going through the brick wall behind them. If it weren't for the fact that non-mod weapons didn't generate proper loot drops when killing monsters, he wouldn't bother crafting any of this at all. He walked over to the hunter weapon table, pulled out various materials, and assembled a metal double crossbow. After testing the balance and trigger mechanism, he tossed it into his inventory for later use. His phone rang with an incoming call. The workshop has been purchased. It's located in the suburban industrial district. His voice came through clearly as soon as he picked up the call. Her efficiency was simply incredible. She'd only returned from Siberia yesterday, and today she'd already handled the entire real estate transaction. Road trip time announced from across the base. Excellent, I'll bring the team over right away to check it out. He carefully memorized the address gave him. For some reason, the location sounded oddly familiar, but he didn't dwell on it. After hanging up, he called out to the group. Pack it up, guys. The new workshop is ready for inspection. Let's go take a look at our new digs. They began rolling up their technical drawings while Woody gathered his gear. Carrie and Gore were already moving. He called out to Woody, "You're driving us over there." Though Mario had been living in New York for several months now, aside from Central Park and a few vampire hunting routes, he was completely unfamiliar with the city's layout. His nightly expeditions were usually just aimless wandering until his vampire sense picked up a target. "Woody, you're driving again," asked. "I can handle it," Woody agreed, "though we might need a bigger vehicle this time." "Don't worry about transportation," Mario said with a grin. "I've got that covered." 20 minutes later, their group arrived at the address had provided. Mario's expression immediately darkened as he stared at the workshop building before them. The barren, scorched landscape surrounding the area looked like it had been licked clean by hellhounds. This was the aftermath of his own handiwork. Damn it, no wonder the place sounded familiar. Not far away was Blade's home. The two workshops were barely 100 yards apart. The sound of high heels clicking against concrete echoed from inside the building. A figure emerged from the workshop entrance, and every man in the group suddenly found something very interesting to look at. It was the classic urban professional look, a tight black blazer over a crisp white blouse, paired with a black pencil skirt that was barely 12 inches long. Her legs were wrapped in sheer black stockings, and she wore black stiletto heels with red soles. The woman was none other than herself. She wore black-rimmed glasses and carried a file folder, walking straight toward Mario. Gulp. He swallowed hard, and he could swear he heard similar sounds coming from the other men around him. His brain spun into overdrive, reaching a single conclusion. "Honey trap, my weakness is way too obvious." A dam whispered. "Focus, guys," Woody muttered, though his eyes hadn't moved either. By then had stopped directly in front of them. Through sheer force of will, Mario managed to drag his gaze up to her face. "Here's the land purchase certificate and transfer agreement." Mario took the documents and stored them in his inventory without really looking at them. "That's a huge help, really appreciate it." He'd only given her some gold bars in exchange. Without Schild's assistance, buying industrial property on his own would have taken months of bureaucratic red tape. He pointed toward the distant workshop that belonged to Blade. "What about that building over there? You know anything about the situation with that place?" Had clearly done her homework and was well aware of Blade's operational status. She adjusted her glasses and replied, "Blade's place is rented month to month. The landlord's been trying to evict him for property damage, but he keeps paying just enough to stay ahead of the complaints." The answer didn't surprise Mario in the slightest. Blade was so broke that he had to rob vampires and underground criminal organizations just to keep operating. Real estate investment was way outside his budget. "Any chance we could buy that place too? I'm thinking it might be nice to be neighbors." Paused for a moment. "Actually, yes. This entire industrial park belongs to a single owner who's eager to sell. As long as the price is right, we could probably acquire the whole complex." "Perfect. Buy as much as you can. Money's no object here." With that settled, Mario led his entire team inside the workshop. The factory building was completely empty, just bare concrete floors and high ceilings. He nodded in satisfaction. If it had been cluttered with junk like Blade's place, he'd have wasted time cleaning it out. "Anton, Ivan, I'm leaving the layout planning to you too. The others help coordinate the setup. From now on, this place is your home away from home." The father and son looked around the wide-open space. Anton said with enthusiasm, "High ceilings, solid foundation, plenty of space for ventilation systems." "We'll help with the heavy lifting," volunteered. "Setting up lab equipment's gotta be easier than moving cars." "Redistributed automotive resources," Gore corrected automatically. Same thing." Meanwhile, Mario glanced at his mini-map and noticed a green dot approaching the perimeter of the workshop. Only a handful of people showed up as green dots in his detection system: Blade, Pearl, Gore, Carrie, and Woody. Since was busy recruiting Tony Stark in Lowe's Angels, and Pearl would be asleep during the day, that left only one possibility. Sure enough, Blade appeared in one of the workshop's open windows. He dropped inside and walked toward their group. "Mario, what the hell are you doing here?" His gaze moved across the expanded group: Woody, the 3 gang members, the 2 Russians, and the dangerous-looking woman in business attire. His hand moved instinctively toward his weapon. His gaze immediately shifted to, and Mario could see Blade's instincts kicking in. Though he was technically a Schild consultant, he mostly operated independently. His current disguise made her look familiar, but he couldn't quite place where he'd seen her before. Mario stepped forward with open arms and pulled Blade into what could generously be called a hug, though it looked more like a wrestling hold. "I bought this factory, planning to build a proper research lab here. From now on, we're neighbors, which means security is your department." Just like that, he had assigned Blade a new job description without bothering to ask if he wanted it. Blade stood in the middle of the workshop looking like someone had just told him his favorite weapon had been discontinued. "I'm heading out of town." That caught Mario off guard. He looked up from where he'd been examining the workshop's electrical systems. "What? Why? Something happened?" "Most of the bloodsuckers in New York have disappeared. Haven't picked up a decent lead in days. I want to scout other cities, set up forward positions for our little hunter network." Mario nodded slowly. He'd noticed the same thing, even with his mini-map and vampire awareness working overtime. Finding targets had become frustratingly difficult. Logically, New York should still be crawling with vampires, but if Blade was saying they'd fled. "Makes sense. Go check out the other cities first. Call me anytime and I'll bring backup. You want to take Pearl with you? Guy's got real experience dealing with vampires now." "Nah, I work better solo anyway." Mario didn't push it. They spent a few minutes discussing strategy for the scouting missions before Ivan approached. "We're gonna need some equipment." No problem, tonight we'll go shopping. Mario's smile was perfectly innocent. Ivan blinked, glancing at his father, who was examining the workshop's structural supports. We also need some rare materials. No problem, tonight we'll go shopping. The same smile, the same tone. Shopping, Ivan had only been in Mario's orbit for about 10 hours. The full scope of what Mario meant by shopping hadn't quite sunk in yet. But he'd gotten definitive answers, so he didn't press the issue. He turned back to continue his discussion with his father about reactor design specifications. You guys want in on tonight's procurement mission as backup? Mario asked the 3 gang members. Carrie's face lit up. Hell yes, it's been too long since we did any real B&E work. Just don't call it breaking and entering, Gore said. We're conducting unsolicited property inspections with aggressive negotiation tactics. Mario just smiled, then glanced around the workshop space, taking in the bare concrete and exposed steel beams. It would work for a lab, but as a place to actually live, the location was isolated as hell and creature comforts were non-existent. Time to try something ambitious. In Minecraft, the Nether served as a fast travel network. 1 block of movement in the Nether equaled 8 blocks in the overworld. Combined with Nether portals, it allowed for rapid transit between distant locations. The question was whether it would work in reality. I'm gonna set up some infrastructure, Mario announced to the group. Blade, if you've got other business, go handle it. He pulled a diamond pickaxe from his inventory and headed toward the corner of the workshop. Blade nodded and headed for the exit. I'll go talk to Whistler about which city to hit first. His response was more direct. Following you is my mission. We'll keep an eye on things up here as well, volunteered, gesturing toward the. Mario shrugged and started attacking the concrete floor. Under the amazed stares of he disappeared into the earth like a human-shaped drill. Ivan suddenly felt like reactor research had lost some of its appeal. He exchanged glances with his father, then followed toward the corner of the workshop with Carrie and Gore trailing behind. A perfect square hole 1 meter across now punctured the floor. A torch flickered at the bottom, illuminating the space below. By the time they reached the edge, he had already excavated more than 10 meters down and was expanding outward. Damn, Carrie said, how fast can this guy dig? Faster than a whole construction crew, Gore observed, and he doesn't need permits or environmental impact studies. Peered into the tunnel. This was exactly the kind of opportunity she'd been waiting for, a chance to understand Mario's abilities up close. Can I come down and take a look? The digging sound stopped. Mario's head appeared at the bottom of the shaft. Seeing the faces clustered around the opening, he felt a bit exasperated. Hold on. He pulled wood from his inventory, crafted a workbench, and assembled several ladders, placing them along the tunnel walls to create a proper access route. After climbing back to surface level, he looked at the crowd gathered around his excavation. What's so fascinating about watching a guy dig a hole? He turned to you finished the reactor design yet? Anton met Mario's eyes with an awkward smile. Well, we can't proceed much further without the proper equipment. Fair enough, you want to see what I'm building, come on down. Mario didn't really mind the audience. He descended back into the tunnel, with close behind and the gang members bringing up the rear. You guys don't all need to come down, Mario called up. This isn't a tourist attraction. Speak for yourself, Carrie called back. This is the most interesting thing that's happened all day. Plus, somebody should keep an eye on you, added as he started down the ladder. Make sure you don't dig into a gas line or something. Mario positioned himself at the bottom, watching as navigated the ladder in high heels. A 10-meter fall wouldn't kill someone with her enhanced physiology, but it sure as hell wouldn't feel good. When she reached the bottom safely, his expression soured slightly. Of course she's wearing pants under that skirt. He turned away and resumed his excavation, rapidly expanding the underground space. Within minutes, he'd carved out a chamber over 100 square meters in area beneath the factory floor. Holy shit, Gore breathed, looking around the cavernous space. You could fit a whole house down here. That's probably the point, Carrie said, right, underground safe house. Something like that, Mario replied. He surveyed the rough cavern he'd created. This size should work, but it needs some finishing touches. The walls were still rough dirt and stone, uneven and crude. As a Minecraft player, there was no way he could tolerate that level of shoddy craftsmanship. From his inventory, he pulled out nether bricks he'd collected during previous expeditions and began replacing the walls. Step back, stand on the finished sections. The gang members immediately took a moment longer but eventually moved to where Mario had indicated. He ran his hand along one of the completed walls, hard and warm. Mario gave him a dismissive glance as he continued working, then filled in the remaining rough patches. Ivan, who had eventually climbed down to see what all the fuss was about, reached out to touch the surface. He couldn't identify the material. Oh, what is this stuff? Nether bricks, I mined them from deep within hell itself. If we have time later, I can take you to see hell's landscape for yourself. He wasn't lying, whether they believed him was their problems. Carrie and Gore exchanged glances. They'd learned not to doubt Mario's more outrageous claims. Hell's real, Carrie asked. It depends on your definition, Mario replied. But the place I got these bricks from, yeah, that's definitely hell, fire, lava, flying monsters. Rather than building a nether portal immediately, he decided to gather more information first. He asked to investigate and acquire some basic equipment so Ivan could start work on the first-generation reactor. The gang members were assigned to perimeter security, making sure nobody got curious about the construction work. Once everyone had been dispatched on various errands, he sealed the tunnel entrance. Then, in a corner of the underground chamber, he excavated a separate room, constructed a new nether portal, and activated it. Staring at the swirling purple particles, he stepped through. The familiar wave of disorientation hit him, and when his vision cleared, he found himself in the familiar hellscape of the nether. But something was wrong. The landscape looked too familiar. His old platform was still visible in the distance. What the hell? This portal had opened very close to the one near his underground base in Central Park. Could it be that the real-world ratio isn't 1:8, more like 1:100? A shriek interrupted his thoughts. It had spotted him and was already spitting a fireball in his direction. Before his conscious mind had even processed the threat, his hands had drawn an enchanted diamond sword and assumed a baseball swing stance. Oh, crack. The reflected fireball shot back along its original trajectory, missing the by inches. Once he fully regained his senses, he immediately pulled out a sniper rifle, aimed and pulled the trigger. The body flared red, and more than half of its health bar instantly vanished, leaving only a sliver. Just as it was about to counterattack, another bullet from the sniper rifle struck. This time, its body collapsed midair, dissolving into smoke and disappearing. Unfortunately, no loot dropped, not even the most basic experience orb. After dealing with he surveyed the wandering zombified and regulars scattered across the hellish landscape. Building transport on the surface is too dangerous. This has to be underground. Perfect opportunity to mine some ancient debris while I'm at it. Time for a gear upgrade. He had spent considerable time gathering enough diamonds for a full diamond equipment set. Now he had the chance to push his gear to the next level, the ultimate material. He walled off the nether portal with nether bricks to prevent from spotting him, placed torches for light, and began digging straight down. At layer 12, He checked his mini-map for orientation and started excavating a 3-3 tunnel in the direction of his Central Park base. The work went fast, too fast. With efficiency, IV crumbled like wet cardboard under his pickaxe, but the rapid mining came at a cost. Even with mending, the tool's durability dropped faster than it could be repaired. Looking at his nearly broken pickaxe, he sighed. High efficiency, high maintenance. I need to find some quartz to repair this thing before it breaks completely. Quartz was nether exclusive and relatively useless for crafting, but it granted massive XP gains, perfect for quick enchantment repairs. After spending time restoring his pickaxe, he continued the tunnel toward home. Along the way, he occasionally struck veins of ancient debris, though the material was frustratingly rare. 30 minutes later, consulting his minimap coordinates, he muttered, almost there. He angled upward at 45 degrees and soon emerged in a warped forest not far from the portal leading back to his base. He did quick mental math. What used to be over an hour's drive through Manhattan traffic could now be traversed in just a few minutes via nether transport. This is ridiculously convenient. Nether highways are definitely the way to go. Passing through the portal back to Central Park, Mario's face carried a satisfied grin. He fed all 17 pieces of ancient debris he'd collected into the furnace. Each ingot required 4 ancient debris scraps plus 4 gold ingots. He had already made his decision, upgrade all equipment to immediately. The boost to durability and combat effectiveness would be worth the investment. Fortunately, he'd already acquired a full set of upgrade smithing templates from his last expedition. Without them, this step would have been impossible. After a series of metallic sounds at the smithing table, he had successfully upgraded his entire diamond to gear. He disabled the equipment display hiding and admired his reflection. The armor had a faint violet glow that gave him the appearance of a heavily armored warrior from some apocalyptic future. And now this is what I'm talking about. He was extremely satisfied with his new appearance. Back at the factory, Mario had constructed several rooms within the underground chamber, dormitories and offices for Ivan and his father to use during their extended stay. Sitting on a couch in the temporary office space, he looked at the two Russians. You both know what I need from you. I want you to help me build a reactor, but I don't just need some glorified power source for household appliances. I need you to build me a suit of battle armor. Powered by reactor energy, a combat suit that can fly through the skis and dive to the ocean floor. With the right materials and equipment, this shouldn't be beyond your capabilities. Ivan, sitting across from him, nodded slowly. Challenging, certainly, but not impossible. He'd already been developing ideas about reactor applications, though not specifically in the direction of powered armor. Oh, that can be done. He grabbed some of the food Mario had laid out on the table and bit into it, revealing a set of metal teeth as he chewed. Beside him, Anton appeared more composed, seated on the couch like Mario, holding a cigarette and quietly exhaling smoke. Since arriving in America, he had gradually stepped back from decision-making, passing authority to his son. Mario was pleased by Ivan's straightforward agreement. I know you two don't completely trust me yet, but I can guarantee you won't find a better employer anywhere in the world. He paused, then added with a grin, Oh, and Ivan, besides the battle suit, I'm also putting you in charge of the household electrical systems. Ivan's expression didn't change, but Mario could practically hear the internal screaming. Don't think you can boss me around just because you're the boss. If you mention home appliances one more time, I might actually lose it. But those were just internal thoughts. Mario's first impression had been too overwhelming, and ultimately Mario was his father's savior. He wouldn't start a fight over something so trivial. After finishing his briefing, Mario pulled out a detailed dossier from his inventory and began reading carefully. Before long, a smile spread across his face. He looked up at Ivan. Tonight, you're coming with me. We're going shopping for equipment and materials. Ivan didn't question why their shopping trip needed to happen at night. He agreed readily, already thinking ahead to how he would construct the battle armor Mario had described once they had all the necessary supplies. Mario sat in the passenger seat, staring at the bright logo in the distance. The building looked like every other glass and steel monument to capitalism in Manhattan, except this one was crawling with Hydra operatives pretending to be legitimate businessmen. Woody, circle the block a few times, Mario said to the driver. I'll call when we're done. In the back seat, cracked his knuckles while Carrie nervously checked his concealed knife for the third time. Gore was studying the building through binoculars he'd somehow acquired. 27 floors, approximately 300 windows, multiple exit points. My cousin's friend who works construction says these buildings are basically vertical mazes. Do you mean? Oh, yeah. Gore, his only friend, is a janitor, Carrie pointed out. Hey, janitors know buildings better than anybody. They go everywhere. Mario pulled out a vial of invisibility potion and tossed it to Ivan. Open it and drink some. Don't forget to give me the bottle back. Ivan examined the liquid. What is this? Magic, Mario said simply, opening the car door and stepping out. Ivan hesitated for a moment before uncorking the vial and downing the contents. What? His voice trailed off as he watched his own body fade from existence. Looking down at where his hands should be, his voice came from empty air. How is this even possible? Carrie jerked backward so hard he banged his head on the rear window. He's gone, the dude just vanished. That's some Harry Potter bullshit right there, Gore said, reaching out to wave his hand through. You sure he didn't just teleport somewhere? His eyes went wide. Can we get some of that? Maybe later, Mario said. Woody, keep the engine running. Carrie, Gore, you three are our backup. If this goes sideways, I want you ready to cause a distraction. Seeing Ivan disappear completely, he was pleased with the potion's effectiveness. Even his enhanced senses could only track Ivan's position through the mini-map interface. Ivan, you're a physicist, not a wizard. Don't overthink the magic potions. Just stick close and follow my lead. The back seat shifted as Ivan apparently moved, though all they could see was the cushions compressing. This is fucking with my head, Carrie muttered. The car door opened seemingly by itself as Ivan climbed out. Mario pulled out his own invisibility potion and drank it down. Woody drove off as instructed, leaving the gang members to set up a surveillance position across the street. They'd brought folding chairs and a cooler full of sodas. Just walk toward the building, I'll be right behind you. Oh, got it. On the mini-map, the small dot representing Ivan moved towards tower, and Mario followed a few steps behind. The main entrance was locked tight, with 2 security guards stationed at the door looking bored out of their minds. Around to the back, he whispered. Most people with invisibility powers would try the front door or look for a window to climb through, but his approach to urban infiltration was more direct. His mini-map showed him exactly where everyone was located, and his diamond pickaxe could dig through anything. They circled around to the side of the building where Mario stopped Ivan and opened his mini-map, looking for areas with the fewest hostiles. But the moment the map interface appeared, he went silent. The entire building showed only 3 or 4 scattered red dots, obvious security personnel. The rest were densely packed white dots representing innocent civilians. And of course, whether Hydra or vampires, they always embedded themselves among regular people like parasites. The vast majority of employees were probably just normal workers trying to make a living, completely unaware of what their bosses were really up to. He pulled out his diamond pickaxe and found a section of wall with no one nearby. Against the enchanted diamond tool, the concrete might as well have been butter. A few seconds later, a perfect 1-meter-wide, 2-meter-tall opening appeared in the wall. Ivan moved closer without needing to be told. The moment they entered, Mario sealed the hole behind them with the concrete blocks he'd collected. They found themselves in an ordinary storage room filled with cleaning supplies. Since it was nighttime, the area was completely empty. Stepping out into the hallway, he grabbed Ivan's sleeve and headed for the stairwell. He kept one eye on his mini-map, tracking both the glowing dots and the building's layout. The first floor was simple, just basic offices and meeting rooms, nothing special. They moved quickly to the upper levels. By the time they reached the fourth floor, the mini-map displayed a detailed floor plan, clearly showing several restricted areas that looked promising. He approached a heavily reinforced security door and mentally grumbled before pulling out his pickaxe to dismantle it. A beep, beep, beep. A piercing alarm immediately filled the building. A damn motion detectors. Then he noticed the security cameras positioned throughout the hallway. Oh shit. The security team monitoring the cameras was even more confused than Mario. One moment there had been a solid metal door, the next it had simply vanished into thin air. No amount of training prepared you for that level of impossibility. From the first floor came the sound of multiple sets of boots, clearly a large security response team rushing upstairs. He tugged on Ivan's sleeve and whispered, "Time to go." They brushed past the confused security personnel and retraced their steps, slipping back out of the building the same way they'd entered. I should have just gone in alone. Mario sat on a bench outside Nier and his gang, looking at the distant building with frustration. If it had been just him, he could have stormed in, smashed whatever equipment he needed, stuffed it all in his inventory, and not worried about gunfire or advanced security measures. Hell, he could have jumped from the upper floors and stuck a perfect superhero landing. But bringing Ivan along had slowed him down. Without the scientist, though, he couldn't tell which devices were actually useful and which were junk. Next time, I need to recruit a biologist before attempting any major heists. Soon the invisibility potion wore off and both figures reappeared on the bench. Tomorrow I'll give you funding. Buy whatever equipment and materials you need through normal channels. If money can't solve it, let me know and I'll figure something else out. He had to settle for second-tier equipment. The really good stuff wasn't available through normal procurement channels. Suddenly, he thought of Fury. Now that he knew the situation inside SHIELD, maybe he could actually get his hands on their technology. Ivan showed no disappointment at the failed infiltration. Back in Siberia, he'd managed to conduct research with jury-rigged scrap equipment. Having access to even second-rate professional gear was a massive upgrade. But right now, only one question occupied his mind. Do you have any more of that potion? Can you spare me another bottle? Seeing Ivan's intense stare, Mario sighed and pulled another vial from his inventory. Invisibility potion lasts 8 minutes. You've experienced the effects. Once you finish building the reactor, then you can study it. He was curious what kind of discoveries might come from analyzing these items. He pulled out his phone and called Woody. "Pick us up, we're right across the street from the building." Walked over to them. "That's it, we're heading home." "Mission's over," Mario said simply. Carrie frowned, "But we didn't get any of that fancy lab equipment you wanted." Plans change." They waited in the alley until Woody's car pulled up. The gang members piled into the back while Mario took the passenger seat, Ivan settling in beside the others. "How'd it go?" Woody asked as they drove away. Mario glanced at the security door now tucked away in his inventory and couldn't help but smile. Using some creative mental gymnastics to console himself, he muttered, "Well, at least the trip wasn't a total loss. I got a security door out of it." After a moment, Woody asked, "Where to now?" Leaning back in his seat, Mario said softly, "Let's go find those vampires hiding in the shadows. I'm in a bad mood tonight, and I feel like having a heart-to-heart conversation with some bloodsuckers." Woody silently thought, when you're happy, you hunt vampires. When you're upset, you still hunt vampires. Can't we skip the excuses just once? The ride back was quieter than usual. The gang members had been geared up for a major heist, and the anticlimactic ending left them restless. A peaceful week passed, and Mario's life settled into a comfortable routine. Ivan worked with purchased equipment to develop reactor prototypes while Mario focused on expanding their base operations. The gang members handled security and supply runs, gradually adapting to their new roles as part of a larger organization. Another productive day, Mario said, stepping out of the car as the sun rose over the horizon. Stretched as he climbed out of the back seat. Still feels weird doing the day shift thing. We used to sleep till noon. A legitimate business hours, Carrie said. Who knew? Gore was already planning their next activities. A guy who works for the city says there's been weird electrical readings in the subway tunnels. Could be vampire activity. He's your cousin's friend, right? No, don't answer. It's worth checking out. Mario nodded absently, his attention focused elsewhere. Something felt different this morning. That's when it happened. The Twilight Forest MOD loading. Load successful. A familiar synthetic voice echoed in his mind without warning. Mario, who had just been stretching, froze mid-motion. The Twilight Forest. The Twilight Forest was one of the classic Minecraft mods, and among the ones he'd played most extensively back in his gaming days. A mystical dimension filled with magical creatures, ancient ruins, and powerful artifacts. With fewer vampires around lately, life had started to feel repetitive. He'd been calling Blade regularly to check on progress in other cities, but establishing new operations was slow work. He turned toward Woody, who was waiting by the vehicle. I'm heading home first. You guys go to the factory and make sure no random people get too close. Oh, got it. Woody and the gang drove off while Mario made his way back to the underground complex. The place had grown over the past weeks, with proper living quarters, workshops, and even a small recreational area where the gang members could relax between missions. As he entered the main chamber, a figure immediately approached to greet him. Mario, you're back. It was the former Hydra operative whose mini-map dot had inexplicably turned green a few days ago after he'd talked with the gang. What had the boys done to him? The man now followed Mario's every command with disturbing enthusiasm. Acting like serving in an underground vampire hunting operation was the greatest honor of his life. At the time, he had been completely baffled, eventually summarizing it with a single thought: did this poor bastard get Stockholm Syndrome? Since the dot had turned green, he had stopped the enhanced interrogation and instead assigned to handle the farming work Woody used to do. To make the job easier, he'd even converted into a vampire, though without providing any upgrades or special abilities. Not bad work, Mario said, examining the harvested crops and newly planted saplings. He pulled some food from his inventory and handed it over. This is for you. Living on bread and water isn't sustainable. When I have time, I'll get some livestock for you to manage so we can improve everyone's diet. I accepted the food like it was precious treasure. Thank you, just give me your orders, I'll do whatever you need. Mario shuddered at the man's attitude and waved him off. Right, go eat, I've got other things to handle. Leaving behind, he walked toward the nether portal. He pulled out a pickaxe and excavated a small chamber adjacent to the existing portal room, preparing to build a gateway to the Twilight Forest. Using dirt blocks, he constructed a 4x4 frame on the ground, leaving a 2x2 space in the middle that he filled with water to create an infinite water source. From a nearby chest, he retrieved various flowers he'd collected from farming and planted them around the pool. He took a deep breath. Activating a Twilight Forest portal was different from a nether portal. A diamond had to be thrown into the pool, which would trigger a lightning strike when the portal activated. The damage wasn't severe, but he wasn't exactly eager to get struck by lightning. He quickly backed up to a safe distance, pulled a diamond from his inventory, and got ready to throw. His skipping stone technique had improved a lot during his fishing expeditions. Tossing a diamond accurately was child's play now. Oh, Greg. Deafening thunder split the air. Even though he'd been prepared, he still flinched at the sound. A lightning bolt pierced through the solid earth above and struck the pool. The once clear water now shimmered with the same purple energy as a nether portal, except this gateway lay horizontal rather than vertical. Out in the main chamber, Pearl barely twitched an eyelid at the noise before returning to his daytime rest. Still eating his meal, looked up anxiously toward Mario's direction but didn't move without explicit orders. He'd learned not to pry into matters above his clearance level. Mario gazed at the newly activated portals. Finally, I'll be able to gather a lot of resources. No more scavenging for scrap metal around the factory. When he'd first arrived in this world, he'd spent every day worrying about where to find basic materials. Even now, things weren't much better. He still couldn't obtain certain specialized resources in bulk, like or lapis lazuli. Walking up to the portal, he looked down at the swirling purple light beneath his feet. He checked his inventory and equipment one more time, found no problems, gritted his teeth, and jumped in. There was no disorientation this time. Darkness swallowed his vision for an instant, then the solid feeling of ground returned beneath his feet. The sound of various animals filled his ears. This mystical woodland was filled with oak trees, birches, canopy trees, and towering twilight oaks. The ground was dotted with flowers, mushrooms, and plants unique to this dimension. Many creatures wandered peacefully through the area, creating an atmosphere of tranquil harmony. He felt like a muggle stepping into for the first time. Everything around him radiated wonder and fantasy. This was a world shrouded in eternal twilight, filled with strange creatures and vegetation that existed nowhere else. Not far in front of him stood a towering Gothic structure. Oh, the tower. Mario immediately recognized the iconic building. The dark spire stretched high into the dusk, its many chambers once showing signs of advanced civilization but now fallen into decay and ruin. Within resided one of the Twilight Forest's major bosses, the Twilight. Just then, a dark blue creature suddenly materialized in a nearby clearing. In its hands was a book wrapped in strange energy. The moment it appeared, it began running straight toward Mario on stubby legs. This thing looks more like a mutant bear than a kobold. What an abstract design. Looking at the creature's nameplate floating above its head, he couldn't help but sighed. The thing bore no resemblance to any kobold from his imagination. Because he hadn't yet defeated the Naga boss, entering this domain triggered the spawning of kobolds carrying the explorer's notebook, exactly like the book in this creature's hands. Mario drew his diamond sword and stood still, waiting for the kobold to waddle over with its comically short stride. With a light leap and downward strike, his sharpness IV diamond sword instantly eliminated the kobold's mere 13 health points in a single blow. He picked up the creature's drop, notes on a pointy tower. Never bothered reading this when I played the game, wonder what's actually inside. He opened the notebook and began reading its contents. An explorer's notebook gnawed on by monsters. I have begun examining the strange aura surrounding this tower. The bricks of the tower are protected by a curse, stronger than any I've seen before. The magic from the curse is boiling off into the surrounding area. In my homeland, I would have many options for dealing with this magic, but here my supplies are limited. I shall have to research. Many entries later. A breakthrough. In my journeys, I sighted a huge snake-like monster in a decorated courtyard. Nearby, I picked up a worn-down, discarded green scale. The magic in the scale seems to have the curse-breaking properties I need, but the magic is too dim. I may need to acquire a fresher specimen directly from the creature. Mario's arrival in the Twilight Forest had the same effect as dropping a brick through a stained glass window. The tranquility that had persisted for eons was now broken by explosions, the screams of dying monsters, and the sound of a diamond pickaxe tearing through stone. Finally, real cooked pork chops instead of that processed garbage from the corner store. Holding freshly grilled meat straight from the furnace, he bit into it. His hunger bar, which had dropped by 2 drumsticks, instantly refilled to maximum after a single chop. The taste was incredible. Still need to find some ravens to make a magic map. This mini-map's range is pathetic. Ravens were small black birds found throughout the twilight forest, often gathering near obsidian pillars. He spotted one such pillar in the distance, topped with a block of lapis lazuli. As he approached, 3 ravens were roosting on the ground near the pillar's base. Startled by his footsteps, they flapped their wings and cawed loudly, trying to take flight. But their speed was less than impressive, about as fast as an arthritic pigeon with one wing. He pulled out his double crossbow, a targeting reticle appearing in his vision. He aimed at the loudest raven and squeezed the trigger. With only 10 HP, the bird exploded into smoke the moment the bolt struck, leaving behind a single black feather that drifted to the ground. First kill drops a feather, my luck's looking up. The other 2 ravens weren't getting away. He switched to his diamond sword with looting III. The enchantment would increase feather drop rates significantly. The problem was, the damn birds just kept circling overhead without landing. Fine, let me mine this lapis first, see if that brings you down. He placed cobblestone blocks to create a pillar next to the obsidian, climbing until he could mine the lapis lazuli from the top. Standing more than 30 feet up, he looked at the circling ravens and got a beautifully terrible idea. He leaped from the top of the pillar, diamond sword extended downward. The blade caught one raven midair before it could escape, and 2 feathers fell alongside him as gravity did its work. Thanks to his feather-falling IV boots, he only lost a single hit point from the landing. God, I love enchanted gear. He collected the feathers and looked up at the last raven. You get to live, consider it your lucky day. Now it was time to craft the magic map. The recipe required a magic map focus, which needed a raven's feather and dust. He already had from his nether expeditions. All that remained was finding. Scanning the landscape, he soon spotted a crack in the ground and headed toward it. Were common underground plants in the twilight forest, glowing faintly yellow. Breaking them dropped a single berry, but shears allowed for intact collection. The crack turned out to be the entrance to a shallow cave, and sure enough, glowing plants clustered right at the opening. He stepped inside and harvested them all. The berries were edible, they restored minimal hunger, but granted a 5-second glowing buff that outlined you in light. Might be useful for confusing enemies in dark places. With all materials collected, he used a crafting table to create a blank magic map. Holding it, he mentally activated the item, and the previously blank surface revealed the surrounding terrain in surprising detail. Looking closely, he noticed the Naga courtyard just to the west. He glanced in that direction, a predatory smile crossing his face. Let's deal with the snake first, then go mining. 10 minutes of jogging brought Mario to the outskirts of the Naga courtyard. He immediately began placing cobblestone blocks, building a pillar to survey the interior from above. The courtyard was kind of impressive, various pillars engraved with strange patterns, and at the center was a cage-like spawner. The moment he entered the courtyard proper, that spawner would transform into the boss itself. He built his way into the courtyard. The instant he crossed the threshold, the spawner vanished in a flash of emerald light, replaced by a massive serpentine creature. The Naga was huge, way bigger than it had seemed in the game. Its body was composed of connected block segments, each one about the size of a truck with visible gaps of several inches between them. The whole thing had to be at least 60 feet long. The serpent's basketball-sized eyes immediately locked onto him. With a hiss, it began slithering toward him, smashing through every pillar and decoration in its path. Okay, that's a lot of snake. He pulled out his crossbow and took aim at the creature's massive head. The bolt struck it, and the Naga suddenly froze mid-charge, its eyes narrowing to focus on the tiny human who just shot it. Oh, crash. The block Mario was standing on exploded, and he plummeted to the courtyard floor. He tucked and rolled, coming up in a defensive crouch just as the Naga's eyes turned blood red. The boss charged with its mouth wide open, revealing rows of teeth. He barely had time to raise his shield before bang. The impact sent him skidding backward several feet, his boots tearing trenches in the earth. But the shield had done its job, he'd taken 0 damage. The Naga, meanwhile, looked confused, its eyes crossing as stars and dizzy particles swirled above its head. A 3-second stun, make it count. Mario switched to his diamond sword and charged forward. The blade bit deep into the Naga's skull with each strike, and the boss' health bar dropped rapidly. Explosive sounds echoed from the creature's tail as segments of its body shattered and disappeared. Every 10 points of damage removed a section, making the Naga faster but shorter. The 3-second stun wore off quickly. The Naga shook its head, then whipped its body around in a circle. The tail caught Mario across the chest, but his armor took the hit like a champ. He lost maybe half a heart of health. Good armor was the difference between life and a very messy death. Thanks to his hunter skills' attack speed boost, his strikes came fast. The diamond sword was a blur as he circled the Naga, attacking whenever an opening appeared. As the first boss of the Twilight Forest, it wasn't particularly complex. As long as you blocked its charges with a shield, victory was almost guaranteed. But almost was doing a lot of work in that sentence. The Naga's health dropped to critical levels, but now it was moving 3 times faster than when the fight started. He couldn't keep up with its speed, so he couldn't land consistent hits. He had no choice but to wait for another charge. The serpent circled him, looking for an opening. Then it made its move, another full-speed charge. Bang! Shield up, brace for impact. The Naga slammed into the barrier, but the boss was stunned again, and this time he didn't waste the opportunity. He brought the diamond sword down in an overhead strike that cleaved through what remained of the Naga's health bar. The massive head crackled with breaking sounds before exploding into smoke and pixels. At the center of the courtyard where the spawner had been, a loot chest materialized. Not bad, easier than fighting vampires in tight spaces, that's for sure. He walked over to the chest, slightly out of breath but grinning. Boss fights were fun when you had the right equipment and knowledge. He opened the container and examined the contents. The main prize was a Naga trophy, a green, glowing piece that could be worn on the head and would make miniature boss sounds. He held it up, examined it, then made a face. Yeah, I'm not wearing glowing green shit on my head, that's a hard pass. Though maybe it would been popular back home, my cousins had some questionable fashion choices. The chest also contained more than a dozen palm-sized Naga scales. Equipment crafted from these scales came with built-in enchantments, truly a valuable resource for upgrading gear. He held one of the scales up to the light, watching it shimmer. A thought occurred to him. If I remove from this scale, could I forge bioarmor with special attributes? Ivan and his father had already developed the arc reactor. The workshop refrigerator was running smoothly now. But only the weapons systems for the battle suit had been completed. The armor itself was still in development. These scales might be exactly what they need. Mario pulled out his magic map, planning to search for a hollow hill. These locations weren't just filled with minerals, they also contained countless treasure chests with rare items. Queens, peacock feather fans, transformation powder or magnets, and most importantly, the table, ironwood ingots, and more Naga scales. There were plenty of hollow hills marked on the map. He locked onto the nearest medium-sized one. Large, medium, and small hills had different loot tables. Medium ones contained the table and peacock feather fan he needed most. A light jog brought him to a hill shaped like a massive dome, or more accurately, like an old burial mound. The shape triggered childhood memories of family trips to historical sites in southern Italy, tombs and ruins that dotted the countryside. You can't say it's similar, it's identical to those old burial chambers. But he had never been superstitious about such things. He walked straight to the southeastern corner of the hill and placed a torch there, then pulled out his shovel and pickaxe. If I was in some tomb raiding story, I'd definitely be the take everything that isn't nailed down type. Hell, I'd take the nails too if they looked valuable. He started digging into the hillside, creating a tunnel that would bypass the main entrance. His mini-map showed the interior layout, and what he saw made him pause. Red dots, hundreds of them packed so densely. Luckily, he didn't have trypophobia, otherwise he'd lose it right there. Mama, no spawn limits in this dimension. Soon enough, his tunnel connected to the interior. What greeted him was an absolute storm of arrows and slime balls flying through the opening. Oh shit. His reflexes saved him. He jammed a torch into the opening for light, then immediately sealed it with cobblestone. Even with that split second of exposure, several arrows had struck him. Thanks to his armor and the brief invincibility frames after getting hit, he'd only lost 2 hearts of health. If I didn't have game rules working in my favor, that would have been a lot worse. There was no way to charge indirectly. The monster density was insane. So he did what any experienced Minecraft player would do when faced with overwhelming odds. He started digging down and to the side. Slowly, he carved out safe passages and killed monsters through narrow openings where they couldn't swarm him. The Hollow Hill spawned both vanilla Minecraft mobs and Twilight Forest exclusives. Redcap goblins, redcap sappers, kobolds, swarm spiders, twilight wraiths, fire beetles, slime beetles, and pinch beetles. None of them posed a serious threat individually, but in these numbers, they could overwhelm even a well-equipped player through sheer attrition. He cleared the interior section by section. The monster count decreased significantly, but they kept coming. That's when he noticed something moving through the mob crowd, a green glowing figure shambling among the others. A zombie villager. He'd completely forgotten about villagers during his time in the Marvel world and the Nether. But seeing a zombie villager reminded him of all those crafty merchant NPCs from the game. With villagers, I can set up iron farms, automatic crop farms, librarians for enchanted books. And if I can find a pillager outpost captain for the bad omen effect, I could mass-produce totems of undying. But right now, there was no way to rescue the zombie villager from the mob's swarm. Since he now knew they spawned in the Twilight Forest, there would be plenty of opportunities later. After what felt like hours, the monster density had thinned considerably. But they were still coming, and Mario could see why, multiple spawners positioned throughout the deeper sections of the hill, pumping out fresh mobs. His eyes landed on a cluster of green shapes moving in the darkness. Creepers, several of them mixed in with the other monsters. An idea formed in his mind. Go big or go home. He crouched and crawled through a 1-block gap, taking several hits along the way. He yanked out a potion of healing II and chugged it, feeling the wounds close instantly. Then he sprinted deeper into the hill, placing torches in dark corners as he ran. The pitch-black cavern suddenly blazed with light. He looked back at the massive crowd of monsters packed together, grinned like a maniac, and raised his shield. He charged straight at the creepers, ignoring the rapid durability loss on his shield as arrows and attacks pelted him from all sides. Oh, that beautiful, terrible sound. A boom. A massive crater appeared in the ground, and huge numbers of monsters were obliterated in a chain reaction as multiple creepers detonated simultaneously. The shockwave knocked Mario back, but his armor absorbed most of the damage. At critical moments, you can always count on creepers to save the day. The few stragglers that remained posed no threat. With torches placed throughout the cave system, the spawn rate had also slowed dramatically. He spent the next hour systematically clearing spawners and looting treasure chests. Among the treasures, he found a peacock feather fan. He held it up, aimed at a charging red-capped goblin, and gave it a wave. A powerful gust of wind erupted from the fan, launching the goblin 6 or 7 meters through the air. It hit the wall with a crunch. He stared at the fan. Did this thing get buffed? In the game, the fan could deflect projectiles and launch you into the air if you used it while jumping. With this enhanced version, fighting the next boss, the Twilight, would be trivial. Any spell the cast could be blown right back at it. Too bad it doesn't work midair, or I'd already have functional flight. Mario unloaded the miscellaneous items from his inventory into storage chests. He kept the ironwood ingots, naga scales, and then headed to the nether portal. The infernal fast travel system brought him to the suburban factory in minutes. Climbing up from the underground passage, he emerged in what had been converted into a proper office. The once empty factory floor had been partitioned into multiple rooms, with numerous staff members moving between workstations. These were all talented engineers and technicians he'd poached from various companies. Without them, Anton and Ivan would never be able to build the battle suit he had envisioned, let alone anything more ambitious. Settling into his chair, he pressed the intercom button. A female voice responded immediately. "Oh yes. Have Gore and Carrie returned yet?" "No, sir, they're still on the hunt, no contact so far." Mario exhaled through his nose, tapping a finger on the desk. "All right, tell Anton and Ivan I need to see them. Conference room, 10 minutes. Mario's arrival in the Twilight Forest had the same effect as dropping a brick through a stained glass window. The tranquility that had persisted for eons was now broken by explosions, the screams of dying monsters, and the sound of a diamond pickaxe tearing through stone. Finally, real cooked pork chops instead of that processed garbage from the corner store. Holding freshly grilled meat straight from the furnace, he bit into it. His hunger bar, which had dropped by 2 drumsticks, instantly refilled to maximum after a single chop. The taste was incredible. Still need to find some ravens to make a magic map. This mini-map's range is pathetic. Ravens were small black birds found throughout the Twilight Forest, often gathering near obsidian pillars. He spotted one such pillar in the distance, topped with a block of lapis lazuli. As he approached, 3 ravens were roosting on the ground near the pillar's base. Startled by his footsteps, they flapped their wings and cawed loudly, trying to take flight. But their speed was less than impressive, about as fast as an arthritic pigeon with 1 wing. He pulled out his double crossbow, a targeting reticle appearing in his vision. He aimed at the loudest raven and squeezed the trigger. With only 10 HP, the bird exploded into smoke the moment the bolt struck, leaving behind a single black feather that drifted to the ground. "First kill drops a feather, my luck's looking up." The other 2 ravens weren't getting away. He switched to his diamond sword with looting III. The enchantment would increase feather drop rates significantly. The problem was, the damn birds just kept circling overhead without landing. "Fine, let me mine this lapis first, see if that brings you down." He placed cobblestone blocks to create a pillar next to the obsidian, climbing until he could mine the lapis lazuli from the top. Standing more than 30 feet up, he looked at the circling ravens and got a beautifully terrible idea. He leaped from the top of the pillar, diamond sword extended downward. The blade caught 1 raven midair before it could escape, and 2 feathers fell alongside him as gravity did its work. Thanks to his feather-falling IV boots, he only lost a single hit point from the landing. "God, I love enchanted gear." He collected the feathers and looked up at the last raven. "You get to live, consider it your lucky day." Now it was time to craft the magic map. The recipe required a magic map focus, which needed a raven's feather and dust. he already had from his nether expeditions. All that remained was finding. Scanning the landscape, he soon spotted a crack in the ground and headed toward it, were common underground plants in the twilight forest, glowing faintly yellow. Breaking them dropped a single berry, but shears allowed for intact collection. The crack turned out to be the entrance to a shallow cave, and sure enough, glowing plants clustered right at the opening. He stepped inside and harvested them all. The berries were edible, they restored minimal hunger, but granted a 5-second glowing buff that outlined you in light. Might be useful for confusing enemies in dark places. With all materials collected, he used a crafting table to create a blank magic map. Holding it, he mentally activated the item, and the previously blank surface revealed the surrounding terrain in surprising detail. Looking closely, he noticed the Naga courtyard just to the west. He glanced in that direction, a predatory smile crossing his face. Let's deal with the snake first, then go mining. 10 minutes of jogging brought Mario to the outskirts of the Naga courtyard. He immediately began placing cobblestone blocks, building a pillar to survey the interior from above. The courtyard was kind of impressive, various pillars engraved with strange patterns, and at the center was a cage-like spawner. The moment he entered the courtyard proper, that spawner would transform into the boss itself. He built his way into the courtyard. The instant he crossed the threshold, the spawner vanished in a flash of emerald light, replaced by a massive serpentine creature. The Naga was huge, way bigger than it had seemed in the game. Its body was composed of connected block segments, each one about the size of a truck with visible gaps of several inches between them. The whole thing had to be at least 60 feet long. The serpent's basketball-sized eyes immediately locked onto him. With a hiss, it began slithering toward him, smashing through every pillar and decoration in its path. Okay, that's a lot of snake. He pulled out his crossbow and took aim at the creature's massive head. The bolt struck it, and the Naga suddenly froze mid-charge, its eyes narrowing to focus on the tiny human who just shot it. Oh, crash. The block Mario was standing on exploded, and he plummeted to the courtyard floor. He tucked and rolled, coming up in a defensive crouch just as the Naga's eyes turned blood red. The boss charged with its mouth wide open, revealing rows of teeth. He barely had time to raise his shield before bang. The impact sent him skidding backward several feet, his boots tearing trenches in the earth. But the shield had done its job, he'd taken 0 damage. The Naga, meanwhile, looked confused, its eyes crossing as stars and dizzy particles swirled above its head. A 3-second stun, make it count. Mario switched to his diamond sword and charged forward. The blade bit deep into the Naga's skull with each strike, and the boss' health bar dropped rapidly. Explosive sounds echoed from the creature's tail as segments of its body shattered and disappeared. Every 10 points of damage removed a section, making the Naga faster but shorter. The 3-second stun wore off quickly. The Naga shook its head, then whipped its body around in a circle. The tail caught Mario across the chest, but his armor took the hit like a champ. He lost maybe half a heart of health. Good armor was the difference between life and a very messy death. Thanks to his hunter skills' attack speed boost, his strikes came fast. The diamond sword was a blur as he circled the Naga, attacking whenever an opening appeared. As the first boss of the Twilight Forest, it wasn't particularly complex. As long as you blocked its charges with a shield, victory was almost guaranteed. But almost was doing a lot of work in that sentence. The Naga's health dropped to critical levels, but now it was moving 3 times faster than when the fight started. He couldn't keep up with its speed, so he couldn't land consistent hits. He had no choice but to wait for another charge. The serpent circled him, looking for an opening. Then it made its move, another full-speed charge. Bang! Shield up, brace for impact. The Naga slammed into the barrier, but the boss was stunned again, and this time he didn't waste the opportunity. He brought the diamond sword down in an overhead strike that cleaved through what remained of the Naga's health bar. The massive head crackled with breaking sounds before exploding into smoke and pixels. At the center of the courtyard where the spawner had been, a loot chest materialized. Not bad, easier than fighting vampires in tight spaces, that's for sure. He walked over to the chest, slightly out of breath but grinning. Boss fights were fun when you had the right equipment and knowledge. He opened the container and examined the contents. The main prize was a Naga trophy, a green, glowing piece that could be worn on the head and would make miniature boss sounds. He held it up, examined it, then made a face. Yeah, I'm not wearing glowing green shit on my head, that's a hard pass. Though maybe it would been popular back home, my cousins had some questionable fashion choices. The chest also contained more than a dozen palm-sized Naga scales. Equipment crafted from these scales came with built-in enchantments, truly a valuable resource for upgrading gear. He held one of the scales up to the light, watching it shimmer. A thought occurred to him. If I remove from this scale, could I forge bioarmor with special attributes? Ivan and his father had already developed the arc reactor. The workshop refrigerator was running smoothly now. But only the weapons systems for the battle suit had been completed. The armor itself was still in development. These scales might be exactly what they need. Mario pulled out his magic map, planning to search for a hollow hill. These locations weren't just filled with minerals, they also contained countless treasure chests with rare items. Queens, peacock feather fans, transformation powder or magnets, and most importantly, the table, ironwood ingots, and more Naga scales. There were plenty of hollow hills marked on the map. He locked onto the nearest medium-sized one. Large, medium, and small hills had different loot tables. Medium ones contained the table and peacock feather fan he needed most. A light jog brought him to a hill shaped like a massive dome, or more accurately, like an old burial mound. The shape triggered childhood memories of family trips to historical sites in southern Italy, tombs and ruins that dotted the countryside. You can't say it's similar, it's identical to those old burial chambers. But he had never been superstitious about such things. He walked straight to the southeastern corner of the hill and placed a torch there, then pulled out his shovel and pickaxe. If I was in some tomb raiding story, I'd definitely be the take everything that isn't nailed down type. Hell, I'd take the nails too if they looked valuable. He started digging into the hillside, creating a tunnel that would bypass the main entrance. His mini-map showed the interior layout, and what he saw made him pause. Red dots, hundreds of them packed so densely. Luckily, he didn't have trypophobia, otherwise he'd lose it right there. Mama, no spawn limits in this dimension. Soon enough, his tunnel connected to the interior. What greeted him was an absolute storm of arrows and slime balls flying through the opening. Oh shit. His reflexes saved him. He jammed a torch into the opening for light, then immediately sealed it with cobblestone. Even with that split second of exposure, several arrows had struck him. Thanks to his armor and the brief invincibility frames after getting hit, he'd only lost 2 hearts of health. If I didn't have game rules working in my favor, that would have been a lot worse. There was no way to charge indirectly. The monster density was insane. So he did what any experienced Minecraft player would do when faced with overwhelming odds. He started digging down and to the side. Slowly, he carved out safe passages and killed monsters through narrow openings where they couldn't swarm him. The Hollow Hill spawned both vanilla Minecraft mobs and Twilight Forest exclusives. Redcap goblins, redcap sappers, kobolds, swarm spiders, twilight wraiths, fire beetles, slime beetles, and pinch beetles. None of them posed a serious threat individually, but in these numbers, they could overwhelm even a well-equipped player through sheer attrition. He cleared the interior section by section. The monster count decreased significantly, but they kept coming. That's when he noticed something moving through the mob crowd, a green glowing figure shambling among the others. A zombie villager. He'd completely forgotten about villagers during his time in the Marvel world and the Nether. But seeing a zombie villager reminded him of all those crafty merchant NPCs from the game. With villagers, I can set up iron farms, automatic crop farms, librarians for enchanted books. And if I can find a pillager outpost captain for the bad omen effect, I could mass produce totems of undying. But right now, there was no way to rescue the zombie villager from the mob's swarm. Since he now knew they spawned in the Twilight Forest, there would be plenty of opportunities later. After what felt like hours, the monster density had thinned considerably. But they were still coming, and Mario could see why, multiple spawners positioned throughout the deeper sections of the hill, pumping out fresh mobs. His eyes landed on a cluster of green shapes moving in the darkness. Creepers, several of them mixed in with the other monsters. An idea formed in his mind. Go big or go home. He crouched and crawled through a one-block gap, taking several hits along the way. He yanked out a potion of healing II and chugged it, feeling the wounds close instantly. Then he sprinted deeper into the hill, placing torches in dark corners as he ran. The pitch-black cavern suddenly blazed with light. He looked back at the massive crowd of monsters packed together, grinned like a maniac, and raised his shield. He charged straight at the creepers, ignoring the rapid durability loss on his shield as arrows and attacks pelted him from all sides. Oh, that beautiful, terrible sound. A boom. A massive crater appeared in the ground, and huge numbers of monsters were obliterated in a chain reaction as multiple creepers detonated simultaneously. The shockwave knocked Mario back, but his armor absorbed most of the damage. At critical moments, you can always count on creepers to save the day. The few stragglers that remained posed no threat. With torches placed throughout the cave system, the spawn rate had also slowed dramatically. He spent the next hour systematically clearing spawners and looting treasure chests. Among the treasures, he found a peacock feather fan. He held it up, aimed at a charging red-cap goblin, and gave it a wave. A powerful gust of wind erupted from the fan, launching the goblin 6 or 7 meters through the air. It hit the wall with a crunch. He stared at the fan. Did this thing get buffed? In the game, the fan could deflect projectiles and launch you into the air if you used it while jumping. With this enhanced version, fighting the next boss, the Twilight, would be trivial. Any spell the cast could be blown right back at it. Too bad it doesn't work midair, or I'd already have functional flight. Mario unloaded the miscellaneous items from his inventory into storage chests. He kept the ironwood ingots, naga scales, and then headed to the Nether portal. The infernal fast travel system brought him to the suburban factory in minutes. Climbing up from the underground passage, he emerged in what had been converted into a proper office. The once empty factory floor had been partitioned into multiple rooms, with numerous staff members moving between workstations. These were all talented engineers and technicians he'd poached from various companies. Without them, Anton and Ivan would never be able to build the battle suit he had envisioned, let alone anything more ambitious. Settling into his chair, he pressed the intercom button. A female voice responded immediately. Oh yes. Have Gore and Carrie returned yet? No, sir, they're still on the hunt, no contact so far. Mario exhaled through his nose, tapping a finger on the desk. All right, tell Anton and Ivan I need to see them. Conference room, 10 minutes. Ivan sat across from him, holding up one of the Twilight Forest materials Mario had placed on the desk. The Russian engineer's expression was complicated. Mario tapped his fingers on the desk. Well, can you integrate it into the armor plating or not? Ivan turned the deep green over in his hands, examining it from every angle. This material, does it really have the properties you described? That's make it into armor plating and you get level II fire protection built in. Seeing Ivan's confusion, he elaborated. Each level of fire protection reduces fire damage by 8% and cuts burn duration by 15%. Ivan froze. How could anything be that precisely? If Mario was telling the truth and one level reduced fire damage by 8%, this was an incredibly powerful heat-resistant material. He made mental notes about the material's supposed properties, already planning tests. Then another thought struck him. 2 nights ago, there were reports of an unidentified flying object over Los Angeles. Humanoid shape. I think Tony Stark has completed his armor. I want to restore my father's honor. The world needs to know that Stark isn't the only one. Mario studied Ivan carefully. On his mini-map, the Russian had already turned into a green dot, trustworthy at least by the system's standards. After a moment's consideration, he made his decision. All right, it's time you stepped into the spotlight too. How's your combat suit coming along, the whips and the other weapons? Ivan nodded. The electric whips are functional. The chainsaw attachment you suggested is complete, though it's limited by material constraints. Against harder targets, the blades damage too easily. As for flight, he shook his head. Not yet, right now it's strictly ground-based combat. Mario wasn't surprised. Making a suit heavier than Obadiah's iron achieve sustained flight was no simple feat. Ivan was brilliant, but he wasn't quite at Tony Stark's level. Not yet anyway. But Mario wasn't disappointed. His own people, flaws and all, were still his people. Someone else's genius was still someone else's. If necessary, I can always pay a visit, acquire some knowledge, maybe arrange for Ivan to study their tech. Good work, spend the next few days upgrading the armor. Priority 1, add ranged attack capabilities. Your target profile is heavy armored units. Also, energy absorption. At minimum, you need electrical energy conversion and storage. Whatever you need, put in a requisition. Don't worry about the budget. Ivan nodded, genuinely grateful. Working for a boss this generous was a rare privilege in his experience. He gathered the materials Mario had given him and headed for the door. Just as he reached it, Mario's voice stopped him. "Oh, hey, Ivan." Oh, he turned back. "Just test those materials for now. Don't integrate them into the main build yet, it'll take too much time, and Tony's situation is about to get complicated. Once you finish the base armor, I'll add some special enhancements for you." What Mario was thinking about was the enchanting table. If he could actually enchant Ivan's armor the way Minecraft allowed, the power boost would be great. But if the system treated the armor as a single piece of equipment, it could only be enchanted once. On the other hand, using materials during construction might allow for stacking multiple attributes. Which method worked better would only become clear once Ivan completed the suit. Ivan acknowledged this with a nod and left the office, heading back to the workshop. The sound of footsteps made Anton look up from the blueprints he'd been studying. His son entered carrying an armload of unusual materials. "Oh, what's all this?" "Special materials from Mario." Ivan set them down on the workbench and dropped into a chair. Anton studied his son's face. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Ivan looked up and a smile crossed his features, though on his face it came out more frightening than reassuring. "Father, he has given me permission to go after Tony Stark." Anton's expression darkened. Memories of unfair treatment and stolen recognition surfaced, old wounds that had never properly healed. For a moment, both father and son sat in silence. Finally, he stood and walked over, pulling his son into an embrace. "Ivan, I've been thinking about this. We shouldn't let ourselves drown in hatred. You are my greatest achievement, not that reactor, not any invention, you." Ivan hugged his father back tightly. "I understand, but this time I will prove that I'm better than him." Years of listening to his father's resentment had built up resentment of his own. He felt that everything Tony had should have belonged to him, but with his father still alive, that hatred hadn't turned murderous. Still, unless he could surpass Tony in achievement, the knot in his heart would never loosen. Just be careful, Anton whispered. Knock, knock, knock. The interruption broke the moment. Ivan opened the door to find Mario standing there. Mario, is there something else? Mario smiled apologetically. Sorry, I just realized I forgot to mention something important. He walked past Ivan into the lab, heading straight for one of the computers. A few keystrokes later, he'd pulled up the blueprint for the 1974 Stark Expo and projected it onto the wall. Mario had arranged for every available piece of information about the expo to be compiled from public records and archived footage. He didn't have JARVIS, but he had Ivan. And come take a look at this. He guided Ivan to the holographic display. Tell me what you see. Ivan frowned at the expo blueprint, but without having seen Stark's recorded message to Tony, he had no context. The idea that this was a father's legacy to his son never occurred to him. Anton approached as well. This is expo design. Mario nodded and dropped the pretense. He pointed to the center of the layout. Treat this central structure as an atomic nucleus. Remove all the roads, trees, parking entrances, the decorative elements. Then mark the protons and neutrons as a structured wireframe model. He shrugged. That's all I know. This is clue to a new element, something far superior to palladium in both energy storage and output capacity. The rest is up to you. This requires specialists. Anton's face went pale. He'd always believed had stolen his research. But now, hearing this, he realized had actually developed something beyond the palladium reactor, a completely new element. Mario placed a hand on Anton's shoulder. Losing to doesn't define you, you still have Ivan. Anton snapped out of his daze, looking at his son who was already absorbed in analyzing the blueprint. He nodded firmly. My son will succeed where I failed. Night had fallen over Los Angeles when Mario stepped off the plane. Ivan followed close behind, along with a tall woman in professional attire. The car is waiting outside. Should we head straight to the hotel? Anna, Mario's newly hired executive assistant, was everything he'd wanted in a secretary. Professional, competent, and easy on the eyes. She'd been managing his expanding business operations with impressive efficiency. Why would he hire a male secretary, please? He adjusted his sunglasses and glanced around the sparse airport terminal. They'd been traveling for hours, and while he didn't need rest, Anna and Ivan certainly did. Let's hit the hotel first, get some sleep. Tomorrow we'll pay a visit to Stark Industries. Understood. The three of them exited the terminal and climbed into a Mercedes van waiting at the curb. Ivan took the passenger seat, staring out the window at the Los Angeles. Mario reclined in back, eyes closed as if resting. But his mini-map was active, and his vampire awareness spread through the area. Finally, some hunting grounds worth the effort. New York's bloodsuckers have gone to ground, but LA is practically crawling with them. Since leveling up, his detection range had expanded significantly. In just 10 minutes, he'd already sensed more than a dozen vampires, and that was only in the populated areas. The darker corners and vampire gathering spots would have far more. The van pulled up to their hotel. After getting Anna and Ivan settled in their rooms, he left alone. Los Angeles had fewer skyscrapers than New York, which made finding secluded spots easier. In a dark alley, he pulled a sleek sports car from his inventory and started cruising the streets, hunting. 20 minutes later, he pulled up to an apartment building. His mini-map showed at least a dozen vampires inside. I haven't run into a nest this size in weeks. Tonight's going to be productive. He strode into the building and stopped in front of apartment 307. After a moment's consideration, he knocked. An irritated voice came from inside, like someone had just been interrupted during something important. Who the fuck is it? Mario's smile remained perfectly pleasant. Good evening, I'm here to discuss your vehicle's extended warranty. The door opened. Dawn was breaking when Mario drove back to the hotel. His mood was excellent. Last night's hunt had been incredibly productive. The vampire blood drop rate had been unusually high. He now had enough materials to push his hunter class up 2 more levels. He'd even obtained a bottle of level 1 pure bloods. But back in his hotel room, his expression soured. These vampires have no taste whatsoever. How come Blade gets cool names like in Blade the Vampire Hunter, but I end up with Butcher of the Night? I'd even settle for Night Stalker at this point. But there was nothing he could do about vampire gossip. The only thing within his control was making sure they never gossiped again. With a sigh, he flopped back onto the hotel bed just as sunlight began streaming through the window. His phone rang. Oh, yeah. There was a pause. Mario, it's me. I heard you came to Los Angeles. Is that true? Mario sat up, suddenly more alert. That's right, flew in last night. Your intelligence network's pretty good. Should I be worried about surveillance? Contacted me last night and mentioned your arrival. What brings you to LA? Do you need assistance? Actually, yeah. How's your mission going? I wanted to ask, since Tony Stark shut down his weapons manufacturing division, could you see if he might sell me some equipment? You know, my operation's just getting started and I'm short on everything. Considered this. I can ask, but whether it happens or not is out of my hands. Fair enough. If it doesn't work out, he's not my only option. Where are you now? Want to grab breakfast? I'm at Stark Industries, actually, about to meet with Ms. regarding Tony. Hold on. Didn't hang up. Mario could clearly hear the conversation happening on the other end. Ms., we had an appointment. Did you forget? A woman's voice came through next. I didn't forget. We can do it now. Come with me. Now. Yes, now, follow me to your office. I think this conversation is going to be unforgettable. Hearing the exchange, Mario's mind immediately supplied the scene from the movie. Ever since gaining his Minecraft powers, his memory had been frighteningly accurate. It sounds like you're about to be busy. Forget about the equipment thing for now. Just remember to call if you need backups. Understood, I'll contact you when things settle down. After hanging up, Mario lay back on the bed. Sometimes arriving early can't beat arriving at exactly the right moment. The scientists who'd helped Obadiah develop the iron armor couldn't replicate a miniature arc reactor, but the battle suit they'd produced was still formidable. And Mario desperately needed talent who could perfect the flight systems for powered armor. Once Obadiah was dead, he intended to secure both the research data and the scientists from Sector 16. If possible, he'd take the equipment too. I'm sure Tony won't mind trading some hardware for his precious life. He glanced at the armor Ivan had developed, stored safely in his inventory. The outer shell shimmered faintly. Knock, knock. The soft knocking told him it was Anna before he even checked. Ivan would never knock that gently. Come in, it's unlocked. The door opened and Anna stepped inside. When are we leaving? Mario sprang up from the bed and straightened his shirt. Anna immediately moved to help him into his suit jacket. Right now, tell Ivan it's showtime. Mario walked through Stark Industries exhibition hall. Advanced weapons systems lined the walls, missiles, energy weapons, targeting computers that could probably calculate pi to 1,000,000 decimal places while simultaneously ordering pizza. Today, none of the big players were available to receive visitors. Tony was dealing with his own life-or-death crisis. Pepper was juggling corporate espionage and impending disaster, and Obadiah was busy being a treacherous bastard. Not that Mario's operation warranted a personal tour from Tony anyway. His company was barely a blip on Stark Industries' radar. Ivan's expression kept shifting as they moved through the displays. Part of him refused to admit that Tony might actually be better than him. But another part, the honest engineer buried under years of resentment, couldn't help but feel inspired by the sheer innovation on display. Mario clapped a hand on Ivan's shoulder and said quietly, "Don't get too worked up. Tonight we're moving all this stuff back to our place anyway. You'll have plenty of time to study it then." Ivan froze for a moment, then that same grin Mario had been wearing spread across his features. He nodded slightly, fully embodying the Italian folk wisdom, "Con kai et kai sei, tell me who you walk with, and I'll tell you who you are." As they stepped out of Stark Industries headquarters, a figure caught Mario's attention. Rotund, bald, built like a barrel, wearing an expensive suit, Obadiah in the flesh heading toward a waiting car. Watching Obadiah's retreating back, he chuckled softly. "Bet he's heading to Tony's place right now to steal the arc reactor." He stood there for a bit longer, then climbed into his own vehicle. "Take us to Tony Stark's place, the Point Estate." The driver, one of Mario's people who'd been stationed in LA ahead of their arrival, immediately started the car and pulled out into traffic. "We're going to find Tony Stark." Ivan couldn't contain his curiosity, turning in the passenger seat to look back at Mario. "We're going to save his life." Save him, he's in danger." Mario pointed at the Rolls-Royce speeding ahead of them. "That's Obadiah, major shareholder of Stark Industries, also the guy behind Tony's kidnapping in Afghanistan." Seeing the stunned expressions around him, he continued, "And Pepper has already obtained evidence of his dealings with the 10 rings. Right now, Obadiah's panicking. Cornered rats do desperate things. He built himself a bigger, badder suit of armor using Tony's blueprints, but his people couldn't replicate the arc reactor, so he's going to rip Tony's right out of his chest." Ivan frowned. He didn't want Tony to die before he had the chance to prove himself superior. "Do what you take out." He glanced forward at Obadiah's car. Mario shook his head. "Not yet. Here's what you're going to do. Wait until Obadiah gets the reactor, suits up in his iron armor, and defeats Tony. Then you take him down." Neither the driver nor Anna showed any surprise at this plan. They didn't even flinch. Seeing this, his smile widened. He was speaking freely in front of them as a kind of loyalty test. The generous benefits he provided were designed to ensure that both of them knew when to be blind and deaf to certain activities. "Then why are we going to Tony's place now?" "To save Tony's life, of course. I'd feel guilty just taking his stuff without doing him a favor first. After all, he's not my enemy." He leaned forward toward the driver, "Step on it past them." "Hold on tight." The Mercedes van's engine roared to life. The powerful acceleration pressed everyone back into their seats as the vehicle shot forward, overtaking Obadiah's Rolls-Royce. 20 minutes later, Mario watched Obadiah's car pull into Tony's cliffside estate. He turned to his companions. "You two wait here. Ivan and I are going in." "Understood." He pulled out a potion of invisibility and tossed it to Ivan. Having used one before during their first meeting, Ivan said nothing. The two of them headed for the front gate. The iron security gate that should have been closed stood wide open. "Looks like he already disabled the security system," Mario observed. In the movie, when Obadiah had appeared behind Tony, Jarvis gave no warning. The only explanation was that Obadiah had shut down the AI. They drank the potions and walked straight into the villa. As soon as they entered the living room, the massive floor-to-ceiling windows revealed the cliff drop and the Pacific Ocean beyond. And there, in the middle of that stunning view, they witnessed Obadiah using a specialized device to remove the arc reactor from Tony's chest. Tony's face had gone deathly pale, completely drained of color. His body was paralyzed by some kind of sonic weapon, leaving only his eyes capable of movement. The moment Obadiah extracted the reactor, the shrapnel inside Tony's chest began migrating toward his heart. Every second that passed brought him closer to death. But Obadiah didn't care about Tony's suffering. He stared at the glowing reactor in his hands, striking a triumphant pose. Oh, this is beautiful. Tony, this is my ode to joy, my masterpiece. He sat down beside Tony, holding up the reactor. A true work of art, look at it. This will be your legacy, the heart of a new generation of weapons. He placed the reactor into a small case and stood to leave, but not before delivering one final twist of the knife. You shouldn't have involved Pepper in this. I was going to let her live. Then he walked out without a backward glance, leaving Tony to die alone. After Obadiah left, Mario spoke to Ivan. Villains die from talking too much. Remember that, Ivan? Don't monologue until your enemy is dead. He drank milk to reverse the invisibility effect, then handed a bucket to Ivan. Drink up. He approached the slumped figure on the couch. Tony looked at him with dazed confusion. Save me, Tony gasped. Basement, old reactor. Don't worry, I've got you covered. Mario turned to Ivan. Go get the reactor from the workshop, should be on a display stand. Ivan finished his milk, glanced at Tony, who looked about 30 seconds from death, then headed for the stairs leading to the underground garage without hesitation. Mario mimicked Obadiah's earlier posture, sitting down beside Tony with a cheerful grin. Tony Stark, I think we should discuss the value of your life. You might think I'm taking advantage of the situation, but let me be clear. Yes, I absolutely am taking advantage. I don't think you'll mind though, will you? And no, Tony managed. Mario stood up immediately. Oh, you do mind? Then I'll just go. I don't mind. Good answer. Lucky I'm a slow walker or you'd be screwed. Down in the garage/workshop, Mario's eyes lit up. Advanced tools, prototype components, half-finished projects scattered everywhere. He looked at Tony seriously. I don't need money, but I'm thinking you wouldn't mind if I borrowed some equipment and maybe drove off with a few of your cars, right? Tony's mind was entirely focused on Pepper and the impending battle with Obadiah. He had no mental bandwidth to care about property. From now until I get back, take whatever you want from the villa, including my car collection. Mario's eyes widened, his mouth fell open slightly, he stared at Tony. Oh, really? Oh, really? With that, Tony stepped aside, blasted through the ceiling, and flew toward the city. Mario stared at the hole Tony had left in his roof and muttered, now that's what I call generous. Billionaire mindset right there. More than 10 minutes later, James Rhodes arrived at the villa, having received an urgent message from Pepper. Tony, are you? He stopped dead, staring at the empty space around him. The once luxuriously decorated mansion had been stripped down to bare walls. Even the hardwood flooring was gone. It looked like a construction site. Rhodes scratched his head. Did he move out? Meanwhile, Mario sat in a helicopter heading toward Stark Tower, surrounded by crates full of liberated equipment. In my entire life, he said to Ivan, I have never seen anyone make an offer like that. Ivan said nothing, but his expression suggested he was reconsidering several life choices. Mario patted the secured crates. Anna, contact the hotel and arrange a landing zone, and after you drop us off, you and the driver head back. What happens next isn't something civilians should witness. Understood. His phone rang. Seeing his name, he answered with a teasing tone. Hey, don't tell me you're being chased by some big iron bastard right now. His voice came through stressed. I need your help. Obadiah from Stark Industries built an armored suit. He's chasing me and Miss if you're available. Oh, crash. The sound of impact came through the phone. Mario's expression darkened instantly. Are you okay? Hold on, I'm on my way. I had helped him multiple times. To just let him die like this, he couldn't accept that. Oh, faster. The helicopter banked hard, accelerating, then's voice came through again. I'm fine, another guy in armor just showed up and knocked away. Mario relaxed slightly. Tony sure took his sweet time getting there, must have stopped for shawarma or something. Find somewhere safe to hide, And don't try playing hero with that pea-shooter sidearm of yours. I'll be there in 2 minutes. The highway battle was already visible below. He could see intermittent flashes of fire and hear the impacts of metal on metal. He turned to Ivan. How's your preparations? Ivan nodded firmly. Ready? I've analyzed Stark's armor data. His design is way too conservative. Good, get ready to make an entrance. 2 minutes later, Mario witnessed the Iron grabbing Iron Man and hurling him into a wall. Tony's armored body was embedded in the concrete like a bug on a windshield. The shock absorption in Marvel armor was pure black magic. Physics had left the chat. Mario pulled out an ender pearl and handed it to Ivan. Hold this and throw it at the ground when you're ready. He demonstrated, and purple particles replaced his form as he teleported to the street below. Ivan followed suit, but the moment he appeared, he coughed up blood. Mario immediately pulled a health potion from his inventory. The pearls teleport you, but there's a cost. Drink this. Ender pearls dealt 5 points of fall damage on use. For someone like Ivan with only 20 hit points total, losing a quarter of his health was no joke. Ivan drank the potion. The pain in his body quickly faded. He didn't complain that Mario hadn't warned him. For an item that gave a normal human instant teleportation, paying a price was more than reasonable. Screams echoed around them as civilians fled the battle zone, abandoning cars on the highway. Spotted Mario approaching and ran over. Do you have a way to stop that oversized tin can? If not, we should retreat. SHIELD reinforcements are en route. Mario reached into his inventory and pulled out Ivan's masterpiece. The armor materialized. Gray exterior plating gave it an overwhelming presence. In its right hand was a massive chainsaw currently inactive. Skull emblems adorned the shoulders and knee guards. Go prove yourself. Ivan nodded and approached the armor. A scanning beam shot out from the helmet, sweeping across his body. An electronic voice announced, Cable. The chest plate split open, revealing 3 second-generation arc reactors mounted in the torso. Ivan stepped inside. The armor came alive, servos whirring, the chainsaw blade beginning its rotation. The armor closed around him, fully enclosing his body in several tons of advanced combat engineering. The massive mech turned its head to look at Mario, then began walking toward the iron. Following the principle that bigger is better, Cable stood half a meter taller than Obadiah's iron. Its appearance immediately drew the larger suit's attention. Who are you? Obadiah's voice carried hints of panic. The armor's menacing design made it clear this wasn't some amateur's garage project. Especially that roaring chainsaw, the sound alone was enough to make anyone's blood run cold. Ivan didn't bother with words. Several ports opened on the armor's surface, unleashing a swarm of micro-missiles that slammed into the iron. Unfortunately, the explosion produced mostly smoke. Obadiah retaliated with his own missile barrage. Cable didn't even try to dodge, charging straight through the explosions. The blast protection IV enchantment built into its frame wasn't just for show. Stood frozen in shock. Just yesterday, everyone was playing with tanks and fighter jets. How was it that today, people were pulling out full battle mechs like it was nothing bzzzzzzz? The chainsaw hacked into Iron's shoulder with all the subtlety of a slasher film villain. Sparks flew in every direction as the blade ground through reinforced steel plating, sending molten metal spraying across the asphalt. Iron looked bigger and meaner than Tony's sleek armor, but in reality, it was just a heavily armored turtle shell. Good for intimidation, shit for combat against someone who knew what they were doing. And whoever designed it had made one critical mistake. The power transmission rods were mounted outside the armor plating. Correct. The transmission rod at Iron's shoulder severed completely under the chainsaw assault. Obadiah's right arm immediately started moving in jerky, unnatural angles. Whatever Tony's paying you, I'll double it. His voice came through the suit's speakers. Flames erupted from Iron's feet as the suit attempted to gain altitude. He had finally realized that close combat with this monster wasn't going to end well for him. Then he spotted what he thought was a weakness. You didn't install a flight system. No matter how strong you are on the ground, once I'm airborne, you're down. Inside the armor, Ivan remained silent. Wham! Just as Iron lifted a few feet off the ground, Iron Man slammed into it from the side. Given the massive weight difference between the suits, even making Obadiah stumble was impressive. Iron broke free from Ivan's grip, flames roaring from its feet and back as it prepared for full takeoff. Last chance, Obadiah called out. I can pay you more than Tony ever could. Tony was about to charge forward when Ivan finally moved. Two glowing silver-white whips shot out from Cable's forearms, wrapping around Iron's torso. You're not worthy. It was the first time Ivan had spoken since entering the fight. Electricity surged through the whips, flooding into Iron's systems. The flames sputtering from its thrusters died instantly as the electrical assault fried circuitry. Ivan yanked hard, dragging Iron back to ground level. The chainsaw roared to life again as he targeted the suit's weakest points, the joints where armor plating met servo mechanisms. Off to the side, Mario stood with, munching on snacks like they were watching a UFC match. He gestured at the fight. Iron's just a thick shell with no finesse. If you're gonna sacrifice mobility, you might as well go all in on firepower. But Obadiah played it safe and ended up with a suit that's mediocre at everything. He took another bite of his snack. And Tony, glass cannon build, all offense, minimal defense. Against a pure tank like this, he might as well be scratching the paint. Didn't know how to respond to that analysis, but at least the battle seemed to be going well. What's the deal with that armor? Mario grinned. Oh, I started a company in New York. This is one of our products, advanced prosthetics, medical equipment technically. Stared at Cable, which looked like something out of a horror movie featuring a chainsaw-wielding serial killer. His eye twitched. Medical equipment, right, and I'm the Easter Bunny. But he wisely kept that thought to himself. The fight lasted less than 3 minutes. Cable dismantled Iron piece by piece, reducing Obadiah's billion-dollar war machine to scrap metal. The screams coming from inside the suit suggested that when he had torn off the armor's arm, some of Obadiah's flesh had gone with it. Ivan tossed Obadiah's broken body onto the ground, then turned his attention to Tony. He took an instinctive step backward, muttering to his suit's AI. How much power do we have left? 4% remaining. Recommendation, replace power source immediately. No shit, Tony snapped. He eyed the arc reactor in Iron's chest, thinking about salvaging it, but with Cable's attention locked on him, he didn't make any sudden moves. Even in this bad situation, his mouth ran on autopilot. If you hadn't shown up, I could handled this myself, and who are you supposed to be? Ivan had been silent until that moment, but the instant Tony spoke, the electric whips lashed out, wrapping around Tony's armor and yanking him forward. My name is Ivan, remember it, Tony Stark. Today I'm here to prove you're not the only one in this world. As he spoke, his hands began tearing at Tony's armor like he was peeling a lobster. Tony kept up his verbal assault even as he struggled. Ivan, never heard of you. What kind of guy is that? And your armor design is hideous. Zero aesthetic sense. His mouth wrote checks his situation couldn't cash. Sir, energy remaining 3%. Sir, armor integrity at 30%, 35%, 40%. I know, shut up. Within seconds, Tony was extracted from his armor and tossed next to Obadiah's groaning form. Swap out your reactor core, otherwise you'll be too weak to even talk. Mario raised his eyebrows. Ivan's got a vicious tongue to match his weapons. Tony lay on the ground looking miserable. His armor was reduced to a skeletal frame with only the helmet remaining intact. Mario walked over, ready to throw Tony a lifeline. After all, the guy had been generous with his donations. He helped Tony to his feet, then knocked the still screaming Obadiah unconscious with a quick rap to the head. A twist of his hand removed the arc reactor from Iron's chest. Mr. Stark, we meet again. For your health, you should replace that reactor quickly. He paused, grin widening. By the way, I really love your car collection. Tony looked from Mario to the motionless armor, his mind struggling to connect the dots. If you like them, I can give you a few more. Mario handed over the reactor. Really? That's generous. Oh, and I'm also a huge fan of your company's weapons development. Could you spare a few of those too? Just 10 minutes browsing your exhibition hall would be enough. Something about this felt off to Tony, but his palladium-poisoned brain wasn't firing on all cylinders. No problem, but... His eyes shifted to Cable. He wasn't stupid. The connection to Mario was obvious. The armor's cockpit hissed open. Ivan climbed out and recognition flickered across his face. His armor frame creaked as he extracted himself from the wreckage. He walked toward Ivan on unsteady legs. I want to know why. Ivan burst into laughter at the question. Then his expression twisted and he swung a fist straight into Tony's face. For a scientist, the Russian definitely knew how to throw a punch. One hit, Tony went down like a sack of bricks. That's for my father. Several minutes later, after Mario had explained the history between and Anton, Tony touched his swollen cheek and made a mental note to take up boxing lessons. He looked at Ivan, who'd produced a toothpick from somewhere and was currently chewing on it. Despite his aching face, Tony extended his hand. I'm sorry about your father. Mario's eyes widened. He hadn't expected Tony to apologize. Ivan's expression twisted into something between a sneer and a smile. He reached out and patted Tony's hand instead of shaking it. You don't need to apologize to me. My father wanted to use the reactor to make money, so your father had him kicked out of America and exiled to Siberia. Do you know how he survived the last 20 years? Ivan pointed at the towering Stark Tower behind Tony. You make money from your inventions too. By your father's logic, shouldn't you also be banished to some wasteland in the American West? Tony had no response to that. Ivan stepped closer and tapped the arc reactor in Tony's chest. Palladium poisoning is a slow, painful death. I'd hate to see you go out like that before I get the chance to surpass you. Where's the fun in that? He turned away and began inspecting Cable. The first real combat test had revealed several design flaws that needed addressing. Mario clapped Tony on the shoulder. Mr. Stark, I should get going, not a fan of being on TV. The battle was over and news helicopters were already circling overhead. If there was one thing America excelled at, it was getting cameras to a disaster scene. Tony, are you okay? Pepper appeared from somewhere, her eyes red as she ran toward him. Her hands immediately started checking him for injuries. Tony smiled and pulled her into his arms. Were you worried about finding a new job? He didn't notice Mario in the background, using a pickaxe to collect the remains of both suits into his inventory. Mario gave a wave and headed toward the Stark Expo exhibition area with Ivan. Pepper pulled away from Tony's embrace, wiping her eyes. I'll find a new company ahead of time. Doesn't matter which company you pick, your boss will still be me. The billionaire Tony was back online. Sorry to interrupt, said, but if you don't leave now, it's going to get difficult. The crowd was growing and more emergency vehicles were arriving. He opened the door of a car that had appeared beside them and gestured politely. 20 minutes later, Tony stared at the ruins of his villa with disbelief. He opened the only remaining door and stepped into what was now essentially a construction site. No furniture, no fixtures, even the hardwood flooring was gone. He turned to, "Please tell me this is some kind of illusion." His smile was almost sympathetic. "I'm sorry, this is very real. Now you can only hope that gentleman is punctual." Tony's mind immediately conjured Mario's grinning face. His face changed instantly. "No, I need to go back." Mario and Ivan were already settled into first-class seats on the flight back to New York, looking satisfied with themselves. This trip was incredibly productive. "Ivan, Anna, what did you learn from Tony today?" Anna couldn't suppress a small laugh. "I learned that you should never agree to any request from you." Mario rolled his eyes. "The lesson is never make promises lightly. Also be punctual. I said 10 minutes and I meant 10 minutes. Even though I really liked that tank in his garage, I didn't take it." Ivan and Anna exchanged glances but said nothing. Mario hadn't completely stripped the place. He'd left the doors, windows, and load-bearing walls intact. He'd just selectively relocated some items from the weapons exhibition and a few choice pieces of equipment, for research purposes, naturally, to improve Cable's long-range combat capabilities. A perfectly reasonable. Hours later, the plane touched down at New York's airport. The moment Mario stepped off, he spotted a familiar figure and his good mood evaporated. Fury stood by a black car, hands in the pockets of his leather coat. Mario pretended not to notice and kept walking. "Anna, I think I just saw one of my wise and heroic friends. I must be hallucinating from missing him so much." "I have something to discuss with you." Mario put on his best surprised expression. "See, I miss him so much I'm hearing voices now." Fury closed the distance quickly and grabbed Mario's arm. "Mario, I have something to discuss with you." Seeing no escape, Mario said, "If it's about forget it. Say one more word and I'll drop dead right here and bleed all over your nice coat." "It's not about I have something else to discuss." Mario relaxed slightly. "Fine, what is it?" Fury said nothing and opened the passenger door. Mario looked at Ivan and Anna helplessly. "You two head back." They nodded and left. Company cars were waiting outside the airport. Mario climbed into the passenger seat with a sigh. Fury got behind the wheel and pulled into traffic. After a few minutes of silence, Mario spoke. "Just say what you want." "After investigation, I've confirmed what you told me. There's a serious problem inside. I'm being monitored." Mario smiled faintly. "Think of it this way, you've actually done very well. You infiltrated Hydra as a mole and managed to become the director. Most people couldn't pull that off." Fury ignored the sarcasm. "Besides the Avengers initiative, I'm having form a separate strike team. I want your help." Mario shrugged. "I'm just a guy with a few tricks up his sleeve. How can I help? I was counting on you slipping me some favors from SHIELD. "A favor?" The word hit Mario like cold water. His smile disappeared. He considered carefully before responding. "I can help. Have him bring the team members to me. I've got a special ability that lets me identify Hydra agents. Can't guarantee I'll spot other infiltrators, but Hydra I can handle. And I can provide older generation armor for his team, but you're paying for materials." His expression was serious now. "Fury, that squares us. The favor is repaid. If you want more help, you'll need to figure out how to put me in your debt. I'm not running a charity here." Fury's expression didn't change, but something in his eye suggested satisfaction. This was exactly the kind of transactional honesty he could work with. "Fair enough, I'll be in touch." After getting a free meal from Fury, Mario got a ride back to the factory in one of SHIELD's unmarked vehicles. He immediately started unloading various pieces of equipment from his inventory. Unfortunately, the main JARVIS server hadn't been located in Tony's mansion. That would have been the real prize. Still, he had managed to grab Tony's original clumsy robotic arm from when the guy was a kid. The thing had personality, even if it did make messes. It's about time to get some rest. He had left a massive quantity of items stored in boxes back in Los Angeles, but right now all he wanted was to relax with some fishing and maybe explore the Twilight Forest dimension. The rest of those things could wait until he had time to make another trip or unlocked a better storage mod. He traveled through the Nether Portal network back to Central Park and settled into his usual spot on the bench near the lake. He cast his fishing line into the water. A quick glance at his mini-map showed something puzzling. Only 2 waves of Hydra scouts and they've already stopped sending people. That's weak. They should be probing at least 10 times before giving up. Time slipped by as his thoughts wandered. He pulled up item after item from the water, most of it junk that went straight into the lava, but occasionally something useful appeared. 3 protection IV books, not bad for an evening's work. As night fell, Mario packed up his fishing rod and headed home. The moment he stepped inside, Pearl came flapping over. "Are we heading out to work tonight?" Looking at the vampire who always perked up after sunset, Mario chuckled. "You can make your own rounds tonight. I've got some personal business to handle." Pearl's excitement dimmed slightly, but then he thought about all those arrogant vampires from his past groveling at his feet, and his mood recovered. "All right, just give me more bottles. I'll range farther out this time. There are way too few vampires around here now." "Yeah, that's a problem. When I was in Los Angeles, I noticed their population is just as bad as New York's was, maybe worse. We'll hit other cities soon enough." "Really, I definitely want to see other cities someday." Flapping his small wings, Pearl departed into the night while Mario walked alone toward the portal leading to the Twilight Forest. Stepping once more into that realm, he gazed at the towering tower. Since defeating the Naga last time, the magical barrier covering the entire structure had vanished, opening it up for exploration. As he approached the tower, he thought, the scepters dropped by Twilight are seriously good loot. Need to kill several of them, at least enough to collect all 4 types of scepters. When he reached the tower entrance, he found every doorway sealed with stone blocks. Rather than waste time searching for a hidden entrance, he pulled out his pickaxe and simply dug through the wall. Inside, the tower was pitch black. His first welcome came in the form of several sheets of paper that smacked him in the face. Slab. A sneak attacks, really." Mario focused his eyes and spotted several death tomes, hostile mobs that only spawned inside towers. They looked exactly like their in-game counterparts, open books with sheets of paper floating around them in lazy orbits. Drawing his diamond sword, he charged toward the floating books, only to realize he'd been hit with a slowness II. Like a damn mosquito, doesn't hurt much, just annoying as hell. The death tomes only dealt 6 damage per hit, practically nothing against his fully enchanted armor. But that was irritating. Rather than waste milk to clear it, he simply pulled out a bow enchanted with flame and started shooting. The books took double damage from fire. And compared to the Hollow Hills, the tower had far fewer regular mobs. He cleared them out floor by floor, watching them dissolve into loot drops. Looking up toward the top floor of the tower, he could clearly see a cage inside one of the rooms, the Twilight's mob spawner. The moment he reached the top floor, the boss would immediately spawn. Lower floors are pitch black, but the Twilight's chamber is lit up like a Christmas tree. How thoughtful. With his current strength, defeating a Twilight was trivial. He quickly made his way to the top floor, where wearing a golden crown materialized, surrounded by 5 golden, transparent shields. A magical fireball shot straight toward him, looking like a clump of magma cream from vanilla Minecraft. He immediately pulled out his peacock feather fan and gave it a light wave. A boom. The fireball exploded midair, but unfortunately it was too far from the Twilight to damage any of its shields. Mario pulled a splash potion of instant healing from his inventory and lobbed it at the undead. red healing particles burst outward, and one of the Twilight's shields instantly shattered. After a barrage of healing potions, this magical shields broke completely, leaving only the simple melee phase. He then pulled out a wooden boat he'd prepared in advance. Timing it perfectly, he placed it at the feet. The boss immediately sat down in the boat like a cooperative NPC, completely unable to attack or move. From there, it was just a matter of slowly whittling down its health bar. In less than a minute, the Twilight collapsed at Mario's feet, dissolving into loot. Opening the treasure chest that appeared, he examined the drops. A scepter of Twilight lay inside, crafted from bones and a deep blue ender pearl. Damn, I was hopping for the scepter of life draining. Oh well, need to collect them all anyway. He picked up the scepter and tested it, aiming at a wall. A magical pearl shot out and struck the stone. A bit slow on the projectile speed. He gave it a few swings. Actually handles more like a mace than a wand, decent weight distribution, too bad it doesn't do melee damage. He shook his head ruefully. Storing the loot in his inventory, he dug a hole through the tower wall. Looking down at the dizzying height, he pulled out his peacock feather fan and leaped off the top of the structure. As he neared the ground, he gave the fan a gentle wave. A gust of wind slowed his descent until he landed softly on the forest floor. That never gets old. He almost wanted to climb back up and do it again, but reason prevailed. There would be plenty of chances later. He looked around at the tall twilight oaks nearby. Perfect opportunity to search for hollow tree trunks. If I remember right, the chests inside them can contain rare saplings. Let's see if I can find Tree of Time or Tree of Transformation saplings. Plant one back home and see what happens. He gazed at a towering twilight oak tree. He pulled flint and steel from his inventory and struck it with a sharp click, sending flames dancing to life. The fire grew as wind fanned it, and the massive oak was slowly consumed by the blaze. For some reason, a thought from his childhood popped into his mind, his grandmother warning him about forest fires. Nana would kill me if he saw this. Fortunately, the trees in the twilight forest stood far apart from each other, so there was no risk of one fire setting the entire dimension ablaze. Soon, excitement flickered across his face. As the oak's leaves burned away, a chest and a monster spawner were revealed within the hollow trunk. Carrying the items he'd obtained from the Twilight Forest, Mario returned home through the portal. After sorting through the messy collection of loot, he stared at the rare saplings before him, pondering where best to plant them. These trees of transformation and trees of time should probably go at home base. I'll expand the underground farm later. Both types of saplings required enormous space to grow. Once matured, they would reach heights of 20 to 30 meters, much like the mutant oaks that occasionally spawned in the overworld. The sound of flapping wings came from behind. He turned to see Pearl returning from his vampire hunt. Time flies when you're having fun, huh? How was tonight's harvest? Mario asked. Terrible. I don't know where those bastards are hiding. I only found 3 the whole night. We really can't keep killing them at this rate. We need to let the population recover. Mario chuckled. He and Blade had been going out every night like clockwork to hunt vampires. Anyone with half a brain cell had fled to other cities by now. Don't worry about it. Once I have time, we'll expand operations to other cities. He patted Pearl's head, though his true form was rather grotesque. As a bat, he looked plump and adorable. When we do, I'll let you feast to your heart's content. Just as he was preparing to expand the underground tree farm, his phone rang. The factory's under attack. The moment Mario answered, Woody's voice came through the receiver. Mario immediately stood and headed toward the nether portal. Have you identified who they are? There's a lot of them, but they don't seem to be trying to breach the factory. They're just attacking from the perimeter. Woody hesitated before continuing. Looks like they're trying to draw you out. Mario's expression darkened. Only one group came to mind: Hydra. No Hydra activity for days, and I thought they'd given up. Looks like they've been planning something big. All right, I'll be there soon. You guys hide and stay alive. Remember, as long as you survive, everything else can be fixed. He hung up and dove straight into the portal. At the factory, a large force of Hydra operatives had assembled. Because the location was remote, they'd brought even heavier firepower than they'd used at Central Park. Armed troops, heavy weapons, and 2 aircraft hovering overhead. Ivan, wearing cables, was hiding inside the factory building. Without flight capability, he'd tried rushing out earlier but had been forced back after barely making it 10 meters. The armor was already heavily damaged. These bastards want to capture us alive. The armor's faceplate opened, revealing his grim expression. The enemy's firepower was more than enough to crush them outright, yet they weren't storming in. They were advancing slowly. What did Mario say? He turned his gaze toward Woody, who replied, "He said he's on his way right now." Then, looking worried, he added, "But..." Woody didn't finish the sentence, but Ivan understood. Mario had special abilities, but against this many enemies with heavy weapons, there might not be much he could do. Relax, as long as he arrives, we'll at least be safe. Woody couldn't help worrying. Mario had tricks up his sleeve, but against overwhelming military force, tricks might not be enough. Don't worry, now that I'm here, you've got nothing to fear. Mario's voice rang out behind them. A quick check of his mini-map showed at least 100 hostiles outside the factory. What about casualties? Every person in the company had been hand-picked, and losing even one was a painful blow. Woody immediately answered, 8 dead. Oh fuck. Mario's eyes turned blood red. His entire security team had only 24 people total. To lose a third of them in one engagement was unbearable. 4 critically wounded as well. He took a breath and pulled healing potions from his inventory, tossing them to Woody. As long as they weren't dead, injuries were acceptable. You know how to use these, get them stabilized first. Woody nodded and rushed off toward where the wounded were being treated. Ivan, what about our researchers? Any casualties among them? Ivan shook his head. They're fine. One got knocked around during the initial chaos, but nothing serious. Mario finally exhaled. The researchers he'd recruited were irreplaceable talent, not quite on the level of Ivan and Anton, but still precious. Take all staff to my office. I've already opened the passage to the underground base. Hide everyone there first. Leave this place to me. Ivan looked at him steadily. I want to stay. I need real combat data for this armor. Mario wanted to send him back to safety, but seeing the fire in Ivan's eyes, he nodded. Fine, get the people settled first, then we'll raise hell together. With a hiss of hydraulics, Ivan climbed out of the damaged armor, nodded to Mario, and ran toward where the staff were sheltering. The enemy was already very close to the workshop. Mario pulled his favorite sniper rifle from his inventory and sighted toward the factory entrance. A boom. An explosion tore through the wall behind him, blasting a hole in the structure. Though his health bar barely dropped, the sheer force hurled him across the floor. They can track my position. Has to be some kind of Marvel tech. Rat-a-tat-tat. A hail of bullets streamed through the new breach. He reacted instantly, pulling obsidian blocks from his inventory and creating a shield. The bullets ricocheted harmlessly. Obsidian couldn't be scratched by conventional weapons. He pulled out an invisibility potion and drank it without hesitation. But pinned down by suppressing fire, he had no angle to move. He glanced at the floor, pulled out his pickaxe, and dug a quick tunnel, emerging from a different position several meters away. He set up his rifle, centered the crosshairs on a target's center mass, and squeezed the trigger. Through the scope, a cloud of blood erupted. Stared at the spot where Mario had disappeared, his jaw clenched tight enough to crack teeth. The order from his superiors had been clear: retreat immediately. Captain America was en route with a full SHIELD response team. With InSight program still in development, Hydra couldn't afford exposure. Not yet, not when they were so close. All units pull back, he barked into his headset. His men immediately launched a final barrage of incendiary rounds and fuel bombs. The entire area erupted into an inferno, flames climbing 20 feet into the air and belching thick black smoke toward the sky. The remaining pulled up hard, banking toward the clouds. The downed aircraft that Mario had shot out of the sky received one final transmission, its self-destruct sequence activated. The wreckage exploded in a fireball that consumed any evidence of Hydra's involvement. Underground, Mario felt the tremors through the earth as he tunneled away from the bombardment. The vibrations were strong enough to shake loose dirt from the tunnel ceiling. Are they going to bomb the whole area? He stopped digging and broke through to the surface. Fire raged across the ruins of his workshop, and thick smoke made it impossible to see more than a few feet in any direction. He pulled a water bucket from his inventory, poured it at his feet, and stood in the resulting water source block. The flames couldn't touch him here, but that didn't make watching his life's work burn any less painful. On his mini-map, the red dots were retreating fast. He briefly considered pursuit but dismissed the idea immediately. His two legs couldn't catch vehicles, and he wasn't about to waste ender pearls chasing an enemy that was already gone. Unless I can brew speed 100 potions someday, then we'll see who's running. The heat was intense enough to warp the air into shimmering waves. He stood in silence, watching the flames consume everything. Soon, only scattered fires remained on the scorched earth outside the workshop, funeral pyres for the Hydra operatives who hadn't made it out. After the fire, only ashes remained. The sound of rotor blades cut through the crackling flames. Another aircraft appeared overhead, but this one was different. The massive SHIELD logo on its hull was impossible to miss, practically screaming its affiliation to anyone watching. The rear hatch opened, and a figure leaped out without hesitation, landing hard enough to crater the ash-covered ground. He didn't bother looking. He kept his eyes fixed on the burning workshop. "Oh, mister." Only then did Mario turn his head to see who'd arrived. Standing behind him, in full costume with his iconic round shield strapped to his arm, was Steve Rogers. "Captain, Mario is fine." Mario's eyes involuntarily flickered downward, taking in the way Rogers' uniform pants accentuated certain features. He couldn't help but think the internet had been right about one thing: America definitely had a great ass. Rogers, with the enhanced senses that came with the super soldier serum, noticed the glance. He looked down at his pants, thinking maybe he'd gotten something on them, but saw nothing except some ash on his boots. "Oh, the enemy escaped." Mario nodded, his gaze returning to the ruins. Workshops completely destroyed, all the equipment, the research, everything, it's all gone. That's when he felt it, a cold drop hitting his face. He looked up to see dark clouds rolling in, replacing the clear sky that had been there minutes ago. Rain began to fall, light at first, then heavier. The drops hissed and steamed where they hit the superheated ground, but soon the downpour was washing away even that. He pulled out blocks and quickly constructed a small shelter, 4 walls and a roof, nothing fancy, just enough to get out of the rain. The descended nearby, landing smoothly. Emerged first, followed by a squad of heavily armed SHIELD agents who immediately fanned out to secure the area and search for evidence. Mario finished his crude structure in record time. Rogers watched with fascination, like a man seeing magic for the first time. He turned to, "Are there many people with abilities like his?" Shook her head. "There are many enhanced individuals in the world, but no one quite like him." "Let's go, Captain." She'd noticed Mario standing in the doorway of his shelter, gesturing for them to join him. A faint smile crossed her face as she led Rogers toward the structure. Mario pointed at wooden slabs he'd placed on the floor. Sit, we need to talk. Anne Rogers exchanged glances before sitting across from him, spoke first. Do you know who attacked you? That's exactly what I want to discuss. Mario pulled out his cigarettes and offered the pack to both of them. They declined. He shrugged, lit one for himself, and punched a hole in the wooden wall behind him to vent the smoke. I don't know if Fury told you about them, but today I lost 8 people, good people, and my entire operation. He turned to, I need you to contact Fury, there's something he needs to hear. Nodded and pulled out a compact communication device. Moments later, Fury's image was projected onto the wooden wall. What's the situation? The enemy retreated before we arrived, she reported. No casualties on our side. Fury's expression didn't change. He'd probably expected as much. With Hydra's infiltration of SHIELD, any major operation was compromised before it even began. Mario didn't waste time with pleasantries. I want Alexander Pierce dead, I need his address. Roger's expression remained neutral. He was still processing too much to react properly, but his pupils contracted sharply. After a long pause, Fury finally spoke. It's not the right time. Given the current situation inside SHIELD, killing him won't solve the fundamental problem. Mario flicked his cigarette butt through the hole in the wall. Don't talk to me about SHIELD's internal politics. Your organization is compromised beyond repair. The troops you sent today, those were your hand-picked agents, right? Your most trusted people, not bad choices. Except about 30% of them are Hydra. I'll clean house for you in a few days, don't bother thanking me. At the mention of Hydra, something shifted in Rogers. His entire posture changed, becoming more alert. Hydra? I thought we destroyed them during the war. Are you saying Hydra infiltrated SHIELD? Mario nodded. That's exactly what I'm saying. After the war, SHIELD's Operation Paperclip brought in hundreds of Nazi scientists and intelligence officers. Most of them were Hydra. They've been rebuilding inside your organization for decades. He gestured vaguely toward the ruins. The people who did this today, technically SHIELD operatives, though Snake HIELD might be more accurate. Fury's image flickered slightly. Give me 3 days, let me prepare. Mario considered it, then nodded. Fine, 3 days. The rain showed no signs of stopping. He watched the downpour create a curtain of water across the shelter's entrance. On his mini-map, the red dots representing Hydra forces continued retreating. 3 days, then they learn what happens when you fuck with my. After ending the call with Fury, both and Rogers sat in contemplative silence. Rogers seemed to be processing the information relatively well. He'd only been awake for a short time, and fighting Hydra was familiar territory. The organization's survival wasn't shocking so much as disappointing. But was different. Her expression had gone dark, her eyes slightly unfocused as she stared at nothing. Rogers noticed her state. What's wrong? Was quiet for a moment before answering. When I joined SHIELD, I thought I was finally working for the good guys. She shook her head bitterly. Turns out I just traded the KGB for Hydra. I thought I knew who I was working for, but now. Rogers didn't know how to comfort her. He was still adjusting to this new era himself, feeling out of place in a world that had moved on without him. Mario pulled himself from his own thoughts. Do you need me to identify the Hydra agents in your team? I can point them out right now if you want. It was mostly a rhetorical offer. He'd already agreed to give Fury 3 days, and he needed that time to take care of his own people anyway. Glanced through the rain at the SHIELD agents collecting evidence outside. I can't tell them apart anymore. I can, Mario said simply, then he shook his head. But let's wait the 3 days like I promised. He had faith that someone like Fury, now armed with advanced knowledge of Hydra's infiltration, would take appropriate measures. At minimum, the director would secure SHIELD's financial assets before everything went to hell. You two should head back, Mario said, standing up. I've got a lot to handle here and we'll be seeing each other again soon enough. And Roger stood as well, giving him respectful nods before turning to walk into the downpour toward the waiting. The other agents, having received the retreat order, boarded the aircraft alongside them. Mario remained in his shelter, watching the jet disappear into the stormy sky. He didn't move for a long time. In the underground shelter, the research staff were restless. Small groups huddled together, whispering nervously, but most of the attention was focused on Ivan, where several researchers were trying to figure out how to extract him from his damaged armor. Ivan had lost an arm, but Mario's healing potion had stopped the bleeding. He was stable, if not comfortable. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of mining came from within the wall. Dozens of heads turned toward the noise, and most faces lit up with relief. Mario was back. The wall broke open and he stepped through, meeting the anxious stares of his employees. The enemy's gone, he announced, forcing a smile he didn't really feel. The tension in the room dropped immediately. Everyone exhaled in relief. He checked his mini-map and noticed something interesting. Many of the dots that had been green before were now white, but they weren't red, which was what mattered. These were researchers and engineers, not soldiers. Of course, some of them would want to distance themselves from him after what happened. He cleared his throat. I want to apologize. Because of me, you were put in danger today. I can't promise it won't happen again. But I can promise this: I'm forming a dedicated security force. Every guard will be equipped with powered armor. We'll build secure escape routes throughout the facility. Any research staff who pass security screening can apply for their own suit. Everyone here is getting a bonus equal to 1 year's salary. And anyone who stays on will get a 50% pay raise. If anyone wants to leave, I'll provide 3-month severance. No hard feelings. He watched the dots on his mini-map. One by one, they shifted from white back to green. I'm not going to feed you bullshit about ideals or the greater good. I'm your boss, and I take responsibility for my people. That's it. But this time I failed, and there is no excuse for it. The only thing I can say is this won't happen again. He could see the relief on their faces. The promise of protection, the financial compensation, it was enough to restore their faith in him. For your safety, you'll need to stay down here for 3 days. Don't worry about food, beds, or supplies. I'll provide everything you need. His gaze shifted to Ivan, still trapped in his damaged armor. How are you holding up? Pretty good, actually. Ivan pulled out a cigarette, something Mario had noticed he'd been doing more often lately, though usually with a toothpick instead. Mario lit it for him. Don't worry, I'm going to make them pay for this, for you and the others. He turned to Anton. What's the situation with the armor? How do we get him out? Anton's expression was grim. The automatic release mechanism was destroyed. We need tools to disassemble it manually. With proper equipment from the lab, it should be straightforward. Mario thought about the burning workshop upstairs and shook his head. The workshop's gone. Tell me what tools you need and I'll have Anna procure them. Anna had been out handling supply runs and business deals when the attack happened. Lucky timing for her. When Anna finally made it back to the facility with her supply truck, she stood frozen in front of the ruins, umbrella forgotten in her hand. Where the hell is the workshop? Mario emerged from his shelter. Checking his mini-map, he confirmed she was still showing as a green dot. Good, his smile became more genuine. Anna, over here. She snapped out of her shock and ran toward him, the truck following behind. What happened? How did the workshop end up like this? Accidentally burned it down while smoking. Don't worry about it. Did you get the tools I asked for? He gestured toward the truck. Right now, his only priority was extracting Ivan from that armor and assessing the full extent of his injuries. But in the back of his mind, he was already planning. The Winter Soldier's prosthetic arm would be perfect. After all, flesh was weak. Metal was eternal. Join the glorious evolution night had fallen, and the rain had finally eased from torrential downpour to steady drizzle. The workshop fires were long extinguished, leaving behind nothing but charred rubble and the smell of burned electronics. Mario stood atop a massive structure. The new workshop was a monolithic box of obsidian that completely enclosed where the old building had stood. He'd spent an entire day in the nether gathering lava to create the material, draining entire lava lakes in the process. Not bad, he muttered, surveying the purple-black fortress. But it needs water on the exterior. Obsidian's explosion-resistant, but water will help disperse the blast force. That's when the voice hit his mind. A construction wand MOD loading. Load complete. He stood perfectly still for about 5 seconds, his eye twitching. You have got to be fucking kidding me. He stared down at the massive obsidian structure he'd just spent half the night building by hand, block by painstaking block. A structure he could have apparently created in minutes if this mod had loaded just earlier. You know what? Doesn't matter. I'll need this thing eventually anyway. He jumped from the roof, pulling out the peacock feather fan mid-fall and giving it a gentle wave toward the ground. A cushion of air caught his body, slowing his descent until he landed softly on the earth. Inside, the workshop interior was still a disaster zone. He pulled out his pickaxe and began clearing debris, but most of it had been so badly burned that he couldn't even identify what it used to be. Looking at the meager remains of everything he'd built, he felt a pang of loss. Footsteps echoed behind him. He turned to see Ivan entering through the obsidian doorway, a toothpick clenched between his teeth. Mario forced a smile. Get some rest, how are you feeling? Ivan looked around at the ruins. Just woke up, wanted to see how bad it was. Mario's eyes dropped to Ivan's empty left sleeve. In the original timeline, Ivan had died completely, but that had been fate, not Mario's direct fault. This was different. There are 3 ways we can handle your arm, well, 2 practical ones. Ivan raised an eyebrow. I'm listening. First option, mechanical augmentation. I'll find you a suitable prosthetic arm, might even be better than your original. Second option, I turn you into a vampire, like Pearl. Your physical capabilities would multiply several times over and the arm would regenerate naturally. Ivan considered this quietly. After a moment, he asked, what's the third way? You mentioned 3. Mario gave an awkward smile. The third option, well, that's more theoretical. Eventually, I might be able to give you a completely new body, but the timing on that is uncertain, could be months or longer. Minecraft had mods for everything, including side effect-free cloning machines. A missing arm was nothing compared to some of the problems the game could solve. The issue was that he had no idea how to trigger new mod additions. They just appeared randomly. After another moment of thought, Ivan nodded decisively. First option, I trust mechanical systems more than biological unknowns. Perfect. 3 days from now, I'll bring you a new arm. You'll be satisfied, I promise. Mario's smile became genuine. He was already picturing the Winter Soldier's cybernetic limb. Bucky had lost his left arm too, which was poetic justice. And conveniently, the Winter Soldier was now his enemy. Get started on designing the new armor suits. In 3 days, I'll bring equipment and materials. The rest is up to you and your father. He clapped Ivan on the shoulder and turned back to the ruins, pulling out his pickaxe to continue the cleanup. Salvageable metal went into furnaces for smelting. Everything else got tossed into a data-converted lava pit, quick, efficient, and environmentally friendly in the weirdest way possible. 2 days passed in a blur of construction and planning. The ruined workshop was completely gone, replaced by a structure built entirely from Minecraft blocks. He had mined massive quantities of nether quartz, crafting it into decorative quartz blocks for the walls. Combined with dark red nether brick pathways, the new facility looked better than the original had ever been. He sat outside the workshop entrance, basking in afternoon sunlight and enjoying the post-rain freshness. Fury had called ahead, time for a meeting. The SHIELD descended toward the helipad Mario had built over the past 2 days. Several figures disembarked, Fury in the lead, followed by Rogers, and a man carrying a compound bow who could only be Hawkeye. Fury strode forward, his single eye scanning the new obsidian structure. Before he could speak, Mario asked, "Your house in order?" Fury gave a slight nod. "As much as it can be, SHIELD's beyond saving. I'm abandoning it to establish a new organization." That was bold even for him. Mario was impressed. What he didn't know was that Fury had received SHIELD's official investigation report on the workshop attack. According to the report, the assault had been carried out by unidentified terrorists with unknown affiliations. Hydra controls everything from field agents to forensics. How the hell do you fight that? When Fury saw that report, he'd made his decision immediately. He'd secretly transferred every liquid asset SHIELD controlled and every file his clearance could access. Without money, the organization was crippled. Hydra would have to fill the gap with their own resources, and that was no longer his problem. After exchanging greetings with Rogers, and Mario turned back to Fury with a grin. "Your organization caused me tremendous losses. Some compensation would be nice, don't you think so?" Fury's expression didn't shift even slightly. "I'm resigning, take it up with the next director." "Passing the buck, huh? Fine, I don't suppose you'll cover for your predecessor, Pierce." "I won't." They boarded the together, heading toward SHIELD headquarters. The 3 days were up, time for payback. Night had fallen by the time they landed at the Triskelion. Mario had been here once before, but this visit felt different. He'd already consumed an invisibility potion, and as they walked through the building's halls, his eyes narrowed at what his mini-map was showing. Compared to daytime operations, there was skeleton crew, but that wasn't what bothered him. The ratio of red dots to green had skyrocketed. Last time he'd visited, Hydra comprised maybe 70% of personnel. Now it looked closer to 99%. The place was swarming with hostiles, with only 1 or 2 neutral dots scattered throughout. Walking beside Fury's group while invisible, he leaned close and whispered, "You're not leaving here easily tonight. You might want to consider surrender. This entire building is Hydra." Fury casually glanced around, but Mario could tell he believed it. The loyal agents he had secretly positioned were nowhere to be seen. Acting like nothing was wrong, he walked toward his office. When he opened the door, a figure sat behind his desk. Pierce." Alexander Pierce looked up with a pleasant smile. Mario and the others followed Fury inside. Working late, I see." Fury's voice was neutral, unexpected visit at this hour. Pierce stood, and immediately armed Hydra operatives poured from adjoining rooms. Assault rifles tracked toward Fury's group from every angle. "Do you know why I chose you as my successor?" Fury remained silent. Pierce continued as if having a pleasant conversation. "Because you were born for this work, you're the most talented, most ruthlessly efficient operative I've ever encountered. I suspect you've figured some things out. Honestly, I regret trusting's assessment. He said Mario would become Hydra's greatest threat. Without that warning, you might never have noticed our organization." Outside the office, more Hydra operatives gathered. Among them stood a figure that immediately caught Mario's attention, a masked man with cold, empty eyes and a metal left arm. The Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes. "I was wondering how I'd track this guy down. He just delivered himself to me." He glanced at Pierce, who was still monologuing, and pulled his sniper rifle from his inventory. Taking a deep breath, he gently bumped against the people beside him, his way of saying heads up. Bang! The bullet appeared from nowhere and went through Pierce's skull before anyone could react. Enhanced or not, no one survived a shot like that to the brain. "I talk too much," Mario muttered. Without plot armor protecting him, the highest-ranking Hydra agent in SHIELD collapsed with his head destroyed. He looked at the corpse. The gunshot drew every eye in the room. Hydra's response was fast. They opened fire. But the next moment, a black wall erupted from the floor. Mario held obsidian blocks in one hand and the construction wand in the other, sealing off the office entrance before the enemy outside could push through. Rogers moved almost as fast, his enhanced reflexes processing the situation instantly. He hurled his shield at the Hydra Strike team members inside the office. Gunfire erupted in a storm. "Oh shit's here." His voice came from outside. Having fought Mario before, he knew exactly how troublesome the Italian was: unpredictable abilities, overwhelming offensive power, and that infuriating tendency to vanish when things got dicey. Hydra had never found an effective counter. Mario sealed the doorway completely with obsidian, leaving them only to deal with enemies already in the room. Over. It took a stray bullet to the shoulder and dropped, his weapon clattering across the floor. Mario tossed him a healing potion. "Drink up, quick." Fortunately, the round had passed clean through without lodging in bone. Otherwise, even with the potion, would need surgery to extract it later. After drinking, his pale face quickly regained color. "Stay down and try not to die again," Mario told him, then downed a potion of swiftness II. His movement speed increased by 40%, and suddenly everything around him seemed to move in slow motion. He raised his sniper rifle, tracked an enemy, and fired. A bang! The Hydra operative's chest exploded in a spray. Within moments, every hostile in the office was down. Mario glanced at his mini-map, seeing the swarm of red dots outside. At least 70 or 80 hostiles out there. This obsidian barrier won't break easily without heavy weapons. Fury remained remarkably calm, looking at the bodies scattered across his office floor. "I thought he'd try assassination, didn't expect a direct assault in my own headquarters." Mario rolled his eyes, though since he was invisible, Fury didn't see it. "You drained all of Hydra's money from SHIELD accounts. Of course they flipped the table." Fury didn't seem concerned. He pulled out a communicator, pressed a button, and said simply, "Execute." Mario blinked in surprise, then understood. This was Fury's style. The director hadn't told Mario about his backup plan because he didn't truly trust anyone. Even though they were fighting Hydra together, Fury still showed as a white dot on his mini-map, neutral, not allied. A boom. The obsidian wall held firm, but part of the regular office wall exploded inward, showering the room with debris. Rogers grabbed an assault rifle and returned fire through the opening, shield in one hand and weapon in the other. Without plot armor protecting him, he looked far more vulnerable than his legend suggested, relying on tactics rather than superhuman invincibility. A grenade rolled through the breach. He dove behind the obsidian barrier and Mario moved through the SHIELD building, his invisibility potion still holding strong. The two-story atrium outside Fury's office had been converted into a war zone, upper level filled with office cubicles and conference rooms, lower level packed with administrative staff who were now scrambling for cover as Hydra agents poured in from every entrance. Gunfire echoed off the glass and steel surfaces. The scene was chaos at its finest, suppressing fire, keeping the good guys pinned down, and zero concern for collateral damage. And it only got worse once Mario stepped out of the office. The assault rifle felt perfect in his hands, minimal recoil and incredible fire rate, but what really made it special was the faint magical shimmer. Power V piercing V infinity I durability I. The past 2 days hadn't just been about clearing rubble. He had experienced a flash of inspiration and created this rifle with double crossbow enchantments. It had consumed every enchanted book related to ranged weapons he'd fished up, but once he built a proper trading hall, he'd never have to worry about supplies again. These guys really don't know when to quit. He squeezed the trigger, and the piercing enchantment proved its worth immediately. In Minecraft, each level of piercing allowed arrows to pass through one additional target. In reality, it transformed his already powerful rounds into penetrators that made armor-piercing ammunition look like BB gun pellets. Bang! A single bullet went through 3 Hydra operatives, their bodies jerking backward as the round carved a tunnel through flesh and bone. The entrance wounds were small, the exit wounds, less so. No wonder Fury's so desperate to build the Avengers, he muttered, dropping 2 more hostiles with controlled bursts. Regular soldiers without special gear are just expensive target practice against people with powers. This was 2008. Iron Man had barely been active for a few months. Hydra didn't have access to their advanced energy weapons yet, no glowing blue death rays. They were stuck with conventional firearms, so he killed them with ease, venting his rage at what they'd done to his people. The occasional bullet that slipped past his defenses was nothing a healing potion couldn't fix. The invisibility finally wore off, and his form suddenly materialized in the middle of the firefight. Every Hydra gun in the atrium immediately swiveled toward him. Bullets immediately converged on his position. A shield appeared in his left hand just as the first rounds arrived, deflecting the initial volley. With his other hand, he pulled a grenade and lobbed it toward the largest cluster of hostiles. A boom. The explosion briefly reduced the volume of gunfire. Stark Industries really doesn't fuck around with their ordnance. Before the smoke cleared, he pulled an ender pearl from his inventory and hurled it into the crowd. His rifle resumed its work, cutting down Hydra agents. It was like mowing grass. That's when several SHIELD helicopters appeared outside the massive floor-to-ceiling windows. The glass-walled atrium made the interior battle perfectly visible from outside. He was reaching for his sniper rifle when violent muzzle flashes erupted from somewhere beyond his line of sight. All 3 helicopters exploded midair, tumbling from the sky in flames. He didn't have time to process what had happened. A grenade launcher round slammed into his shield with enough force to shave off another chunk of durability. Mario looked up to see the Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes, already loading another round. Before Bucky could fire, a spinning disc of red, white, and blue intercepted him mid-motion, striking his shoulder and disrupting his aim. Rogers vaulted over the second-floor railing, landing in a 3-point crouch that would looked absurd if it weren't so tactically effective. He immediately transitioned into combat, eliminating enemies around him with his shield and a liberated assault rifle. Bucky discarded his damaged launcher and snatched an assault rifle from a nearby corpse, bringing it to bear on Rogers. Because of the mask and his drastically altered appearance, Rogers had no idea he was facing his best friend. To him, this was just another enhanced enemy combatant. Bullets pinged off the shield. Mario couldn't help noticing that Cap's shield looked like a bullseye, probably by design. No way Bucky's not pulling his shots. Some part of him remembers Steve. But that couldn't be allowed to continue. Heroes didn't get stains on their records, and Rogers believed Bucky had died falling from that train in the Alps. Better to keep it that way. He strode toward the captain. This one's mine. Steve hesitated for less than a second before nodding. Understood. He didn't know why Mario wanted this particular opponent, but the man's reflexes and that cybernetic arm marked him as more than human. If Mario could handle it, he had plenty of other targets. The Winter Soldier didn't care who his opponent was. The moment Mario approached, he swung his rifle around and squeezed the trigger. A click, click, click. Empty. Mario raised his own weapon, which thanks to the infinity enchantment would never run dry, and opened fire without hesitation. He had no reason to show mercy. Bucky was Steve's friend, not his. And he was already planning to hand the Winter Soldier over to Tony as partial payment for new equipment. The body would work just as well as the living man. If Rogers eventually learned the truth about Bucky, that wasn't his problem. Right now, the Winter Soldier was his enemy. Bucky's enhanced reflexes kicked in. He dove behind a desk, using the office furniture as mobile cover while retreating toward an emergency stairwell. Gunfire erupted from the building's entrance. Mario checked his mini-map and saw dozens of white dots flooding into SHIELD headquarters. Where the hell did Fury get this many reinforcements? This wasn't in any of the movies. But he pushed the question aside. Bucky was all that mattered right now. He pursued at a dead sprint. Crash. A figure in red and gold armor smashed through the floor-to-ceiling windows in a shower of glass, flaring as Iron Man made his entrance. Inside the suit, Tony was already processing what he was seeing. JARVIS, is that Captain America? How old is he now? Shouldn't someone have forced him into retirement? Steve Rogers was born July 4th, 1918. He is currently 90 years old. I'm regretting accepting Fury's call. I'm pretty sure this violates about a dozen labor laws. Tony paused. JARVIS, mark all hostiles engaging the man with the shield. Targets lit up on his HUD. A shoulder-mounted minigun deployed and began eliminating marked threats. Sir, I'm detecting the presence of Mario. Aware. Tony's attention immediately shifted. JARVIS framed Mario with a bright red outline as he pursued someone through the chaos. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. What's he doing here? He raised his palm and fired a blast at a Hydra agent aiming at him. The man flew backward, slamming into a wall. Should vaporized him, Mario would have thought if he'd been paying attention, but his focus was entirely on Bucky. Tony flew toward Mario, arm raised to fire. To his surprise, Mario dodged the blast without even looking. Enhanced individual, he noted, his eyes tracked to Bucky's cybernetic arm. JARVIS, lock on target, prepare micro-missiles. Before he could fire, a metal desk flew through the air and slammed into him with enough force to knock him from the sky. He crashed into a wall, servos whining as they absorbed the impact. Mario glanced at Tony with surprise. He hadn't expected Fury to convince him to help. The timeline was completely scrambled now. He dodged another thrown desk and fired at Bucky. The Winter Soldier tried to use office furniture as a shield, apparently unaware of the piercing enchantment's capabilities. The bullet went through the desk and through Bucky behind it. Not a headshot, but a clean chest wound that sprayed blood across the carpet. Even enhanced healing couldn't immediately compensate for that kind of trauma. He collapsed, coughing blood. Mario immediately moved to finish him off and claim his prize. Iron Man landed in front of him, blocking his paths. Hold up. Seeing Tony standing between him and his target, Mario felt a flash of guilt. He quickly tried to explain. Hey, you agreed to this. I'm just following through on our deal. Tony's faceplate retracted. This isn't about that. My villa's being renovated. I just want Dummy back. Keep everything else. Dummy? Oh, right, the robot arm. It's still in LA. Didn't bring it back this trip. It wasn't a lie. The haul from Tony's mansion had been massive, and Dummy had just been grabbed on impulse. The robot wasn't even particularly advanced. Tony had built it as a kid, but it clearly had sentimental value. No problems. Next time I'm in LA, I'll bring it to you personally. Tony nodded, seemingly satisfied. There's something else. Can I meet with Ivan? I want to talk to him about his father. I owe him an apology. Mario's eyes narrowed suspiciously. You trying to poach my engineer? No, I just want to talk about Anton, my father. There were mistakes made. I'd like to address them. Tony had learned the full story about Anton from Fury, and guilt was clearly eating at him. Mario shrugged. I'll tell him you asked, but whether he wants to meet you is his decision, not mine. Fair enough. Tony's faceplate snapped shut. Now if you'll excuse me, Cap looks like he could use backup. He rocketed back toward the main battle, leaving Mario free to approach Bucky's position. Except when he got there, the Winter Soldier was gone. Only blood on the carpet showed where he'd fallen. Tony, you set me up. He hurriedly checked his mini-map. Before he could locate Bucky's dot, a metal fist emerged from behind an overturned desk and slammed into his ribs. The force launched him backward, sending him crashing through a line of cubicles. Bucky hadn't retreated when he'd collapsed. He'd been playing possum, waiting for the right moment to strike. Damn, Mario climbed to his feet. Bucky charged forward. Mario raised his shield just in time to catch the fist. This time his feet didn't slide backward even an inch, but he watched the shield's durability drop significantly. Mama, that punch hits harder than a grenade. Which only made him want the arm more. Maybe he should convince Ivan to go full cyborg. Imagine an enemy breaking through his armor, only to have Ivan rip it apart from the inside and step out with all 5 limbs replaced by metal-crushing skulls like grapes. That would be pretty badass. He pulled a golden apple from his inventory and consumed it. His health bar instantly filled, and he felt a surge of strength flow through his body. Is this from the temporary max health boost? He noticed 2 golden hearts appear above his regular health. This was his first time using one, so he was working on theory here. If golden apples increase max HP and I ever get mods that boost health permanently, I could basically become the Hulk. But that was a problem for future. Now he had a cybernetic arm to collect. He drew his rifle and fired. At this range, Bucky had no choice but to protect his head with his metal arm. The bullet lodged in the cybernetic limb. Mario winced. Please don't break. He kicked Bucky in the stomach, then fired several more rounds into non-vital areas. Finally, the Winter Soldier collapsed unconscious. Mario crouched beside him and examined the metal arm, trying to figure out how it attached. After several minutes of frustrated twisting and pulling, he gave up and pulled out a Hydra capture net from his inventory. He wrapped Bucky completely, binding him so tightly that even enhanced strength wouldn't break free. Steve doesn't know about Bucky. I'll take him back, let Ivan study the arm. Keep him alive for now. I can trade him to Tony later for equipment. Tony was cursed with knowledge. The further time progressed, the more dangerous he became. Trading Bucky for Stark Tech was the play. Decision made, he hoisted the wrapped bundle over his shoulder. That's when waves of U.S. Army soldiers poured through every entrance, quickly securing the atrium. With multiple individuals supporting them, Hydra's forces were rapidly eliminated. Mario eyed the military presence. So Fury called in the army must be one hell of a deal between them. The army and SHIELD had no official chain of command connecting them. SHIELD answered to the UN Security Council, making it a global organization, while the military answered to the Pentagon and the President. Neither could give direct orders to the other without going through proper channels. But that wasn't his problem. His objectives were complete: Pierce dead, Hydra crippled, and Bucky's cybernetic arm secured. Time to take his prize home and figure out what the hell he was going to do with the Winter Soldieress. The explosive detonated, sending shrapnel ricocheting off the black stone. Mario frowned slightly, reassessing. Hawkeye was proving more impressive than expected. The archer's hands moved with machine-like precision, drawing and releasing arrows through the opening. Every few shots included an explosive-tipped shaft that detonated on impact. I'm going out there to handle them. Stay alive. Mario disappeared. Bucky wasn't dead, which meant Mario couldn't stuff him into his inventory like a block of cobblestone. Inconvenient, but not insurmountable. He dragged his prize, wrapped so tightly in capture nets that he looked like a mummy, back up to the second floor of SHIELD headquarters. The fight was winding down. Fury was deep in conversation with an army officer when Mario emerged from the stairwell. The moment Fury spotted him, he broke away and walked over. "I've been shot." Mario dropped Bucky on the floor and nodded. I know, already gave him medicine for it, he's fine. Fury's expression shifted. No, I mean he got shot again, so with him now we need you to. Again, Mario was already moving before Fury finished. Where? He burst into Fury's office to find unconscious on the floor, kneeling beside him with both hands pressed against his abdomen. Blood seeped between her fingers. What the hell happened? How did he get shot twice in one day? He dropped to his knees and pulled a healing potion from his inventory. His mouth open and poured the glowing liquid down his throat. The bullet wound in his abdomen began to close. The bullet itself was pushed out as new tissue formed, clinking onto the floor in a pool of blood. The color returned to his face almost instantly. Mario let out a breath. Had seen the healing potions work before, but witnessing them again surprised her by how effective they were. If we could take a few bottles of that on missions, our survival rate would increase exponentially. She stood up and looked at Mario. Can it heal internal injuries? Her hand moved unconsciously to her lower abdomen. Mario caught the gesture and raised an eyebrow. He knew exactly what she was asking about. The Red Room's graduation ceremony, mandatory sterilization to make their agents more efficient operatives. It was one of her deepest regrets, something that would haunt her for years. No idea, but there's one way to find out. He pulled another healing potion from his inventory and held it out. Try it, see what happens. Stared at the bottle for a long moment, then took it and drank it down in one gulp. Warmth spread through her body immediately. Years of accumulated damage from countless fights, falls, and near-death experiences seemed to melt away. She closed her eyes, savoring the sensation. When she opened them again, there was something different in her expression. Thank you. Mario waved it off. Don't mention it, though you'll have to get yourself checked out to see if it actually worked. His voice came from the floor. Could you two maybe remember there's a wounded agent down here? I think I'm still worth saving. Mario looked down to see him staring up at them. The wound had healed, but the potion didn't restore stamina or energy. He looked exhausted. How you feeling? Can you stand? He extended a hand, grabbed it and hauled himself upright, moving like every muscle in his body hurt. I was hiding in the corner. That bullet must have ricocheted at least twice to hit me. There's no other explanation. Usually was all charm. Right now he just looked fed up with the entire situation. At least it didn't hit anything vitals. Picked up the bullet from the floor and tossed it to him. Souvenir, that's a rare experience, getting shot twice in one day. Caught it, examined it briefly, then reached into his jacket and pulled out another bullet. You're right, very rare indeed. Stared, you kept the bullet from last time. Call me sentimental. Mario decided to intervene before this could get any weirder. All right, looks like Fury brought in military backup. Hydra's getting their asses kicked, which means my work here is pretty much done. He glanced at Fury, who had entered the office during the healing. Though I have a feeling you're about to get very busy. We crushed the Hydra cells at headquarters, but the organization has branches worldwide. They'll regroup, choose a new leader, and go back underground. Fury's expression was grim. That's what I'm afraid of. Pierce's death will force them to reorganize, but it won't stop them. Which is why you need to move fast, Mario said. But that's your problem, not mine. Can someone give me a ride home? I've got cargo to deliver. Tony's voice came from the doorway, accompanied by the sound of armored footsteps. I'll go with you. The SHIELD helicopter touched down on the landing pad outside Mario's workshop 20 minutes later. Mario emerged first, dragging Bucky's cocooned form behind him. Tony followed. Why did you bring him back? He asked the moment they were off the helipad. His armor sensors had identified the body inside the netting within seconds. Mario turned to face Tony with a grin. All my equipment got destroyed by Hydra. Rebuilding from scratch would take forever, so I figured I'd trade for some supplies. Tony felt uncomfortable under that grin. Of course, he wasn't stupid. He knew exactly what Mario was planning. Ever since becoming Iron Man, Stark Industries' stock had skyrocketed uncontrollably anyway. Now he was mostly curious to see how Mario planned to convince him. He followed Mario into the workshop and down into the underground lab. The space had been completely transformed since his last visit. The entire floor had been transformed into a reinforced underground bunker and laboratory. The space was several times larger now, and a team of researchers were deep in discussion about various experiments. Since they'd lost their original equipment, they were using cheap, hastily purchased laptops to simulate their experiments. So the arrival of Mario and Tony immediately drew every eye in the room. Mario addressed the group with a casual wave. "Everyone, take 5. The guys who attacked us have paid the price, and our project can finally move forward." Excitement spread instantly across the room. Several of them were eyeing Tony like he was a puzzle they desperately wanted to solve or possibly dissect. Tony stepped out of his armor, which folded itself into a compact form behind him. His eyes immediately found Ivan, who was working at a bench with only one arm. For a moment, he looked like he wanted to say something. Then his better judgment kicked in and he kept his mouth shut. Mario dragged Bucky over to Ivan's workspace and started removing the capture nets. "This is what I promised you, the metal arm." Ivan stared at the unconscious man, then at Mario. "You want me to take his arm?" He hadn't expected Mario's idea of acquiring a metal arm to be quite this literal. But considering what Mario had already done for him and his father, he wasn't about to complain. "Unless you know another way to get a cybernetic limb on short notice." That's when things got awkward. Bucky's eyes were open, staring straight up at them. Apparently, he'd regained consciousness at some point during the trip, but wrapped in a dozen layers of capture netting, even his enhanced strength and cybernetic arm weren't enough to break free. Mario and Bucky locked eyes. Mario spoke first. "Should I knock you out again, or are you going to close your eyes and play dead?" Bucky just stared at him with an expression that clearly said, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" Even brainwashed into a killing machine, and with most of his memories wiped, he couldn't quite suppress the urge to tell this asshole exactly what he thought of him. Seeing that Bucky had no intention of cooperating, Mario turned to Ivan. "Knock him out. What's about to happen isn't something he needs to see." Ivan glanced at Bucky, then reached under his shirt and pulled out a massive wrench that had no business fitting under there. Noticing Mario's stunned expression, he just grinned. Tony quickly stepped forward. "Whoa, hold up. If you hit him with that thing, he's not going to pass out, he's going to die. Let me handle this." He pulled a small device from his pocket and pressed it against Bucky's neck. Instantly, the Winter Soldier's body went rigid, muscles trembling uncontrollably as electricity coursed through him. The device worked fast. Bucky lasted maybe 15 seconds before his eyes rolled back and he went limp. Mario nodded in satisfaction. "Nice gadget, compact, effective. We should make some of these ourselves. I bet they'd come in handy." He was already planning a full line of vampire hunter equipment, clothing, weapons, and useful tools that he could lend to members. They'd pay him back from their bounties after killing vampires. "It's just a basic taser, nothing complicated." Ivan nodded and studied the unconscious Bucky. He ran through his mental database trying to place the man, but came up empty. He'd never seen this person before. Who is he?" Mario finished removing the last of the capture nets. The Winter Soldier, Hydra's project brainwashed, enhanced, and turned into their personal attack puppet. He tapped Bucky's metal arm with his knuckles. "And this is the arm I promised you. See if you can figure out how to remove it." Ivan crouched down to examine the limb more closely. Tony, unable to resist, moved over to join the inspection. Mario stayed back, letting the engineers work. Half an hour later, after what could generously be called a technical discussion between Ivan and Tony, which mostly involved Ivan proving that even with one arm, he could still physically intimidate a billionaire genius, they'd reached a conclusion. Ivan looked up at Mario. This arm is fully integrated with his skeletal and nervous systems. We can't remove it without amputating the entire arm at the shoulder. Mario's response was to pull out a healing potion and toss it onto the workbench. Ivan caught the bottle. But let's wait a bit. He was a hero during World War II after all. At least give the man anesthetic. Even though the basement had been nicely renovated, they didn't have proper surgical equipment. Removing Bucky's arm the way they'd have to do it, with basic tools and no pain management, would be brutal. And while Bucky had done terrible things under Hydra's control, that didn't erase who he'd been before. Mario could be ruthless, but that ruthlessness was reserved for people who deserved it. Tony perked up at Ivan's comment. Wait, WWAI hero? Hold on, he turned toward his armor. JARVIS, pull up information on World War II soldier James Barnes Bucky. JARVIS' response was fast. James Barnes, born 1917, sergeant in the 107th Infantry Regiment, member of the Howling Commandos under Captain Steve Rogers, presumed killed in action 1945 after falling from a train in the Alps during a mission against Hydra. Tony's expression shifted as he processed the information. He'd seen that name before, prominently displayed in the Captain America exhibit at the... He was a businessman through and through, but he had respect for the WWII generation. He might relentlessly mock Rogers, but he still accepted Cap's leadership of the Avengers without serious argument. After JARVIS finished his report, Ivan showed no particular reaction. Neither did Mario. They weren't American, the history didn't carry the same emotional weight for them. Tony stepped closer to the unconscious Bucky. If you need a mechanical arm, I can build one for you. I guarantee its performance will match or exceed his. His meaning was clear. He was hoping Mario wouldn't torture a war hero. Mario met Tony's gaze. We'll handle the arm ourselves. I'm pretty sure Ivan already has ideas after examining this one. He wasn't about to let Tony get involved with something this crucial, even though he knew Tony wouldn't sabotage it. But I do need you to help me acquire equipment and materials. I'll need your name and connections. You know there are things money alone can't buy. Tony agreed. As long as he wasn't being completely taken advantage of, he could work with it. He glanced down at the still unconscious Bucky. What are you planning to do with him after you take the arms? Mario's grin carried multiple layers of meaning. I'll keep him, feed him well, make sure he's healthy. Eventually, someone's going to show up with either a big pile of cash to rescue him or orders to eliminate him. For someone like Bucky, brainwashed and conditioned by Hydra, the solution was simple in Mario's mind. A bucket of milk would cure the mental conditioning. After that, he'd fatten the guy up and negotiate a good price when the time came. So how's everything going on your end? Mario sat by the lake in Central Park, enjoying a rare moment of peace. The water rippled gently, and his fishing bobber suddenly plunged beneath the surface. With a quick jerk of his arm, a fish flew out of the water and disappeared into his inventory. You all settled in? What's the vampire situation like? Actually, I've been thinking Lowe's Angels might be worth checking out. When I was there last time, the place was crawling with bloodsuckers. Could be a good hunting ground. He cast his line back into the water and quietly waited for another bite. On the other end of the call, Blade grunted in agreement. Since leaving New York weeks ago, he'd only called Mario once. Today, bored out of his mind, Mario had decided to reach out first. Washington's got plenty to keep you busy, Blade said. In the background, Mario heard the sound of a blade sliding through flesh, followed by a vampire's dying scream. When I first got here, the stench almost knocked me on my ass. These bloodsuckers are everywhere. The exaggeration was obvious, but it made the point Washington, D.C. had a serious vampire problem. What about guild recruitment? If it's just the two of us, we'll never make a dent in their population. I've found some solid candidates. Whistler's daughter is here too. That caught Mario's attention. He knew about Abigail, capable, driven, and in the original timeline, she'd led a team of human vampire hunters alongside Blade. Perfect, I'll head down there and bring them into the guild officially. With some new members, our hunting speed will definitely increase dramatically. His garlic injectors were begging to be used, and he was confident that anyone serious about killing vampires would jump at the chance to become a proper hunter with access to the vampirism mod skill tree. The power boost alone would be worth it. And if they want to level up their skills, they'll have to pay guild fees. With enough members, I can just sit back and collect my cut until I hit max level. The business model was sound. He wasn't just building a vampire hunting operation, he was building a franchise. They chatted for a few more minutes until Mario heard gunfire erupt on Blade's end. He hung up, packed away his fishing rod, and stood to stretch. The weather had turned cool, autumn was coming. Dark clouds had been gathering since morning, though it didn't look like rain, just the kind of gloomy day that made you want to stay inside. The time to get moving. I'll bring Pearl and with me to Washington. Pearl's been going stir-crazy anyway. Might as well leave him there permanently if the hunting's good, Mario muttered to himself as he walked home. New York's vampire population had been decimated. These days, if Pearl managed to find even one bloodsucker during his nightly patrols, it was cause for celebration. The SHIELD incident had happened several days ago. According to, the organization had taken massive damage. The U.S. headquarters had survived thanks to military intervention, but most international branches had fallen to Hydra. Back at his underground base, Mario found Pearl still sleeping like a rock. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and slapped the vampire hard enough to send him flying. Pearl's massive body hit the stone and slid to the floor. He blinked groggily, taking in his surroundings until his eyes landed on Mario. Then his entire face lit up. "Is it vampires are we hunting?" Mario stared at him speechlessly. "Vampires, you are a vampire." For a creature of the night, Pearl showed more enthusiasm for vampire hunting than Mario himself. The competition was getting ridiculous. "Get ready, we're heading to Washington. Once we're there, you can hunt to your heart's content." Pearl let out a cheer of joy, bouncing around Mario. "I'm ready, let's go right now." Mario organized his inventory, making sure he had the injection chair and the altar of inspiration. This trip wasn't just about hunting vampires, it was about expanding the guild's operations and establishing a proper branch office. He glanced over at who was tending the underground farm. "We're leaving soon, get ready." Immediately dropped what he was doing and hurried over with the kind of deferent respect that made Mario slightly uncomfortable. "Yes, what do you need?" The guy had become increasingly subservient over the past few weeks. It was getting weird. "We're going to Washington, pack whatever you need." 3 hours later, their car pulled up outside a suburban 2-story house in Washington, D.C. Despite being the nation's capital, Washington never seemed to get the same attention as New York in movies or games. Most foreigners unconsciously forgot this was where the actual government operated. Following Blade's directions, Mario had parked out front. Through the window, he spotted Whistler's familiar weathered face. The old man emerged from the house as Mario climbed out of the car. His expression was as stern as ever, though he pulled Mario into a brief, awkward hug. "What brings you here?" Then Whistler noticed Pearl sitting in the back seat, his massive bat form barely fitting through the window. "Why do you have a bat, and why is it so fat?" Mario grinned. "That's Pearl, he's one of my employees." They walked toward the house together. I'm here on guild business. Also, New York's vampire population has dropped to almost nothing, so I figured we'd come down here and clean up some of your trash problem. The house had clearly been modified by Blade and Whistler. Beyond the living room and dining area, every other space had been converted into weapons storage, planning room, workshop. Whistler led them down to the basement, where Mario spotted another familiar face. Karen, still working with Blade, I see. He extended his hand with a smile. Any interest in becoming a vampire hunter or maybe a vampire? Karen looked up from her lab bench and actually smiled when she saw him. Shouldn't you be busy running your company? How do you have time to drive down here? Company ran into some problems a while back, got them sorted out. Now the place basically runs itself. Tony and Ivan handle the technical side. I just show up occasionally to make sure nobody's secretly working for Hydra. He walked over to her workspace and picked up a vial of blue liquid from the lab bench. The color reminded him of Resident Evil. Is this the vampire cure you've been working on? You could call it a cure, Karen said. More accurately, it's a solution to the vampire problem, a very physical solution. Mario nodded, examining the vial carefully. Once injected into a vampire's bloodstream, this stuff would react with their DNA and cause them to literally explode like overfilled balloons. Even Law himself couldn't survive it. The only downside, from his perspective, was that it wouldn't generate any loot drops. Excellent work, though you might want to consider making an aerosolized version. Spray this from a plane over a vampire nest and watch the fireworks. Karen actually laughed. That's not a terrible idea. Before they could continue, Pearl swooped down from his perch, startling Karen badly enough that she nearly grabbed for a weapon. Hey, I remember you. You were with Blades. The sight of a talking bat completely froze Karen. What the hell is that thing? Her eyes were wide, and why can it talk? Who are you? How do you know me? I'm Pearl. We met in the archive room. Without warning, he transformed back into his original form. His massive body hit the ground with a heavy thud that made the floor tremble. I remember you now, but how did you transform? That's impossible. Vampires are just genetic mutations. They're nothing like the mythological creatures. Then her eyes lit up like someone had flipped a switch. Wait, hold on. She rushed back to her lab bench and started rummaging through drawers until she pulled out an absolutely massive metal syringe. The thing looked like it belonged in a veterinary clinic that specialized in elephants. Mario's eye twitched. Karen, easy, you planning to drain him completely dry? He knew exactly what she wanted. Everyone who'd seen Pearl transform wanted to study him. The only difference was methodology. Some wanted blood samples, others wanted tissue slices. Pearl was clearly terrified by the manic gleam in Karen's eyes. He instantly transformed back into bat form and flew behind Mario for protection. Don't come any closer. Mario stepped between them. I know you want to research him. Just use a smaller needle and share your findings with me when you're done. I'm curious, too, how exactly does Pearl differ from a normal vampire now? Pearl relaxed slightly. Drawing a little blood wasn't a big deal. He could always feed later to replace it, but that elephant-sized needle, that was nightmare fuel. Then Mario's next words made his bat heart sink. We'll take it slow and steady. If you drain him all at once, there won't be anything left to study. Just take a few tubes per day. Pearl gave Mario the most pitiful look imaginable, which only made Mario want to laugh. The vampire's intelligence fluctuated wildly, sometimes sharp, sometimes like a literal child. Transforming back to his normal form, Pearl wore an expression of resignation as Karen switched to a more reasonable syringe and began searching for a vein. But Pearl was so massively fat that finding one proved nearly impossible. After several attempts that produced only yellowish fluid, he finally snapped. For fuck's sake, woman, just stab me with a knife instead. That finally got Karen a proper blood sample. Right at that moment, footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Multiple armed figures appeared in the doorway, immediately focusing on the strangers in their base. Who are you people? Then they spotted Pearl sitting on the floor, holding a blood vial and chugging it like Gatorade. Every weapon in the room immediately swung toward him. Vampire, we've got a hostile. Look at the size of that thing, he's gotta be powerful. How the hell did he get in here? Tension filled the basement. None of them had ever seen a vampire bold enough to waltz into a hunter base. If they hadn't seen Karen and Whistler standing there unharmed, bullets would already be flying. Pearl wasn't backing down either. In the confined space of the basement, everyone was well within his attack range. Red energy began gathering in his palms. The moment they attacked, he was ready to drain the closest person dry. Whistler quickly stepped forward. Abigail, stand down, he's on our side. A young woman with a compound bow lowered her weapon slightly but kept her eyes locked on Pearl. She looked to be in her early 20s with long brown hair styled in loose waves. Her entire posture screamed trained fighter. But that's a vampire, she said sharply. I know, Whistler replied calmly, but he works for Mario. Mario, the name came from a man at the back of the group. He suddenly turned his attention to the Italian standing near the lab bench. Mario, you're the butcher of the night. Mario's smile vanished instantly, replaced by an expression of annoyance. I'm going to find whoever started that nickname and make them regret it. He forced himself to relax. Please, call me the Night Hunter, thanks. Once the misunderstanding was cleared up, the hunting team lowered their weapons. Mario's reputation among vampires had grown to rival Blade's, though for very different reasons. Blade was known for clean, efficient kills. Mario, the bloodsuckers who'd barely escaped him, told stories that would make your skin crawl. The crazy Italian didn't even use silver weapons, just an iron axe and a wooden stake, slowly torturing vampires to death while they screamed for mercy. If Mario knew about these rumors, he'd be screaming his innocence. It wasn't torture, it was farming for loot drops. Not his fault the weapons did low damage. The lead hunter stepped forward, extending his hand. I'm Hannibal King. It's an honor to meet the butcher of the night. You're celebrating way too early, Mario said flatly. Then he studied Hannibal's face with a strange expression. Let me ask you something, do you happen to know a guy named? Hannibal blinked, still processing Mario's first comment. Sorry, never heard of any, why? Mario stared at Hannibal's face, which looked exactly like Wade Wilson's, and resisted the urge to laugh. Same actor, different character. Had played this guy and even that disaster of a Green Lantern movie. No reason, just curious. Hannibal's enthusiasm returned immediately. Hey, about that Night Hunter name, could I maybe use it? It sounds way cooler than what we came up with. We call ourselves the, which is pretty lame when you say it out loud. Blade mentioned you started a hunter's guild. Any chance we could join up? Mario shook his head. His reputation was completely shot at this point. You talk so much, you actually remind me of. That perked Hannibal up even more. Really? Man, if you ever meet him, I'd love an introduction. Sounds like we'd get along great. Mario shrugged. He had no idea if even existed in this universe. No X-Men, that much was certain, but was such a walking cosmic bug that if that guy showed up tomorrow, he wouldn't bat an eye. If I ever run into him, I'll let you know. But back to business, Blade told you about the Hunter Association, right? You want to join? That's fine, but you'll need to pass a test first. The whole team crowded closer. What kind of test? Do we have to hunt vampires to prove ourselves? Even Abigail stepped forward. Mario smiled at their eager expressions and pulled a garlic-shaped injector from his inventory. The thing was massive. It's very simple. Think of this as a joining bonus for the association. One injection of my special formula will enhance your physical abilities and give you access to unique powers. You'll be way more effective at killing vampires. The team exchanged confused looks. That didn't sound like a test at all. Abigail spoke up immediately. According to what you just said, this doesn't sound like a test. Oh, believe me, Mario said, smiling as he raised the syringe. This is definitely a test. He gave the injector a little shake. 100% pure garlic juice, my own special recipe. If you can endure a few seconds of pain, you'll come out stronger on the other side. Everyone took 2 steps back. Even the normally chatty Hannibal shut his mouth. In that moment, they finally understood why vampires called Mario the Butcher. This guy wasn't just cruel to bloodsuckers, he was harsh to everyone. That syringe could probably kill an elephant. Mario just kept smiling. He walked over to the corner of the basement, pulled out the red injection chair from his inventory, and set it up. Who wants to go first, pass the test, join the association, and gain special abilities? Simple as that. His gaze swept across their faces. As expected, not a single person volunteered. The injector looked completely untrustworthy. You could literally see garlic pulp floating in the liquid. It didn't look like something that belonged in anyone's bloodstream. If nobody wants to try, then I guess I'll do it. Mario turned to find Whistler stepping forward. The old man pulled out a pack of cigarettes, tossed one to Mario, and stuck another in his own mouth. He lit it and took a long drag. Let me go first. I'm getting old. If I don't change something soon, I won't be able to keep hunting in a couple years. That was part of his reasoning, but there was more to it. He'd witnessed Mario's abilities firsthand multiple times. The man didn't make reckless decisions. If he said it was safe, it was probably safe. Father. But Whistler had already made up his mind. He waved Abigail's concern away. Don't worry, I trust him. Mario smiled and patted the injection chair. Since you want to officially join the association, have a seat. Whistler didn't hesitate. He walked over, settled into the chair, cigarette still dangling from his lips. Do it. Fair warning, Mario said. No danger to your life, but it's going to hurt. A lot, be prepared. Whistler gave a calm smile, speaking around his cigarette. Relax, I've felt more pain in my life than I can count. I don't think there's any AHHH. Mario didn't let him finish. The needle plunged into Whistler's arm before he could complete the sentence. The garlic serum didn't even need to be pushed. It seemed to inject itself directly into his bloodstream. Sweat instantly poured down Whistler's forehead. His face turned corpse-pale, and every vein in his body bulged grotesquely beneath his skin like worms trying to escape. His muscles locked up, tendons standing out like cables. Under normal circumstances, a human experiencing that level of agony would have blacked out immediately. Self-preservation would have shut down consciousness, but he remained horrifically aware through every second of it. His breath came in ragged gasps, his eyes rolled back, and his entire body trembled like he was being electrocuted. A few seconds later, though it felt like hours, the worst of it passed. He lay in the chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. The physical pain had faded, but the psychological shock still made his body shake. His scream had been so sudden that Abigail only now snapped out of her frozen state. She rushed to her father's side. Are you okay? Are you crying? Mario tossed the empty syringe back into his inventory and pulled out a fresh one filled with the same cloudy liquid. He grinned at the horrified faces staring at him. See, first time's always rough, but it gets better. Don't worry, once this stuff's in your system, there's no danger to your life. Just give Whistler a few minutes to recover, then we'll figure out who's next. After several minutes of lying there like he'd been hit by a truck, Whistler finally recovered enough to sit up. His clothes were completely soaked with sweat. I feel like nothing will ever scare me again, he muttered hoarsely. Mario looked at him with sympathy. His class change to Vampire Hunter had been automatic, no garlic injection required. He had no frame of reference for how bad it actually was. But judging by Whistler's reaction, it had to be worse than stubbing your toe on furniture in the dark. Way worse. So who's next? Hannibal, why don't you step up? Don't worry, it's completely safe. See? Whistler's fine now. Hannibal looked torn. Whistler's screams had been terrifying. He couldn't even imagine what kind of pain could make someone that tough cry out like that. Before he could voice his hesitation, Abigail spoke up. I'll go. If my father can handle it, so can I. Whistler, still recovering, tried to protest. That feeling, it's unbearable, you don't have to do this. But Abigail just shook her head. She walked over to the injection chair, carefully set down her bow and quiver beside it, and climbed in. Let's do it. Whistler didn't try to stop her again. Despite the agony, he could already feel the changes in his body, power flowing through muscles that had grown weak over the years. Mario approached with the syringe, sizing up Abigail. She was tough, no question, but she was also Whistler's daughter. He decided to be slightly gentler. It's definitely going to hurt. A lot. Brace yourself. I'll count to 3 and then I'll inject it. Ready. Abigail bit her lip nervously, took several deep breaths, and nodded. 3. Before her brain could even process what was happening, the needle plunged into her arm with lightning speed. Abigail, who'd been preparing herself to endure the pain, didn't even last a tenth of a second before agony overwhelmed every nerve ending in her body. The sensation spread from the injection site. Her heart felt like it was being squeezed by a fist. Breathing became impossible. The world narrowed to nothing but pain. Right at that moment, Blade burst into the basement, drawn by the screaming. He had his weapon half-drawn before he registered the scene, his entire team standing around, Mario holding a syringe and Abigail writhing in the injection chair. What the hell is going on here? His eyes locked onto Mario. Instinct told him the screaming was definitely this guy's fault. He sheathed his sword and walked over. What was that screaming about? Mario shrugged. Nothing dramatic, just adding some new members to our association. Abigail, still lying weakly in the chair, managed to glare at Mario through her pain. You bastard, you didn't finish counting. Mario burst out laughing. Whistler, your daughter's tougher than you. She's already got the strength to complain. He waved at the remaining hunters. Come on, hurry up. If you want to fight vampires effectively, your current abilities won't cut it. The rest of the team looked at each other nervously. Finally, Hannibal chose strength over comfort. After all, he'd once been part of the vampire world himself. He knew firsthand just how powerful they could be. Before long, another round of screams echoed through the basement. Blade finally understood what those earlier cries had been about. Meanwhile, Mario was explaining the basics to everyone, how to use wooden stakes properly, what different potions could do, the limitations of their new class. Your route is combat-oriented. That means you can use the weapons and items, but you can't craft them yourself. Without the proper route, you won't even be able to equip specialized gear. He pulled out a vial of dark red liquid from his inventory. Just remember, when you kill a vampire with a stake, you'll get something like this. Vampire blood, this is what it looks like. Blade stepped closer, frowning. This drops when a vampire dies. Why haven't I ever seen it before? Because you can't see loot drops without the right class. I've mentioned it before, but you've never actually witnessed it happen. Mario studied Blade carefully. By the way, would you be interested in changing class to a vampire, like Pearl here? No way I'm offering him the hunter class. He's still technically a vampire, and if a vampire injects garlic serum, it's instant death. No exceptions. Blade considered it seriously. The idea of being able to transform into a bat was tempting as hell. What's the downside? Mario explained honestly. Before level 4, you'll be vulnerable to garlic. Other than that, you'll be pretty much the same as you are now. Blade caught the implication, and after level 4. After level 4, you'll be vulnerable to sunlight. Also, you won't be able to beat a hunter of the same level in direct combat. Seeing Blade frown, Mario didn't keep him guessing. He smiled and listed the benefits. But let me tell you the advantages. Once you reach high enough levels, you unlock special abilities, transforming into a bat, summoning swarms, night vision, invisibility, teleportation. Before Blade could respond, the hunters nearby were practically salivating. Still, not everyone was convinced. Hannibal voiced his skepticism. "That's impossible. I've never heard of vampires having powers like that. It doesn't sound realistic at all." Pearl, hearing someone question Mario, immediately took offense. He transformed into bat form on the spot, wings flapping furiously as he dive-bombed Hannibal, then shifted back to human form mid-impact. His massive body landed on top of the hunter, pinning him to the floor. "You got a problem with what Mario just said." Everyone's eyes lit up with amazement. The transformation was instantaneous. But despite the temptation, nobody spoke up. Becoming a vampire went against everything they'd been fighting for their entire lives. The idea of willingly becoming what they hunted, it was a line most of them weren't ready to cross. Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.